Lord of Mysteries, From the Heavenly Lord's Spare Tire to the Red Priest by Ba Ji Shou de Tu Zhu Lei. Chapter 231-250. Is Avon going to start a tarot club faction? Firz's astral body was pulled above the gray fog, but due to the pain she had just experienced, she was still a bit hazy. Klein, observing Firz's body gradually returning to normal through the still present scene, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, pulling her above the gray fog worked, otherwise, he wouldn't have had a better solution, which also exposed his lack of understanding of higher-level mysticism knowledge. Once Avon returns to Backland, he should inquire if Military Intelligence Section 9 has more profound mysticism knowledge, though it probably wouldn't be easy to acquire even if they did. Firz gradually recovered from the bone-deep headache, slowly exhaling, feeling as if she had finally come back to life. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a magnificent palace supported by towering stone pillars, with an ancient and mottled bronze long table before her, and boundless gray-white mist underfoot. Immediately after, she suddenly noticed a figure seated at the head, shrouded in gray-white mist, seemingly looking down on everything. Recalling the true name she had just chanted under Zio's guidance, she instantly understood her situation, stood up in fear, bowed, and saluted. "Are you Mr. Fool?" "No, Your Excellency, Mr. Fool. Did you save me?" At this moment, Klein also focused his attention on the symbolic patterns and mysterious designs behind the high-backed chair where Firz sat, which were constructed from dazzling stars. It was a door symbol formed by countless overlapping doors. Door. Mr. Door. Klein had a deep impression of Mr. Door from Rosal's diary. Is this lady on the same sequence pathway as Mr. Door, who is trapped in the storm and darkness? Which pathway is this? Did the endless pain she experienced come from Mr. Door? Klein then sought confirmation from Firz whether the words she heard came from Mr. Door, and Firz, already in extreme panic, naturally answered every question without daring to hide anything. Through various pieces of information, Klein basically confirmed that the full moon words originated from Mr. Door. When my sequence improves, for example, reaching sequence 5, I wonder if I can find the ritual Rosal set up back then through the contents of Rosal's diary and contact Mr. Door. After all, this might be an old gentleman who witnessed the fourth epoch, possibly even older than Mr. Azek, who lived through many lives. I might be able to inquire about Rosal from him, but I must also remain vigilant. No one knows his true identity. When Klein had asked enough questions, Firz, seeing that Mr. Fool seemed relatively benevolent, boldly stole glances at the surrounding seats. She noticed that there was one seat between her and Mr. Fool's position, which clearly did not conform to the usual seating arrangements, so she tentatively asked, "Mr. Fool, do other people come and go here?" Firz, who had calmed down somewhat, suddenly realized that her future destiny might be inextricably linked with Mr. Fool. So she decided to be proactive. Doing so could at least help her resist those terrifying full moon words. She truly did not want to experience that feeling again. As for whether Mr. Fool was righteous or evil, good or bad, she couldn't care less now. There are a few people similar to you, whom I have pulled here for various reasons. They hope I hold regular gatherings for magic potion formula transactions, information exchange, material buying and selling, and task delegation. Firz's eyes lit up, knowing this was a rare opportunity, and quickly asked, "Can I join this?" "Yes, every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, eliminate distractions around you." They use tarot cards as code names. You choose one, but those already taken cannot be chosen. Firz finally chose Magician. Just as she thought the conversation was about to end, Mr. Fool spoke again. "You will be responsible for bringing your companions into the tarot club in the future. Even if I don't mind the disclosure of my honorable name, she would still suspect issues with you. Her existence would compromise the secrecy of the tarot club." No, this time it was Zio who suggested I chant your honorable name. She is my good friend and will definitely not reveal my matters. Firz was willing to join the tarot club because she had nowhere else to go, but that didn't mean she was willing to drag the innocent Zio into it. As an agent of Military Intelligence Section 9, she had a deep understanding of the cruelty of the Beander world. Even though Mr. Fool seemed benevolent now, there was no guarantee what kind of face lay beneath that mask. Klein, sitting at the head, coldly shook his head. It wasn't that he absolutely had to pull that short lady named Zio in, there was a reason. On one hand, minimizing the disclosure of the Tarot Club's existence was his responsibility as its organizer. On the other hand, Klein didn't want to give Furs too kind an impression, as that would diminish his authority. Klein had always paid great attention to his prestige in the eyes of the Tarot Club members, as he knew his true strength. Knowing that Furs had someone by her side and not taking any measures would not conform to the persona of Mr. Fool, the leader of a secret organization, a high-level secret existence. It might even make Furs suspicious, which would be detrimental to both parties. Klein silently watched Furs, making her swallow the words she wanted to continue saying. She realized that the Mr. Fool before her was not a roadside vendor with whom she could bargain, but a secret existence standing at the peak of the world, whose words could decide her and Zio's life and death. I understand, Mr. Fool, but please give me some time. Mr. Fool, Klein nodded, then with a wave of his hand, sent Furs back to reality. Returning to reality, Furs opened her eyes and immediately checked her body. Aside from her hair becoming unusually long, to the point where it covered the entire floor of the room, there was no other abnormality. I'm not dead. And I didn't lose control. Furs was overjoyed, constantly touching various parts of her body, almost weeping with joy. Suddenly, her movements stopped, and she looked around, finding Zio Derecha, dressed in night attire, holding a gleaming three-edged dagger, hiding behind an overturned sofa, watching her warily. Zio, I made it through. I didn't lose control. Ah. Furs tried to stand up but accidentally stepped on her own hair and tripped. Zio is now a Sequence 7 Inquisitor of the Arbiter Pathway, and a Sequence 8 Sheriff of the Arbiter Pathway can detect abnormal factors and grasp subtle traces. When close enough, they can sense unscreened things related to evil, chaos, and madness. So she only had to distinguish for a moment to know that Furs had not lost control, and quickly ran to Furs with the three-edged dagger, saying, "How did you feel after chanting that honorable name?" As the leader of a military intelligence Section 9 action team, Zio had seen too many Beander incident files related to evil god honorable names during this period. She knew that the best outcome of doing so was to become a follower of an evil god, so she was extremely anxious now. Furs being able to escape the influence of the full moon words and the risk of losing control clearly meant that the mysterious existence named Mr. Fool had responded. I saw him. Furs thought about lying, but she also knew she couldn't hide it from an inquisitor, so she could only tell the truth. I joined an evil god organization and became a follower of an evil god. That's all I can tell you. Clang, the three-edged dagger in Zio Derecha's hand fell to the ground, making a sound, but it wasn't clear due to the obstruction of the hair. Zio slumped beside Furs, looking at Furs, momentarily at a loss for words. It's all right, Zio. I saw that mysterious existence with my own eyes, and he was very benevolent and didn't make things difficult for me. From now on, I'm free from the influence of the full moon words and don't have to suffer that pain anymore. Furs held Zio Derecha's hand, comforting her good friend, and at the same time, she was deeply moved. Because after she said she had become a member of an evil god organization, she didn't see a trace of disgust in Zio Derecha's eyes, only regret for her friend falling into the abyss and hatred for her own helplessness. Zio forced a smile, tears in her eyes, seemingly believing her friend's words, and turned to look at the hair scattered throughout the room, saying with a smile, "This blood moon incident isn't all bad, at least such good and long hair should fetch a good sum." Due to the outbreak of the Industrial Revolution and the birth of factories, the entire world's environment was severely polluted. Not only did men face the crisis of receding hairlines, but even women had the hidden worry of hair loss. Newspapers occasionally reported cases of women committing suicide after being abandoned by their husbands due to hair problems. Therefore, Wigs made from high-quality hair had significant market value. Unfortunately, no woman would sell her hair without reason. Even streetwalkers cherished their hair, as it was their livelihood. And most lower-class women who were forced to sell their hair had long worked in highly polluting lead and enamel factories, where health problems were common, let alone hair quality. Thus, some people with ulterior motives had already set their sights on deceased women in cemeteries, especially those recently buried. Even though they knew the origins of these wigs, upper-class ladies still flocked to them, and the demand grew larger and larger. Various reasons led to a high-quality wig selling for an exorbitant price. Furs looked at the hair scattered on the floor, finding humor in her misfortune, and said with a smile, "Yes, a blessing in disguise. Maybe I can use this hair to buy us a villa in the West District." And not only did my hair grow longer, but it also became denser. Now I can keep pulling my hair when I write. At this point, Furs recalled the times when she would frantically pull her hair when she encountered difficulties in writing, and then feel very distressed afterward, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Zio, help me find a pair of scissors, we'll cut this hair together." Zio quickly stepped on Furs's hair and ran to the desk, pulled open the drawer, found 2 pairs of scissors, and the 2 of them cut hair together. Zio cut while saying, "Did you receive any tasks after joining that organization? Can you tell me?" Furs's hand paused while cutting her hair, then she shook her head with difficulty, saying, "I am too weak right now, so my biggest task is to quickly advance my sequence and improve my abilities." Furs really couldn't bring herself to drag her promising friend into a secret organization, so she could only give a vague answer. Moreover, she also wanted to advance quickly to see if she could increase her standing in the Tarot Club and persuade Mr. Fool to give up on bringing Zio into the Tarot Club. But Zio, standing behind Furs, able to help cut her hair without bending down, heard the untruth in her words. Her hand paused, but she immediately regained her normal expression and said with a smile, "I used your merits to advance to Inquisitor before. Now it's my turn to help you accumulate merits for your advancement. Avon has the astrologer magic potion formula you need. We can even get the formula on credit first and start looking for related materials sooner, which will save time. As for the merits owed, we can pay them back slowly." "Okay, let's do that." Furs smiled back, responding to Zio's plan for her. Watching the moon in the sky turn from a blood moon back to a normal red moon, Avon made no movement, still standing before the French window. After waiting a while longer, Avon changed into a tailcoat, and prayed devoutly. "Mr. Fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious master above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who controls good luck. I pray for your favor, I pray for your audience." Klein had just finished tidying up his things and changed into pajamas, and had just fallen asleep, when he heard the sound of prayer again, and his newly arrived sleepiness was dispelled. He listened carefully and realized it was the most familiar, the strength, Mr., who was also his friend Avon. He then endured the irritation in his heart and prepared to get up and enter the gray fog to respond to Avon's request, only to realize he was wearing pajamas, and had to change back into his formal attire. Although one could adjust their image and obscure their true appearance above the gray fog, and clothing would become very blurry, one could still generally discern what clothes were being worn. Klein did not want Avon to see a patient in pajamas, otherwise his image would immediately collapse. "What do you wish to see me about?" Mr. Fool's majestic voice echoed above the gray fog, and Avon even detected a hint of annoyance from being woken up. He thought about the time, it was quite late. "I want to ask you, when the blood moon erupted tonight, did anyone pray to you because of the full moon words, and how is her situation?" Klein's eyes widened slightly. He had always thought that Miss Justice wanted to recruit people into the Tarot Club, which was why his honorable name was leaked, but now it seemed that was not the case. This matter was serious. To put it bluntly, Miss Justice and the Strength Mister were forming factions under the Tarot Club's banner, behind Mr. Fool's back. But why would they do this? And why would they tell him directly? For a moment, the magnificent palace above the gray fog fell silent, as if unchanging through the ages. Chapter 231, Blaming Klein. My esteemed Mr. Fool, I have a subordinate in Military Intelligence Section 9, a Sequence 8 Beander of the Apprentice Pathway. Her magic potion formula and ingredients all originate from the Abraham family, a famous angel family of the fourth epoch. I guessed that you might be interested in this, and furthermore, she is plagued by the full moon language and could lose control at any time. I also wanted to give her a chance to live, so after Miss Justice suggested expanding the Tarot Club last time, I privately asked Miss Justice to recruit that lady. Avon saw Mr. Fool remain silent and explained his actions with trepidation. Is Miss Magician a Beander of the Apprentice Pathway? Then is Mr. Door also a Beander of the Apprentice Pathway? The Abraham family. Since they are such a powerful angel family, why have I never heard of them? The fourth epoch really hides a lot of secrets. So Miss Magician is Avon's subordinate, and I am now also Avon's subordinate. Does this mean that she and I are colleagues, to some extent? Since Miss Magician is a Military Intelligence Section 9 intelligence officer, then Miss Sharon, who lives with her, is very likely also a member of Military Intelligence Section 9 and Avon's subordinate. What is this? If Miss Sharon is also brought into the Tarot Club, there will only be 7 people in the entire Tarot Club, including Mr. Fool. At least 5 people will know Avon in reality, either as friends or subordinates. This Tarot Club is almost becoming Avon's personal club. It feels like Avon knows something about the Abraham family, but I wonder if he knows anything about Mr. Door. Mr. Fool Klein pondered his words, then said in a tapping tone. I am somewhat interested in the Abraham family. Considering this, I will not pursue your unauthorized connivance. What do you know about Mr. Door? Klein appreciated Avon's concern for his subordinates and his active efforts to find a way out for them, so he handled this matter lightly. Mr. Door is actually the ancestor of the Abraham family, Bethel Abraham. He can even be said to be the strongest below a true god in the fourth epoch, but he was sealed outside the cosmos in the final battle and has been calling for help. His family members have suffered greatly because of him. As Avon spoke, he also described the current situation of the Abraham family, causing Klein to sigh with emotion, and he also realized this was an opportunity. Due to the scarcity of Beyonders in the Divinator pathway, Klein was not very confident in collecting subsequent magic potion formulas and corresponding materials. However, the Apprentice pathway and the Marauder pathway are adjacent pathways to the Divinator pathway, as Rosal explicitly mentioned in his diary. If the Divinator pathway doesn't work out, Klein will turn his attention to the adjacent pathways. In this situation, Miss Magician is a very important channel. How do you know so much information? This information should be extremely secretive. Klein felt that what Avon knew exceeded what a secular nobleman should know. Avon, who had long known Klein would ask this, directly revealed a bitter smile and said, of course, this is not something an ordinary person like me should know. It's just that I recently found out that my family is not simple at all, and there are many related records. This is also something I only recently learned. Mr. Fool Klein felt the bitterness in Avon's heart, feeling that his friend seemed to be carrying a lot, but he couldn't comfort him at the moment. He could only suppress his curiosity and change the subject, saying, in reality, you will assign Miss Magician the task of contacting the Abraham family to learn more about their secrets. At this point, Klein felt more and more like a cult leader, a villain who secretly arranged for people to infiltrate other organizations. Avon, on the other hand, was very happy, because this was also what he wanted to do. From now on, he could do it legitimately without being suspected of ulterior motives. After all, this was Mr. Fool's command. Seeing that Mr. Fool seemed to have nothing else to say and was about to end the meeting, Avon proactively said, your dear, my friend Klein, wants to advance as soon as possible to take revenge in the future. I suggested he go to Backland and prepared a complete set of identity documents for him. I wonder if this will disrupt your arrangements. You only think to ask Mr. Fool's opinion now. What were you doing before? Klein couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly, but he only said profoundly, everything is the guidance of fate, you don't need to worry too much. Upon hearing this, Avon also kept complaining in his heart, "You won't die if you don't act like that, will you?" But still took the opportunity to say in surprise, "Do you know about the major event that is about to happen in Backland?" Klein, who was about to end the conversation, swallowed his words and his mind raced. He recalled Avon's earlier strong recommendation for him to go to Backland and then realized that Avon had a purpose in sending him there. "Oh, it seems you know quite a lot too." Watching Mr. Fool Klein, who actually knew nothing but pretended to know everything, Avon almost couldn't suppress the joy in his heart, but he could only say with reverence, "So you already knew everything, and everything is within your arrangements. I can finally rest assured and get some sleep. You don't know that I haven't been able to sleep for nights because of this matter. I originally thought I had escaped the disaster of Tingen City, but I didn't expect to jump into the greater disaster of Backland. Since everything is in your sight, the disaster in Backland will definitely be resolved smoothly." Avon rambled on, his sentences not even coherent, but Klein still understood that something bigger than Tingen City, and not a good thing, was going to happen in Backland. Klein knew that Avon was aware of the true creator's descent in Tingen City, yet Avon still judged that something more serious than Tingen City would happen in Backland. For a moment, Klein felt a chill down his spine, and his 008 PTSD was about to act up, making him suspect if he was the source of disasters, attracting misfortune wherever he went. He had just arrived in Backland and was already facing such a major event. He even felt a slight dissatisfaction with Avon, suspecting that he wanted him to come to Backland to influence Mr. Fool through him. Although his heart was full of complaints, Klein was still Klein. When faced with the actual situation, he couldn't give up. He still had to gather information, so he could only say in a relaxed tone, "I am neither omniscient nor omnipotent. Although I discovered some anomalies and made some arrangements before, I haven't understood the full picture yet. Do you have any information you can provide me? The demoness, representing disaster, is about to stir up trouble in Backland, while the royal family, which should represent order and protect everyone, is colluding with them. I'm sorry, Mr. Fool, I can only say this much. After all, I am also caught in the situation and cannot extricate myself." Avon said to Mr. Fool with an apologetic expression. Klein was equally shocked. Last time, when he communed with Mrs. Sharon in Tingen, he knew that the demoness pathway symbolized disaster, and the hunter pathway symbolized war. Many major disasters in the fifth epic were related to the demoness sect. Klein learned many secrets from Mr. Schumer, a mystery prior who had been transferred from the cathedral to Tingen. For example, the demoness sect's influence spans the entire North Continent, and its overall power surpasses that of any Orthodox church. Moreover, Klein now remembered that Avon was also an peripheral member developed by the demoness sect and Theosophy order. Previously, Klein was focused on the matters of Tingen City, so although he knew Avon had many identities and secrets, he never delved deeper. After all, he was living day to day at the time and had no mind to meddle in other people's affairs. Now, remembering Avon's status as at least a four-master servant, he also understood what Avon meant by being caught in the situation. Avon himself might be a part of the demoness sect's plan in Backland, likely forced to participate in many of the demoness sect's affairs, and as a baron and theft by the royal family, he was also subject to the royal family. The demoness sect was one thing, a natural villain, and it was normal for them to want to cause major trouble. But what Klein found most incredible was that the Augustus royal family, the guardian of the Loan Kingdom, actually colluded with the demoness sect to harm their own country and their own people. The people of Backland were facing a situation where there were external enemies outside and internal traitors within. The millions of citizens in the capital had already become fish on a cutting board. The power that should have protected them had now become the force harming them. Endless anger and infinite doubts surged in Klein's heart. Why was this happening? Klein really wanted to ask further, but he held back. On the one hand, his persona as Mr. Fool did not allow him to ask too many questions, otherwise, it would make Mr. Fool seem too weak, and even arouse Avon's suspicion. On the other hand, he knew that since the Augustus family was involved, Avon might know the truth but be unable to speak it. After all, the arbiter pathway represents the rules of the world, and it was very possible for Avon to have signed some confidentiality agreements. No wonder Avon said he was caught in the situation. His identity was completely crushed by these two major forces. Don't blame yourself. The information you provided is already a lot. At least it provides a very clear direction for my believers to investigate. Klein did not exaggerate this point. The information Avon provided would save him a lot of effort. Since there was nothing more to ask, Klein stopped talking and ended Avon's audience. Back in his newly rented house, Klein lay on the bed, no longer feeling sleepy, only a heavy stone pressing on his heart. After thinking for a while, he stood up and walked to the window, looking at the houses outside with only scattered lights, at the sparsely populated road, and at the faint stars in the sky obscured by the smog. His eyes were calm and deep. Avon, who had also woken up, recalled their previous conversation, reviewing the situation just now, and felt that he hadn't left any loopholes. This audience was very rewarding for Avon. First, he had effectively confessed to Klein about having formed a small clique within the Tarot Club. Klein would not be surprised or suspicious in the future when more and more of Avon's acquaintances joined the Tarot Club. At the same time, he had given Klein a heads up about the Backland smog, giving Klein the illusion that he was forced to participate in the demonist sect's plan and that he was being coerced and manipulated by the royal family. From now on, no matter what bad things Avon did and Klein witnessed, Avon could guide Klein to think in the direction of the royal family and the demonist sect. Avon was like a small white flower, weak, pitiful, helpless, and at the mercy of others. Next, Avon could confidently use the names of the demonist sect and the Augustus royal family to do his own things. From beginning to end, Avon's attitude towards the Backland smog was very clear. It was his ladder to ascend. The Backland smog was an opportunity for reckoning, an excellent stage to carry out his schemes. From the already declassified content of Lord of the Mysteries, it can be known that Mr. A's cooperation with the demonist sect to hold the true creator's descent ritual might be gone, and Avon now occupies Mr. A's original position. But as long as the large-scale disappearance of people in the East Borough is not concealed, the outbreak of the Backland smog event is inevitable. And as long as the Augustus royal family and the demonist sect still want to cover it up, they will still look for a scapegoat. Thus, Avon, as Mr. Z of the Aurora Order, and peripheral member of the demonist sect and Theosophy Order, and a high-ranking intelligence officer of Military Intelligence Section 9, could potentially control the entire Backland smog event. Moreover, because all parties would use every means to conceal what happened during the Backland smog, this would be a true window of opportunity, a truly uninhibited period. After thinking about his future plans and feeling that there were no problems, Avon changed out of his formal wear, put on his pajamas, and went to sleep. At dawn, the sunlight shone on Avon's bedside, and he, who never liked to lie in bed, woke up. After washing up, he came to the dining room for breakfast and indeed found Robert, who had woken up even earlier than him, reading the newspaper while eating breakfast. "You spent a whole day in Tingen City yesterday. How did it feel?" After thanking Butler Buck for serving his breakfast, Avon thought for a moment and said, "The Ahova Earl's court's control over Tingen City is already very deep. Any deeper would not be a good thing." Robert folded the newspaper and put it aside, looking at Avon with approval and saying, "The fact that you feel this way means that your trip last night was not in vain. Our influence in Tingen City cannot expand any further, it has reached its limit. Any more expansion would turn it into a state within a state. We must know when to stop, otherwise, before our grand plans are realized, we will have to face the iron fist of the Augustus royal family." Avon deeply agreed, nodding in approval, and his eyes immediately spotted the headline of today's newspaper. His Majesty personally appoints Tingen City Mayor to handle aftermath of Tingen City unrest. According to the Loan Kingdom's system, local administrative officials are generally elected by popular vote, one person, one vote, but the king has the power to directly appoint them, though this situation is rare. After all, this action could very likely trigger conflicts and contradictions between the central and local power factions. This is a test, and also a reminder. We should know when to stop and not be too greedy. In the words of Emperor Rosal, it's about acting like a grandson. Chapter 232, The Tarot Club meeting postponed for a week. George III's methods were simple and crude, something Avon was already used to, both in his past and present lives. It was a so-called obedience test. It was about bullying you to see if you would obediently comply. If you dared to resist, it meant you were unconvinced, and the iron rod would sweep over you with increased force. Therefore, the mayor dispatched by George III would implement drastic policies in Tingen, openly infringing upon the interests of Tingen's ruling class. However, Robert, representing the Ahova Earl's court, as the representative of Tingen's ruling class, could not resist the policies implemented by the mayor dispatched by George III. Instead, he had to actively cooperate and assist, while also appeasing the local power brokers in Ahova County. The balance was extremely difficult to strike. He had to cooperate with the new mayor's work, but also avoid losing face in front of the various nobles of Tingen, making Robert, the new Earl Ahova, appear too cowardly in the face of the royal family. However, Robert had to handle all these difficult problems. Avon didn't need to worry about them. But from Avon's understanding, Robert was a very proud person, and now having to humble himself, he was probably feeling very uncomfortable. Avon secretly glanced over and noticed Robert's body indeed trembled slightly, imperceptible to ordinary people. Clearly, he was furious to the extreme, so much so that he was almost losing control of his emotions. Things need to be looked at from two sides. This is both a test from the royal family and a symbol that George III is preparing to accept you. It seems he truly values this military reform. Not only does he want to quickly arrange a marriage alliance with you, but he is also impatient to test you at this very moment. Avon was also a person who hated being restrained and was very proud, so he naturally empathized with Robert's feelings. However, he couldn't offer any comfort, so he could only put a positive spin on things. Robert was startled for a moment, then nodded in agreement and said to Avon, "After returning to Backland, I will push for the establishment of a direct mobile force as soon as possible. You also need to make corresponding preparations. This includes, but is not limited to, follow-up arrangements for military intelligence Section 9 work, research and development of aircraft, detailed rules for troop formation, organizational structure planning, military budget, and a myriad of other tasks. The most important thing is to select suitable and loyal subordinates who can help you quickly gain control of the troops and who will absolutely obey your commands." George III's obedience test deeply insulted Robert, which made him determined to quickly possess an army under his control. Avon committed all of Robert's instructions to memory. After all, Robert was once a high-ranking military official, having risen through military achievements. His familiarity with the army was superior to Avon's, and his experience was extremely valuable. "I have a suggestion. When this army is formed, ordinary soldiers should not be drawn from other units but rather recruited separately. On the one hand, a blank slate is easier to paint on, and on the other hand, it is to maximize the rejection of hands reaching out from all sides. Brother, you have long-term military experience. You should understand that sometimes the combat effectiveness of an army actually depends on the most ordinary soldiers." Avon's words reminded Robert of his glorious years. Sometimes, when a war reached the point of bayonets clashing, Beander against Beander, ace against ace, in the final moments, it was indeed the most ordinary soldiers engaging in the most direct close combat that decided the final victory. Therefore, he strongly agreed with Avon's suggestion to recruit soldiers separately, but he had some doubts. "How do you plan to recruit soldiers?" "To be honest, excellent recruits are all being watched. They are the private reserves of various units and, apart from military expenses, the most fiercely contested pie among various legions each year. It's not easy to compete for excellent recruits." Avon also had his own considerations regarding this and said directly, I know that soldiers with clean backgrounds who are obedient and easy to use are difficult to recruit, so I don't intend to recruit those people anymore. I will directly recruit those who are extremely vicious, such as gang members, hooligan groups, pirates, and even wanted criminals are acceptable. 7. Hearing Avon's words, Robert, accustomed to regular army warfare, instinctively frowned but immediately realized that this was Avon's best method. When excellent recruits were difficult to compete for, recruiting extremely vicious individuals was indeed a viable strategy. Firstly, their combat ability was guaranteed. The people Avon mentioned were all individuals who enjoyed fighting and were almost all stained with blood. They didn't need the adaptation period to bloodshed that ordinary people required, and they didn't even need much training in relevant fighting techniques, they were all seasoned fighters. Secondly, these groups were always societal outcasts, with fewer connections to others, which could maximize the prevention of people embedding spies in the new unit. Finally, it would minimize conflicts with various forces within the military, reducing the resistance to forming the unit. That certainly sounds like a good idea, but there's also a problem. An army requires strict discipline, not like street thugs or gang fights. Can you tame these people? Even if a prisoner legion were to be recruited, it would still involve selecting the best among them, and the more excellent these individuals were, the more unruly and difficult to manage they would be. Avon smiled indifferently at this, took a sip of coffee, and said, "Have you forgotten what pathway of Beander I am? How to tame a hunter is my specialty, not to mention I am confident I can complete the acting in advance as soon as possible." Robert thought about the hunters he had encountered on the battlefield and put aside his worries. "I've been acting very smoothly recently, plus the harvester, Beander characteristic you gave me, perhaps I can break your record for advancing to sequence 5. Want to make a bet?" Avon looked at Robert opposite him with a slight challenge in his eyes. Robert chuckled, shook his head, and then said, "You are under 23, and in less than 3 months, you have already become a sequence 6 conspirer. I, however, became sequence 6 at 23 and sequence 5 at 27. Although our ages when we became sequence 6 are similar, your speed in acting and digesting the potion is clearly faster than mine. I estimate that in a few years, you will become a demigod, and perhaps even an angel is within sight. There's no way I can win this bet." Avon's lips curled up smugly, and he said no more. If Robert knew my plan, knew that I wanted to advance to demigod before the end of this year, he would probably be shocked. After Avon's interjection, Robert's mood improved somewhat. After discussing some follow-up matters with Avon, he left the Earl's court to make some preparations and lay some groundwork for the new mayor's arrival. Klein was busy all morning, investing in the bicycle project, publishing an advertisement in the newspaper, and sending a letter to Military Intelligence Section 9 to arrange a meeting with Avon. He was incredibly busy. The Military Intelligence Section 9 identity Avon arranged for Klein was also that of a field agent, responsible for collecting relevant intelligence. The advantage of doing this was extremely high freedom. As long as he reported the intelligence he collected regularly and completed tasks assigned by his superiors, he didn't have to report to Military Intelligence Section 9 every day. The disadvantage was that there was no future, as in any world, the closer one was to the leader, the easier it was to get promoted. Fortunately, Klein's ambition was not here, so this disadvantage was virtually non-existent for him. However, precisely because he was a field agent, he could not easily expose his identity and also needed a job that was presentable to outsiders. After careful consideration, Klein chose to become a reporter part-time detective. If he hadn't known that something big was going to happen in Backland, Klein would definitely have chosen to become a detective. But knowing that something big would happen in Backland and that the royal family was the mastermind, the identity of a reporter became very important. At least it could provide him with a certain degree of protection on the surface. After understanding the abilities of the arbiter pathway, Klein believed that to deal with such beyonders, one must be skilled at utilizing the rules they established. Since Rosal invented newspapers and the profession of reporter was born, reporters became inextricably linked with politics. Protecting reporters became a political unspoken rule, an invisible contract between the ruling class and the populace. The public opinion effect triggered by the media industry naturally serves as a supervisory role over the government. Although in practice it was more likely for them to collude, the inherent ecological niche determined the special nature of the media industry. On the surface, all official organizations had to protect the media industry. The killing of a reporter could sometimes cause even more uproar than the killing of a politician, as reporters were dedicated to gathering information, and the killing of a reporter could easily fuel conspiracy theories. This was also why Klein was so eager to meet with Avon. He hoped Avon could arrange a nominal reporter identity for him. He didn't even need a salary, the main thing was for the identity itself. As for retaining his detective identity, it was to broaden his sources of information. Detectives were more likely to gain the trust of the lower classes than reporters, and to uncover information from the shadows of the lower classes. After all, compared to reporters, people sometimes trusted detectives more, and the common people identified more with detectives as their own kind. Looking at the deep sleep flower, dragon blood grass, crimson sandalwood, and mint, among other herbs on the table, prepared for making holy night powder, which could create a spiritual wall, Klein couldn't help but sigh at how money flowed like water. Renting a house, placing advertisements, buying food, and purchasing various miscellaneous items had consumed more than half of the £300 Avon had given him. His wallet had shrunk severely, which was another important reason why he was so eager to contact Avon. If he didn't hand over the completed file to Avon, Military Intelligence Section 9 couldn't set up a secret bank account for him or pay him his salary and allowances. After completing the Holy Night Powder, and some talismans that could effectively improve his combat power, Klein glanced at his pocket watch and found that it was almost 3 in the afternoon, the time for the Tarot Club meeting. He quickly tidied up the things on the table and entered above the gray fog by taking 4 reverse steps. Sitting in his exclusive seat, Klein first notified little son Derek that the meeting was about to begin. After 1,000 breaths, he pressed his hands down on all the crimson stars with firmly established connections. As the crimson stars shone brightly, several humanoid figures shrouded in gray fog appeared in their respective positions. Klein's gaze swept across, noticing that Miss Justice and the Sun's spiritual and mental bodies had changed, and behind the high-backed chair where Mr. Sun Derek sat, a mystical symbol representing the sun appeared. Miss Justice Audrey was about to greet Mr. Fool as usual, but this time Mr. Hanged Man spoke first. Mr. Fool, I have collected a total of 19 pages of Emperor Rosal's diary this time. Thank you for your dear helping me eliminate Kilangos. These are the rewards I owe. As soon as Mr. Hanged Man spoke, he immediately stunned Audrey and Miss Magician Furs, who was attending the Tarot Club for the first time. Miss Justice was a participant in the assassination of Duke Nigan and knew the full extent of the incident, knowing that Kilangos was ultimately killed by a mysterious high-sequence Beander. Furthermore, she had reported this matter to Mr. Fool before, so she was somewhat mentally prepared for Kilangos being killed by Mr. Fool's deer. As a member of Military Intelligence Section 9, Furs also understood the inside story of Duke Nigan's assassination and knew that Military Intelligence Section 9 had used every means possible over the past 2 weeks to investigate the identity of that high-sequence Beander, offering a high reward. Previously, Furs didn't care about this bounty, as she didn't know when she would lose control and become a monster during a full moon. But after joining the Tarot Club and receiving the blessing of Mr. Fool, Furs had a desire to live and a longing to advance, so in recent days, she had even fantasized about finding relevant information to exchange for the bounty and advance as soon as possible. She did find information about that mysterious high-sequence Beander, but she hadn't expected this high-sequence Beander to become one of their own, rendering the intelligence useless. Moreover, she was surprised by the connection between the Tarot Club and reality. She had also checked Military Intelligence Section 9's archive records and found no records or descriptions of Mr. Fool. She had thought that Mr. Fool was a newly emerging hidden existence with little power in reality. But now, it seemed she needed to re-evaluate Mr. Fool's influence. As for little son Derek, he was not at all surprised that Mr. Fool had high-sequence Beander subordinates. In his opinion, for Mr. Fool, who could respond to his prayers, it was perfectly normal to have angels under him. Mr. Power Avon showed no reaction at all. However, it was precisely his lack of reaction that caught the attention of Audrey and Alger, making them feel that the connection between Power and Mr. Fool's subordinate forces might be far beyond what they imagined. This is the principle of equivalent exchange. Oh, and this is the new member of the Tarot Club, Madam Magician. Mr. Fool's words made Audrey and Alger sigh in their hearts. A pirate admiral who roamed the seas and possessed powerful sealed artifacts was not even considered by Mr. Fool. At the same time, they both nodded in greeting to the new member of the Tarot Club, Miss Magician, and reported their own code names, hoping to infer information about the new member through discernible details. Audrey quickly determined Furz's true identity simply by the temperament and hair color Furz displayed. At the same time, she wondered why Zio hadn't joined as well and kept looking at Avon. Alger, sitting opposite Audrey, also noticed Audrey's actions and speculated whether the new member knew justice and power in reality. That feeling of being isolated, which he had experienced last time, resurfaced. Chapter 233, Seeking a Ghost Ship. Alger then, with Mr. Fool's permission, materialized the diary content he had memorized. Soon, 6 pages of the diary reached Mr. Fool's hands. Klein, with a quick glance, almost couldn't maintain his composure, because the first page read: December 16th, contacted that poor fellow again, trapped in the depths of the storm, lost in the darkness. These diary entries were the same ones Avon had previously submitted, without any discrepancies. Klein, unwilling to give up, quickly flipped through several pages, finding that they were all ones he had seen before. He felt quite depressed but knew that as long as he couldn't reveal Chinese to the Tarot Club members, such situations would only become more frequent. The Tarot Club members, unaware of the situation, noticed that Mr. Fool didn't meticulously read Emperor Rosel's diary as he had before, which seemed strange. And Alger, the provider of the diary, felt even more uneasy, unsure what the problem was. Mr. Fool Klein quickly sensed their unease, knowing that his attitude had affected them, but to maintain his facade, he couldn't offer an explanation. He could only raise his hand, signaling for the exchange to begin. The strength Avon broke convention this time and spoke first. Let me say one thing first, all the material transactions I previously mentioned are cancelled. Avon's opening statement was astounding. Most of the materials he had mentioned last time were for advancing to Sequence 6 Conspirer and Demoness of Pleasure, with a small portion being sought for Klein's promotion to Sequence 7 Magician. Yet now, after only one transaction with Hanged Man, Alger for the True Root of Mist Tree Man, he had ended all previous requests. Everyone present quickly pondered the implications. Could Avon have attended a very powerful Beander gathering and acquired all the necessary materials from it? If this is true, compared to my Tarot Club, it certainly looks much more humble. Most of the current exchanges and transactions revolve around Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 magic potion formulas and magic potion materials. Even I, Mr. Fool, am just an empty shell. So, will Avon eventually see through Mr. Fool's facade and then suspect Klein? While Mr. Fool felt uneasy, Alger's mood was even worse. He had previously been overjoyed that Keelangos had died, leaving him with an island rich in Beander materials. He was excitedly preparing to accelerate his acting, diligently collecting relevant materials to advance as quickly as possible, then return to the island to collect the materials Avon needed and sell them to Avon at a high price, making a huge profit. However, this plan became a pipe dream just 2 weeks later. The immense blow almost caused him to lose his composure. Alger put in a great deal of effort to calm his emotions, barely managing to temporarily set aside the disappointment caused by the sudden collapse of a sky-high deal. He also once again realized just how powerful the force behind the strength was, enabling him to collect so many Sequence 6 Beander materials in just 2 weeks. Could he be a member of the Augustus royal family of the Loan Kingdom? Miss Justice is clearly a carefree young lady from a great noble family. If the Strength is a royal family member, it would fit my previous speculation that Miss Justice and Mr. the Strength know each other in reality. At the same time, Miss Justice Audrey was also surprised by Avon's speed in collecting materials, and she became even more eager to find traces of the psychology alchemists. She believed that Avon was able to collect so many materials, which are difficult for ordinary people to gather, so quickly because he had the backing of Military Intelligence Section 9, a large platform. The Tarot Club platform is highly secretive and transactions are convenient, but most participants are not high sequence, which means the transaction level is not high either. Audrey didn't worry that the Tarot Club and Mr. Fool were low, as Klein did. She simply thought that Mr. Fool had clearly just awakened and his real-world influence wasn't very large, making it difficult to provide more transaction demands. Therefore, she hoped to find and infiltrate the psychology alchemists, which primarily consisted of beyonders from the spectator pathway. Derek merely praised Mr. the Strength's initiative in his heart, wondering if the items he would need later could be obtained from Mr. the Strength, without the other members' extra thoughts. Furs, on the other hand, completely misunderstood what Avon meant by material transactions and couldn't grasp the implications behind Avon halting this exchange. She just felt that Mr. the Strength gave her a familiar feeling. After a few breaths, Alger said weakly, "A pair of dragon-eyed sea eagle eyes, price 2,000 gold pounds." This was one of the main materials in the wind-blessed formula Avon had sold him last time. The other main material, 6 crystallized feathers of the blue shadow falcon, was available on the island he knew about. His next plan of action was to go there and hunt the blue shadow falcon. "I can help you keep an eye out, but 2,000 gold pounds is really too low a price. It should be at least 2,800 pounds. Avon, with his information advantage, had guessed what transaction Alger would propose, so he had already kept an eye out for this material. Alger's heart stirred, feeling he needed to accelerate his trip to the island to hunt the blue shadow falcon. He believed that since Mr. the Strength had spoken, he must already have news of the dragon-eyed sea eagle. Otherwise, based on his previous observations of Mr. the Strength, he wouldn't directly haggle. 2,500 gold pounds, that's the highest I can offer. I also have some information about this material, but I can't guarantee I'll get it, which is why I'm still seeking it. Alger was not wealthy, so he naturally couldn't accept whatever price Avon named. Moreover, what he said was not false. There was news that the pirate kings were about to convene a grand pirate gathering of the 4 seas, where pirates from all over the world would gather. He had heard that dragon-eyed sea eagle eyes would appear at the gathering, and the news was released by a subordinate of the King of the 5 Seas. Whenever a grand pirate gathering occurred, the King of the 5 Seas, to dispel the concerns of participating pirates and attract more of them, would release many Beander materials. It was the King of the 5 Seas' persistence for over 100 years that established his exalted position among pirates. Even Queen Mystic, who founded a secret organization, could not compare to him. "All right, in a couple of days, I will initiate the transaction through Mr. Fool. Prepare the money." Avon didn't care about a small amount of money and was unwilling to haggle like a commoner, so he directly agreed to Alger's counter-offer, which caught Alger, who was preparing to negotiate, off guard again. Actually, Alger had wanted to propose conducting the transaction after some time, because he hadn't had much cash since helping Avon purchase the true root of Misttree Man. Moreover, his seafarer magic potion hadn't been fully digested yet, so he wasn't in a great hurry to collect all the materials. But Avon's quick remark prevented him from speaking out, and now he didn't want to, because in his mind, speaking out would be equivalent to exposing his financial difficulties to Avon, which Alger, who had always disliked Avon, was unwilling to do. So now he had to consider how to raise 2,500 gold pounds within a few days. Seeing Alger nod silently, Miss Justice Audrey eagerly spoke up. "Mr. Fool, your dear eliminated Keelangos this time, and I received a portion of the bounty. I should at least give him half." How should I transfer it? Klein, sitting at the top, heard Miss Justice say this and his eyes immediately lit up. He truly hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. But thinking that all the Tarot Club members were watching his reaction, he quickly calmed his emotions and said in a seemingly casual tone. You can offer it directly as a sacrifice, I can transfer it to him. Upon hearing Mr. Fool's reply, a huge weight lifted from Audrey's heart. After Keelangos's death, no one had publicly claimed to have killed him. Audrey's father, Earl Hall, sent people to collect the bounty, which totaled 10,000 gold pounds, plus various bounties from other countries, amounting to 20,000 gold pounds in total. The payment for Mr. Fool sending his deer to kill Keelangos should have been paid by Hanged Man, but Audrey believed she had also prayed and requested aid at the time, so she should share a portion of the bounty. Since Audrey was not yet an adult, the entire 20,000 gold pounds bounty was not held by Audrey herself. Instead, under Earl Hall's arrangement, it was invested in an equipment company in Backland involved in the construction of ironclad ships and some other military stocks. She could only command 5,000 gold pounds in cash, and she decided to give 3,000 gold pounds to Mr. Fool's deer first, and the rest would be given later. Hearing the exchange between Miss Justice and Mr. Fool, the always silent Miss Magician finally pieced together the truth of Keelangos's death. That is, Mr. Hanged Man wanted to eliminate Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos, so he used Emperor Rosal's diary as payment to enlist Mr. Fool's deer. Finally, with the help of information provided by Miss Justice, Keelangos was located and ultimately killed. This was completely different from Military Intelligence Section 9's conclusion. Military Intelligence Section 9 believed that the high-sequence Beander who ultimately killed Keelangos was there to silence him. Everything was a series of coincidences. The Tarot Club's actions inadvertently helped the organization behind Keelangos clean up the mess. Furs had essentially analyzed the inside story of Duke Nigan's assassination but could not submit this conclusion to Military Intelligence Section 9 for a reward. At the same time, she was invigorated. She hadn't expected Emperor Rosal's diary to be able to procure the aid of high-sequence Beyonders at the Tarot Club. So, would her subsequent magic potion formulas and materials also be easy to acquire? Now Furs deeply regretted not paying attention to Rosal's notes at Beander gatherings before, otherwise, she wondered how much she could have exchanged from Mr. Fool. Furs decided that after this Tarot Club meeting, she would definitely go sweep up goods at various Beander gatherings, especially looking for Miss Audrey, who had been collecting Emperor Rosal's notes. She cared deeply about Rosal's diary and would secretly buy any Rosal's diary that appeared at Beander gatherings. Wait, Furs suddenly thought of something and abruptly looked at Miss Justice beside her. Although the gray fog obscured her figure somewhat, she could still be seen as a beautiful young woman. Very young, very elegant, and increasingly familiar the more she looked. Furs constantly compared the Miss Justice in front of her with Miss Audrey, whom she knew in reality, and gradually, the two figures merged in her mind. The only daughter of Earl Hall, a great noble of the Lowen Kingdom, Miss Audrey, the pride of Backland's high society, is actually a worshipper of an evil god, a core member of a secret organization. Furs didn't know what others would think if they knew this news, but she herself was almost losing her composure on the spot. And perhaps sensing Miss Magician's gaze from her side, Miss Justice Audrey turned her head and nodded slightly to the other party as a sign of friendship, and incidentally, acknowledged her identity. Actually, Audrey didn't want to expose her identity to Furs so quickly, but Mr. Fool had brought Furs in too fast this time, leaving her no time to prepare in advance. If she had known Furs would attend the Tarot Club this time, Audrey would definitely have dressed up, instead of appearing in an outfit familiar to Furs. This lack of special attire, combined with the clue of Rosal's diary, directly exposed Audrey to Furs. The subtle actions of Miss Justice and Miss Magician were noticed by the other Tarot Club members, who all began to make their own guesses. Little Son, who was insensitive to various matters, didn't think much of it. Klein and Avon, who knew the inside story, didn't care. Hanged Man Alger, on the other hand, once again felt like an outsider, How could Miss Magician, who had just joined, also know Miss Justice in reality? Since she knew Miss Justice in reality, did that mean Miss Magician also knew Mr. the Strength in reality? Alger's current feeling was absolutely dreadful. And after Furs truly confirmed that Miss Justice was Miss Audrey, she also became certain that her joining the Tarot Club was definitely not an accident, it must have been a long-planned action. Because the opportunity for her to join the Tarot Club lay in the books borrowed from Viscount Glaint's home, as well as the Rosal text inclusion in the books and Mr. Fool's honorific name. Previously, Furs thought it was a coincidence, but now, thinking back, Miss Audrey was right there, and she was also a meander of the spectator pathway, skilled at guiding others. Why did Miss Audrey want to bring me into the Tarot Club? Was it out of kindness? Or malice? Avon, completely uninterested in Hanged Man Alger's inner drama and the recognition between Miss Justice and Miss Magician, spoke up. I am seeking information or the whereabouts of a ghost ship. I can offer a high reward based on the value of the ghost ship, with a minimum of 5,000 gold pounds and no upper limit. Avon's opening statement startled Hanged Man, who was immersed in his own inner drama. He subconsciously thought his identity had been exposed. But after thinking that he should not have had any interaction with Mr. the Strength, Hanged Man, who had basically confirmed Avon was a member of the Augustus royal family, felt that his chance to extort money had come. Chapter 234, The Transaction. What do you want a ghost ship for? Such a large object cannot be hidden, it will expose your identity. Alger tentatively asked Avon, because he was not only thinking about how much money he should extort, but also how to transfer the ghost ship. The ghost ship in his possession was not his property at all, but belonged to the Storm Church. He only had the right to use it, not ownership. If the Strength was a member of a secret organization, then the two of them could stage a play, and the Strength could simply seize it. Even if he was reprimanded by the Storm Church afterward, nothing serious would happen. However, according to his guess, if Avon was a member of the Loan Kingdom's royal family, then this ghost ship might be openly used by him. In that case, Alger could not use the aforementioned method for the transaction. Avon naturally knew the purpose of Hanged Man Alger asking this, and he said with a smile, I'm planning to find a ghost ship that can minimize the number of sailors required to operate it, to serve as my flagship. From what you're implying, do you have any relevant leads? Yes, I know of a ghost ship. It's over 100 meters long and 20 meters wide, capable of carrying more than 800 people. Because it's a ghost ship, it doesn't draw much water, so it can dock in various shallow areas without needing a deep water port. Moreover, it requires very few sailors to operate it. Everyone on board can become professional combatants, and the power cabin can carry more weapons and equipment. Alger provided some basic information about his ghost ship so that the Strength could assess its value. Meanwhile, Sun, who had been listening to their transaction, reacted slightly, because he heard terms like ship, sailor, and sea, which only appeared in textbooks. Could it be that Hanged Man, Miss Justice, and the Strength were not from other city-states, but from another world? Or were their locations in the same world as the City of Silver, but unaffected by the destructive and corrupting power? Son, Derek saw hope for saving the City of Silver and listened more intently to the other members' conversation, hoping to gain more information. And Avon, after hearing Alger's introduction, was indeed very tempted, because this ghost ship of his was already in the category of a large military vessel. This type of transaction is very complex, involving various aspects, and cannot be completed in a short time. I think we should not occupy the precious time of the other members of the Tarot Club. How about we discuss this in reality? You can decide the time and place. The Strength Avon sincerely requested an offline meeting with Hanged Man Alger. Once they met, their identities would be largely clear, which made Alger somewhat conflicted. But Alger was decisive after all. He had just escaped the Storm Church's scrutiny and had very little money on him. Yet, in 2 days, he would have to trade the dragon-eyed sea eagle's eyeballs with Avon, and he didn't want to lose face in front of Avon, so this meeting was already inevitable. And Avon was also very sincere. Seeing Hanged Man Alger hesitate, he he directly said. If our meeting goes smoothly, I can directly use that pair of dragon-eyed sea eagle's eyeballs as a deposit. Avon's words dispelled Alger's last concerns. He decisively asked Mr. Fool for paper and pen to write down the time and place. He did this because he didn't want Miss Justice and Miss Magician to know the relevant information. It's always wise to be cautious. Avon took the paper that floated from Hanged Man, looked at it, memorized it, and expressed his gratitude to Mr. Fool. Then he continued, 80 milliliters of demonic wolf blood, 2 jungle hunter fangs, and 10 drops of venom from a rainbow-bearded horned lizard. For each of these materials, I will pay 300 gold pounds. Hearing Avon's request, everyone present had a certain understanding. These were all auxiliary materials for a magic potion formula, not main ingredients. And Miss Justice and Hanged Man, who had attended the last gathering, basically concluded that these were auxiliary materials for a Sequence 5 formula. Because these materials could be considered accessories to the main materials Avon had sought last time, they were very typical auxiliary materials. Avon's speed in collecting materials is too fast. He must have used the large platform of Military Intelligence Section 9, and Count Horn must have helped him. My father vaguely mentioned that Count Horn is very impressive and a very strong Beander. The royal family even intends to marry a princess to him. Could Count Horn be a demigod to allow Avon to obtain the main materials for Sequence 5 so quickly? Otherwise, it's hard to explain. Audrey finally realized that Avon's promotion speed was unusual. Even if he was very good at digesting magic potion, he shouldn't have been able to collect all the materials so quickly. Meanwhile, Alger was filled with bitterness and jealousy. Although he knew it was wrong, his mouth still tasted sour. Avon was not surprised that everyone had no reaction to his transaction request. After all, these things came from very powerful Beander creatures and were usually sold with the main materials. Seeing that, Hanged Man, the Strength, and Miss Justice had successively made their requests, and Sun seemed to have no intention of speaking, Furs, who had been silently observing, mustered her courage and said, I wish to purchase the magic potion formula for the Apprentice Pathways Sequence 7 Feet Astrologer, to be paid in gold pounds. When Furs said this, she actually felt a bit guilty, because she had recently squandered a lot of money due to her lack of hope for the future, and she had no interest in the various tasks issued by Military Intelligence Section 9, so she was a bit short on cash. 1,000 gold pounds, no bargaining. As soon as Furs finished speaking, Avon immediately stated his price. Furs was first surprised, then troubled. Surprised that she could find the astrologer magic potion formula at the Tarot Club, and troubled by how to find the money. Should she ask Miss Justice Audrey for a loan in reality? Although joining the Tarot Club had objectively freed her from the full moon curse and eliminated the danger of losing control, it also linked her to secret organizations and the mysterious Mr. Fool, whose alignment was unknown. But this was not something she had been informed of beforehand, which left her with some reservations. Before understanding Miss Audrey's intentions, she did not want to get involved with her financially. I will raise the money as soon as possible. How should we conduct the transaction? Furs planned to seek out Avon in the next couple of days. The biggest event in Backland recently was the funeral of Earl Ahorva. Newspapers extensively reported on the old Earl's achievements, which also made Furs directly feel the power of the Ahova Earl's court. Based on their previous relationship, borrowing a few £100 from Avon should not be a big problem. I can give you the magic potion formula first. You just need to pay within a week. You can make a cash sacrifice to Mr. Fool, and Mr. Fool will help complete the transaction. Mr. Fool would even help with such things. Furs looked at Mr. Fool, who always had a faint smile, in surprise. Had his life level reached such a degree? No wonder he had described the master of the full moon curse in a teasing tone earlier. Furs thought, surprised yet feeling it was only natural. The sacrifice procedure is. After explaining, Avon made a request to Mr. Fool, then used the materialized paper and pen to write down the astrologer magic potion formula. The transaction is witnessed by Mr. Fool, you don't have to worry about it being fake. I believe Mr. Fool. Thank you for giving me ample time to pay. Furs took the formula and thanked Avon, then tried to memorize it. Miss Justice Audrey, as an elder of the Tarot Club, couldn't bear to see her friend struggle and couldn't help but say, "When you make a sacrifice, you can ask Mr. Fool to help you recall it. You don't need to specially memorize it, and if you encounter problems, you can also pray for Mr. Fool's help." Furs glanced at Miss Justice, felt her kindness, and thought for a moment before saying, "Thank you for the reminder. Your title truly reflects your character." Audrey felt a bit guilty, because she also knew it was improper to pull Furs into the Tarot Club without consulting her beforehand. But she believed Avon, who proposed it, should bear the primary responsibility, and she only bore secondary responsibility, so she continued. "Miss Magician, do you know about the role-playing method?" Furs was still looking at the magic potion formula. Hearing this question, she subconsciously nodded, then suddenly looked at Miss Justice, and then at the others. She noticed that everyone had no special reaction to the role-playing method, realizing that those who could join the Tarot Club were not ordinary people. This discovery made her involuntarily suspect that her entry into the Tarot Club was Mr. Fool's will, and Miss Justice was merely an executor. And Alger also elevated his opinion of Miss Magician in his heart. Because Miss Magician's attire had very obvious modern clothing characteristics, meaning she was not like Sun, who might come from an ancient tribe and could easily access the role-playing method. Miss Magician must be quite extraordinary. The members chosen by Mr. Fool are all very mysterious, and they must not have been chosen for no reason. But what about me is worth Mr. Fool's attention? Alger couldn't help but examine himself, trying to find what about him could be valued by Mr. Fool. Seeing that no one else had any transaction needs, Mr. Fool began the discussion session, first inquiring about Sun's City of Silver, gaining more information from it. And the others also gained a deeper understanding of Sun's origin, while continuously raising their estimation of Mr. Fool's strength. After all, that was the forsaken land of the gods, that even the 7 Orthodox churches and Emperor Rosal were searching for, yet Mr. Fool easily found it. This couldn't help but shock them. And after Mr. Fool finished speaking about the relevant information, Alger spoke again. General Hurricane Kilangos's fleet has been subdued, and a new pirate general has been born. Audrey, who was quite interested in sea matters, cooperatively asked, "What is her name? What is her title? There hasn't been similar news circulating in Backland yet." "She is a lady, nicknamed Disease Maiden Tracy. Have you heard of her?" "No, I know very little about this." Audrey answered honestly, not feeling that this was showing weakness at all, because this was true intelligence. Pretending to know when you don't, and then being exposed, would only make others look down on you more. Alger was silent for a moment. He hadn't expected Miss Justice truly didn't know this information, which he thought was common knowledge. But he didn't explain much, saying, "In short, she subdued Kilangos's fleet last week, proving her strength as a pirate general with facts. She renamed Kilangos's ship, Black Death. No one knows what pathway of Beander she is. Her enemies often suffer from various diseases and are frequently killed due to inexplicable mistakes. Ha ha ha, Assassin Pathway Sequence 5 Feet Demoness of Afflictions. It's more accurate to use, for him. This is also a form of respect for him. After all, the demoness sect's demonists all value their former male identities quite a bit." Avon interjected after Alger's introduction to show his extensive knowledge, while secretly guessing that the Augustus royal family would likely assign him certain tasks soon. Disease Maiden Tracy was an important link in the slave trade from the sea to Backland. Her sudden high-profile subjugation of Kilangos's fleet was to divide corresponding territories and plunder tribes and populations on relevant islands. Because once a pirate general is established, direct clashes are to be avoided as much as possible, there is a certain unspoken understanding between them. Unless there are irreconcilable conflicts, the 4 kings and 7 generals will not fight to the death. This was also a rule established by the King of the 4 Seas. Moreover, since the royal family and the demonist sect were collecting slaves from the periphery, it meant that they had reached their limit in plundering Backland and could begin their accounting operations. Demonist sect, former male identity, he. Furs, who didn't know much about the assassin pathway, widened her eyes. With her author's rich imagination, she combined some records from Military Intelligence Section 9 and quickly understood the meaning, feeling that she could use this theme to write a shocking work. Both the male and female protagonists are characters who confuse their own genders, which could lead to a love story involving only two people, but actually four. Disease General was ready-made material. If there could be another cold and cruel character as corresponding material, that would be even better. For a moment, Furz's inspiration flowed like a burst dam, and she could barely control the expression on her face. At this moment, even Avon, who knew Furz best, had no idea what she was thinking. Only Audrey, sitting beside Furz, could sense Furz's extraordinary excitement through her telepathous ability. Then, at Miss Justice Audrey's request, Alger introduced the situations of the other 4 kings and 7 generals, expanding the knowledge base of Mr. Fool and Miss Justice, who benefited greatly. Seeing that no one else had anything to share, Avon glanced at Mr. Fool, cleared his throat, and said, "Last week, a great angel battle occurred in Backland. More than 1 or 2 angels and 0 feet level sealed artifacts appeared. It even nearly triggered a descent of a god. Augustus I, the founder of the Augustus royal family, personally intervened, and the Angel of Fate under the corrupted creator nearly destroyed all of Backland. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description." Chapter 235, Furz's Dilemma. An angel war broke out in Backland, almost causing a descent of a deity. Why didn't I know? Hearing Avon's words, the same thought surfaced in everyone's mind, because apart from Klein and the Sun, everyone else had been in Backland during that period and had no inkling of it. Even the Sun, Derek, who had been detached from the group's discussion, showed clear emotion regarding this matter. After all, the terms deity and angel were simply too sensitive. Having received a complete general education in the City of Silver, he clearly understood their weight. "Mr. Strength, you said an angel war broke out in Backland last week. His Majesty Augustus I, the founder of the Lewin Kingdom, is still alive." Miss Justice, Audrey, was the first to ask back, stammering and speaking somewhat incoherently. "Augustus I, as the founder of the Lewin Kingdom, is of course alive. As for the angel war that broke out, it is also true. Ouroboros, the king of angels under the true creator, pursued the life counselor of the secret organization Life Council to Backland, which eventually led to the appearance of Augustus I. The two sides engaged in a brief war in Backland, almost causing the storm god to descend." Seeing that everyone was somewhat disbelieving, Avon elaborated further. His speculation about the storm god's descent was based on the fact that the Evernight goddess was busy in a tug-of-war with Adam over 008 and Death's Legacy, and the Lewin Kingdom was not the god of steam and machinery's main territory, making his descent difficult. Thus, it was only possible that the storm god was paying attention to this matter. "I heard that the Life Council recently experienced an internal strife, and it seems to be in a leaderless state. The specific situation is unknown. Moreover, something seemed to have happened at the St. Wind Cathedral in Backland last week, and the atmosphere was very tense." The hanged man, Alger, spoke at the opportune moment, revealing a piece of intelligence he had gathered from the Storm Church, which he had initially thought worthless, thus corroborating Avon's words. On the surface, this war was merely a sudden incident caused by Ouroboros and the Life Counselor, but it contained a profound conspiracy. Seeing that everyone had processed his words, Avon continued. "Ouroboros had no chance of winning by barging into Backland, but he still did so at great risk. This was to conceal the descent of the fallen creator. What? The true creator has descended upon the world." Everyone present, regardless of rank, looked directly at the fool, who sat at the head, hoping to receive confirmation from the fool. And the fool, Klein, looking at the shocked expressions of his members, said casually. One of my dear witnessed the entire event. The fallen creator has indeed descended upon the world. After receiving personal confirmation from the fool, everyone present looked at each other, unsure how to speak. One must know that this was an era where deities no longer manifested in the world, yet the true creator, an evil god, had descended. Was this the prelude to the world's destruction? Miss Justice, Audrey, once again felt the urgency to advance. Although her family was a prominent secular noble, once caught in a high-level Beander world confrontation, all good things would be like bubbles in the sun, bursting at a touch. This point, which Audrey increasingly understood, made her very certain and very worried. The newly joined Miss Magician, on the other hand, paid even closer attention to the fool witnessing the entire process, and couldn't help but speculate that the fool was behind the true creator's descent, or even that the fool was an alternate identity of the true creator. But then she thought, if the fool truly was another identity of the true creator, he wouldn't need to call himself a fallen creator, would he? Thus, it was highly likely that the fool sent his dear to help the true creator resurrect. What did this mean? Were evil gods forming a grand alliance? Which side should she stand on? Alger also pondered the potential impact of this matter, but due to insufficient information, he couldn't deduce what would happen next, feeling extremely agitated. Yet, he also knew that regardless of how the future situation developed, the world's destiny had already changed. And the son, Derek, was even more deeply plunged into despair. The crisis in the City of Silver had not yet been resolved, and was the world of the Hanged Man about to perish. He had been hoping to save the City of Silver through the Tarot Club. Seeing everyone's varied expressions, Klein knew he had scared them, so he could only add another comforting remark. He has not fully descended upon the world. Although it brings new variables, the overall situation of the world is still controllable. Receiving comfort from Mr. Fool, the Tarot Club members all breathed a sigh of relief. And Furs once again sensed the difference, believing that Mr. Fool was not on the side of the true creator, but rather on the opposite side. The true creator's dear who witnessed the event was not there to help, but possibly to obstruct. Otherwise, Mr. Fool would not have said, the situation is still controllable. This discovery made Furs feel a little better. At least for now, Mr. Fool was not the kind of evil secret existence, which eased her psychological burden a bit. May I ask, Mr. Fool, do the 7 gods know about this matter? Do you know what their reaction is? What price do I need to pay for the answer to this question? Miss Justice asked another crucial question. The ones who had always fought against evil gods in this world were the 7 orthodox gods. How would I know? Although it's highly probable that the 7 gods don't know about this, the 7-god alliance is very fragile, and no one can say for sure. Mr. Fool chuckled lightly, then shook his head, leaving Audrey and the others with infinite room for imagination, but they dared not inquire further. Seeing that everyone was no longer asking about the true creator, Mr. Strength, Avon, spoke again. Someone is orchestrating a grand conspiracy behind Backland. The Demonist Sect, Theosophy Order, Aurora Order, and the Lewin Kingdom are all involved. The assassination of Duke Nigan and the sea slave trade are very likely related to this. Backland might face a great catastrophe. If anyone has relevant intelligence, you can tell me, and I will pay a reward accordingly. Please trust my credit. Mr. Strength Avon's words once again drew everyone's attention. Just heard that I walked on a tightrope of life and death, and now I have to face a life and death crisis again. Miss Justice, Audrey, and Miss Magician, Furs, sighed inwardly at the misfortune of life. Since joining the Tarot Club, the information they had heard was all at an extremely high level, and their former happy lives seemed to be fading away. This made them fully understand what ignorance is bliss meant. However, Klein, who was sitting at the head, felt a stir in his heart and something strange, because according to what Avon had previously told Mr. Fool, he was deeply involved in the Backland disaster and should be very familiar with the inside story. Why would he issue such a task at the Tarot Club? The doubt in his heart flashed by, and Klein suddenly understood that the task Avon issued was a reminder to Mr. Fool, even pointing out the direction of investigation. He couldn't reveal the relevant information directly, so he could only hint in this way. Mr. Fool, Klein, thought for a moment and said, "You don't need to rush, the conspiracy is still brewing, you still have time." This was Mr. Fool endorsing Avon, making the impending great catastrophe in Backland a high-probability event in the minds of the Tarot Club members, increasing their sense of urgency. It gave the Hanged Man more motivation to investigate the sea slave trade, and made Miss Justice and Miss Magician more proactive in investigating the secrets of the Lewin Kingdom. These two areas were currently beyond Klein's capabilities, and he needed the Tarot Club members to help with the investigation. As for Klein himself, he planned to investigate the underground human trafficking situation in Backland. If possible, he would investigate the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order. These two secret organizations were his biggest concerns. Compared to them, Theosophy Order would be a lower priority. Seeing that no one had anything further to discuss, Klein waved his hand, announcing the end of this Tarot Club meeting. After everyone stood up and bowed, he severed their connection with the gray fog. Furs, waking up from her bed, stood up and walked around the bedroom floor barefoot twice, feeling no abnormalities in her body, which eased her mind a little. Then she recalled the scene of participating in the Tarot Club just now. She felt that the Tarot Club was not as evil as she had imagined before, nor did it have the strict subordinate relationships she had imagined. Everyone did not know each other, and it seemed more like a mystical gathering chosen by Mr. Fool. Besides not being able to withdraw at will and not being able to leak relevant secrets, it seemed that they only needed to abide by the principle of equivalent exchange. Even Mr. Fool had to pay a corresponding price to obtain Rosal's diary, which unexpectedly made her feel at ease. Perhaps Miss Audrey truly regarded this gathering as an ordinary mystical gathering, which is why she wanted to pull me into it, and accidentally solved my full moon curse. Thinking about how Audrey had previously wanted to bring herself and Zio to participate in gatherings, as well as her occasional rookie behavior, Furs felt that this speculation was quite plausible, and she couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. All of this is still my speculation. I'll wait until I see Miss Audrey to say more. Since she admitted her identity at the Tarot Club, she probably won't mind me asking her for confirmation. I'll just ask her directly. After deciding to ask Miss Audrey about her joining the Tarot Club, Furs couldn't help but get a headache about how to raise 1,000 gold pounds. This was not a small sum, it was enough to buy an apartment even in downtown Backland. Yet, she didn't want to borrow money from Miss Audrey at this time, even though she already knew that the bounty for Kilangos had been claimed by Miss Audrey. The hair Furs cut off when she lost control during the full moon was of very high quality, but she unexpectedly faced heavy price reductions from buyers. Because they were looking for clues related to the Aurora Order, starting last week, Military Intelligence Section 9 and the three great churches conducted a major investigation into the inexplicable appearance of hair and human tissue sales on the market. Furs even heard that anatomy classes at medical schools, which never lacked corpses for dissection, had been suspended. It was only then that Furs realized that the income from selling corpses was one of the Aurora Order's main sources of income. In this situation, even wigs in the wig market had to state their origin. However, Furs's hair couldn't be exposed to the light. Even though she herself was a member of Military Intelligence Section 9, if an unexplainable wig was discovered, she would definitely be thoroughly investigated, and then no secrets could be kept, and many people would be implicated. So, she was currently sitting on a treasure mountain but unable to realize its value. If it really doesn't work, I'll find Avon. Given our previous acquaintance, he shouldn't be stingy. At the same time, I need to resume our work relationship to inquire about the disaster behind Backland. Previously, Furs had clearly told Avon that she felt hopeless about the future due to the full moon curse and had no desire to work. She had also voluntarily asked Avon to help transfer her merits to Zio, which helped Zio become a Sequence 7 interrogator in one fell swoop. Since then, Avon had not assigned any tasks to Furs. Now that the full moon curse was resolved, It was natural to clarify things, resume accepting tasks, earn money and merits, and investigate the impending disaster in Backland. Thinking of this, Furs couldn't help but tug at her hair, but after 2 tugs, she gently smoothed it back, feeling a pang of heartache. To be honest, if she wasn't uncertain about convincing Zio to leave with her, she really wanted to escape Backland right now. After all, her only relative had already abandoned her, and was not in Backland, so she had no deep ties to Backland at all. However, thinking of Zio's persistence regarding her father's injustice, she knew she absolutely couldn't take her away without a reasonable explanation, and she couldn't abandon her, so she could only reluctantly give up the idea of escaping. Suddenly, Furz's gaze sharpened. She thought of Zio's father, Mason Dill's mysterious death, the connection between the Lewin kingdom and the Backland disaster, and Avon's explanation of the matter back then. A guess gradually formed in her mind. That is, could Zio's father's death be related to the Lewin kingdom's conspiracy? Could it be related to this great catastrophe? Thinking of this, Furz's heart could no longer remain calm. She paced back and forth in the bedroom, hesitating whether to tell Zio about this. But her intelligence came from the Tarot Club, and to explain it clearly, she would inevitably have to pull Zio into the Tarot Club. Furs believed that if she dared to casually leak relevant information without bringing Zio into it, Mr. Fool, who seemed kind, would definitely make her regret coming into this world. Furs, who had reviewed numerous military intelligence Section 9 documents with Avon's help, was all too familiar with the consequences of betraying a secret organization. Thinking of the R-rated photos in the archives, Furs couldn't help but shiver. Just then, Furs heard the door creak open. Opening it, she saw Zio looking at her with a concerned expression. Looking at her friend who wanted to inquire about what had happened but dared not speak, Furs fell into a deep dilemma. Chapter 236, The Hunting Plan. Ever since Furs decided to break free from the full moon curse, Zio had been very concerned about Furz's movements. After all, Furs had personally admitted to being a member of an evil god organization. Because she was worried that Furs might do something under the evil god's instigation at any time, Zio had been watching Furs with a mixture of worry and caution, which made their relationship somewhat awkward now, and Furs had no way to explain. After thinking for a moment, Furs still felt that she couldn't hide the matter of Mason Dill from Zio. This was not what a friend should do. So, she cautiously asked, Zio, if you could avenge your father, but the condition was to join an evil god organization, what would you choose? Zio Derecha was clearly stunned by this question but quickly reacted. Furs had learned the truth or clues about her father's death from the secret organization she joined, but she couldn't reveal it easily, which was why she asked. But could this be a trap by Furs, the evil god worshipper, who knew her well? Zio Derecha looked at her good friend, also falling into deep contemplation. Klein was filled with joy as a stack of banknotes appeared before him. The £3,000 from Miss Justice came at just the right time, not only solving his urgent needs but also allowing him to collect the magic potion formula and materials for Sequence 6 Faceless in advance. Of course, if he truly wanted to advance to Sequence 6, this amount of money would definitely not be enough, so Avon's salary and allowances were still very important. Just then, Klein's spirituality stirred. He walked out of his bedroom, opened the door, and found the postman delivering mail to his mailbox. The young postman, perhaps not expecting anyone to be home during the day, was clearly startled but quickly presented the letter with both hands. Klein felt a bit strange. He had just arrived in Backland and hadn't established any social connections, so why would someone send him a letter? He then looked at the sender, Carl Woodward. He slapped his head, realizing it was Avon's reply. That was fast. I just mailed the letter this morning, and I received a reply in the afternoon. This must be a convenience only military intelligence Section 9 has, otherwise, the Backland post office wouldn't be so efficient. After thanking the postman, Klein entered the house, found a letter opener, and opened it to read. 7 p.m., Backland Bridge District, Braveheart's Bar. Klein's hand trembled, and the letter paper in his hand automatically ignited. After throwing the burnt letter ashes into the trash can, Klein retrieved the document bag Avon had given him in Tingen from his bedroom, opened it, picked up a fountain pen, thought for a moment, and wrote, Sherlock Moriarty, in the name field. As the streetlights began to illuminate the city, Robert returned home early today, and Avon was already waiting for him at the villa. So, did Ms. Amanda agree to that matter? Was she very angry? Avon knew that Robert would fully disclose his impending marriage alliance with the Lewin kingdom today. Ms. Amanda's reaction would determine how their subsequent plans should unfold. Amanda's reaction was better than I expected. She asked me why, and I told her everything fully. And I promised that I would definitely marry her in the end, and that I wouldn't get married in a short time, only engaged. She said she needed to think about it. Robert rubbed his face with both hands, looking very tired, which made Avon sure that things were not as simple as he made them sound. But since Robert wasn't saying, Avon didn't ask further. After all, to some extent, it was a private matter between a couple, and even as a younger brother, he couldn't interfere. He could only hope Robert would handle it well. Setting aside the royal marriage alliance and appeasing Amanda, Robert took out a telegram and said, This is a telegram from Hope from St. Milan City, sent directly via the Fasak Empire's intelligence agency's official radio station. It's both to let us know he's safe and to indicate that his vetting of Petrov Andrei went very smoothly. Avon took the telegram and found that the code words on it were the same as previously agreed, and he also breathed a sigh of relief. The opportunity to send a telegram using the Fasak Empire's intelligence agency's radio station was not easy to come by, so the content of the telegram was very long. It not only hinted that the original mission had been completed but even indicated that the newly received mission concerning contacting the Fasak Empire's disillusioned had made great progress. In addition, Petrov Andrei also offered a token of loyalty. A demigod from the Einhorn family had already gone to Backland, purpose unknown. Finally, Mr. Hope mentioned that Petrov Andrei hoped to sever ties with the Intis Republic. He no longer wanted to be a triple agent, so he hoped Robert could help him break Intis's control over him. It seems Petrov Andrei truly wants to jump ship. He even proactively suggested severing his ties with Intis. Before Mr. Hope went to the Fasak Empire, Robert had already confided the Horn family's secret to Mr. Hope, telling him that in addition to vetting Petrov Andrei in the Fasak Empire, he also needed to thoroughly understand the Fasak Empire's royal family, the Einhorn family, and conduct a comprehensive investigation into internal Fasak Empire affairs. Therefore, this time, Mr. Hope contacted Petrov Andrei as a member of the main branch of the Einhorn family, not in the name of the Lewin Kingdom's intelligence agency. After learning the origin of the Horn family, Petrov Andrei, who was being held by the Intis Republic, immediately expressed his desire to cooperate. Regardless of the reason, being approached repeatedly, Petrov Andrei already felt that the exposure of his identity was only a matter of time. And as long as his actions were known to the royal family, he himself, and even his family, would not be able to escape disaster. So, when the desperate Petrov Andrei heard Hope recount the history of the Horn family, and then inquired about some clues, confirming they were true, he immediately chose to defect. Since he was already in a desperate situation, and now had a chance to save himself, he absolutely could not let it go easily. This was not rebellion, but a reversal, at least, that's what he thought. But since he was jumping ship, Petrov Andrei couldn't give his new boss the impression that his will was not firm, so his proactive suggestion to sever ties with the Intis Republic was understandable. Robert, what are your thoughts? Do you agree to his request, or refuse? Avon listened to the telegram twice, unable to make a decision, because Petrov Andrei was a rat developed by the Intis Republic. Robert and Avon could completely leverage this relationship to influence the Intis Republic's intelligence agency, and even possibly achieve a big gain with a small investment, stirring up the entire world situation. This was not an exaggeration, it was very possible to achieve. Such a good card was really hard to let go of. You also need to look at the problem from Petrov Andrei's perspective. Not severing his ties with the Intis Republic is good for us, but bad for him. He might be testing how much we value him, to see if we will consider his interests, and if we are worthy of his loyalty. At the same time, he is also worried that his lingering ties with the Intis Republic will constantly remind us that he has already substantially betrayed the Fasak Empire. He must be very concerned that this will affect our perception of him. So, no matter what, we must support his suggestion to sever ties with Intis and provide assistance. Only then can he cooperate with us with peace of mind. After listening, Avon thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, while also sighing at Robert's grasp of human nature. He truly was someone who had been in politics. Petrov-Andrei's little thoughts couldn't hide from him at all. Petrov-Andrei is very important. With his help, Hope's actions in the Fasak Empire will be much safer. From now on, Hope will have to operate long-term in St. Milan City in the Fasak Empire. Without strong protection, he will be unable to move an inch. Are you planning to have Mr. Hope stay in the Fasak Empire long-term? Avon was very surprised by Robert's decision, because Mr. Hope could be said to be his right-hand man, his shadow, yet he was willing to let him stay in the Fasak Empire permanently. We need a hand reaching into the Fasak Empire, and Hope is to be that hand. I have absolute trust only in him, and his staying there can also put Petrov-Andrei's mind at ease. Avon was silent. Mr. Hope staying there could actually be considered as a hostage Robert placed in Petrov-Andrei's hands. On the Intis Republic side, the one in charge of Petrov-Andrei's line is a demigod. You don't need to worry about him, I'll arrange to eliminate him. But other people who might know Petrov-Andrei will have to be handled by you. This is a list of people who might be aware of Petrov-Andrei's identity. They are all people who may have participated in relevant intelligence activities. We cannot take the slightest risk, so you will have to handle the cleanup. Avon almost laughed out loud when he took the list, because the first name on it was Becklin Jean Martin, the current Intis Republic ambassador to the Luan Kingdom. He had participated in the intelligence operation to steal armored ship secrets, and because the intelligence source was Petrov-Andrei, they were allowed to establish a direct communication channel as an exception for convenience of action. Although Becklin Jean Martin didn't know who was on the other end of the radio, nor Petrov-Andrei's identity. But he knew that there was a high-ranking rat in the Fasak Empire's intelligence agency, and this point was very fatal, enough to make Robert want to kill him. Thinking of this, Avon recalled the content of Lord of the Mysteries and only then belatedly realized that Becklin's transfer from Backland might not have been solely due to his espionage activities being discovered and protested by the Luan Kingdom. After all, it's not uncommon for foreign ambassadors to engage in intelligence work. If the Luan Kingdom protested and the Intis Republic had to comply, that would be too weak. So, Becklin's assassination was more likely for the protection of Petrov-Andrei, which is why he was recalled by his own country. This job won't be easy. Becklin himself is a Sequence 6 conspirer, not to mention a very difficult Sequence 5 marionettist by his side. The best way to eliminate Becklin is to use his weakness for women to get close to him, then suddenly attack and assassinate him. The original work has already provided the best example. But a marionettist is the bane of all stealth beyonders. Even Avon wouldn't be too confident in assassinating Becklin under his protection, unless he borrowed the power of Bonaparte's fortitude. But then the gains would be too low, and there would be the risk of exposure in front of Robert. After all, this was an assassination in the Backland City area, which would definitely cause a big stir, and nothing could be hidden. Military Intelligence Section 9's investigation reports would all end up in Robert's hands. Once traces of an iron-blooded knight appear, Backland would certainly enter the highest level of alert again. If it were easy, it wouldn't be given to you. Didn't you aspire to become a demigod? To become the strongest conspirer? Can't you even handle this small matter? Robert took a sip of his coffee and teased. I'll take this job. Isn't it just one Becklin Jean Martin? I'll give you the result within a week. Avon was still very susceptible to Robert's taunts, so he directly patted his chest and made a guarantee. What do you think about the news that the Einhorn family has dispatched a demigod to Backland? After finishing with Petrov-Andrei's matter, Avon brought up the intelligence he provided. I don't think much of it. The old Earl has passed away, the world's situation is unstable, and I've practically written, ambitious, on my face. It would be strange if they didn't send someone. However, this is an opportunity for you. Sequence 4 demigod Beander characteristics are hard to find, and a hunter pathway demigod who is detached from the main force is even harder to find. If you can find and eliminate him, your future path will be much smoother. Avon was stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't thought of this at all, because he already had Bonaparte's fortitude, and planned to find a suitable time to have the Lewin kingdom bring out this sealed artifact as a resource for his promotion. So, when he heard that an iron-blooded knight was coming, he didn't react much. After Robert's reminder, Avon's mind finally turned around. That's right, why cling to the Bonaparte's fortitude sealed artifact and have it go through the Augustus family? Wouldn't it be better to eliminate an iron-blooded knight? Perhaps it could even stimulate the Faesac Empire's hostility towards the Lewin kingdom and cause the Einhorn family to misjudge. Backland is so big, if a demigod deliberately hides, it will be very difficult for us to find him. Avon believed that with the City of Calamity, he would eventually encounter this iron-blooded knight due to the Beander characteristic aggregation law, but the longer it took, the greater the variables. That iron-blooded knight still didn't know his whereabouts had been exposed, which was their biggest advantage. You don't need to worry about this matter. I already have a plan. Once you eliminate that ambassador, we can take action. Robert planned to use the Grade 0 sealed artifact in Amanda's possession to pinpoint that demigod. But just thinking about having just upset her and then having to turn around and ask for her help made his face hurt. Chapter 237. Hunting, Rosago. After discussing the relevant matters, Avon directly burned the list in his hand. Although he had only glanced at the list, the intelligent brain granted by his conspirer pathway allowed him to remember it perfectly. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Military Intelligence Section 9 is in disarray after you split it. Military Intelligence Section 9 was ultimately split into two departments by Robert, in conjunction with various forces. The Internal Department was named the Internal Affairs Department, reporting to the Parliament, while the external one retained the name Military Intelligence Section 9, falling under the Defense Department. Avon officially ascended to the position of Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9, responsible for intelligence work concerning the Faesac Empire. Ascending to a high position at a young age inevitably invited criticism, but fortunately, the old Earl had not been deceased for long, and his influence remained. Robert, as the architect of the split, gained immense authority, and with His Majesty's strong backing, although public opinion was fervent, Avon ultimately settled firmly into his new position. His Majesty George III's strong backing was not given freely, it was exchanged for Robert's full support of the Tingen city mayor appointed by the king. Of course, a deeper reason was that George III believed the current Avon was the incarnation of a sealed artifact he could control, so he was happy to see him rise. It's already late. Have dinner here before you go. Unbeknownst to them, they had been talking for 2 hours, and the butler had entered for the third time to remind them to eat. Robert looked at the twinkling stars outside the window and urged him to stay. No, I have an appointment. I can't break it. Hearing that Avon had an appointment, Robert said no more, but just as Avon was about to leave his study, he suddenly called out to Avon and said, "You've also reached marriageable age. Do you have any plans?" Avon was stunned by this, then said with a strange expression, "You can't drag others down just because your own relationship isn't going smoothly, Robert." Robert shook his head and solemnly said to Avon, "I'm not making trouble for you because of my own troubled relationship or marriage. I'm concerned about my younger brother's marriage as an older brother. After all, our parents are already gone. If I don't care about your marriage, who will? Do you have a young lady you like? If not, I'll have the butler arrange for you to attend various gatherings." The butler, standing beside them, looked at Avon with an expectant expression upon hearing this. As a servant family that had served the Horn family for generations, he was very concerned about the Horn family's branching out. Earl Robert, the head of the family, was already practically engaged to the royal family. Wouldn't the next one be the Earl's younger brother? Avon burst into laughter. He truly hadn't expected Robert to be concerned about such matters, or to genuinely want him to start a family. He knew that his own concern for Robert's marriage was for future gain, not genuine care for Robert's emotional life. Although he found it somewhat amusing, Avon's heart felt warm. However, he currently had no such inclination, so he could only politely decline. Robert, you should know what we are doing. It's better not to implicate others. Avon was speaking the truth. If he were to marry an ordinary noble lady, it would be dragging her into a bottomless abyss, potentially harming both of them in the end. So I hope you can find a woman who loves you and doesn't mind being implicated. You've been in Backland for quite some time now. Have you met anyone who makes your heart flutter, excluding Viscountess Morgan and the like? Robert knew some of Avon's basic situations. He didn't care about frivolous affairs, and he had heard of even wilder ones, but marriage was another matter entirely. Feeling that Robert might have awakened some kind of attribute, Avon shook his head repeatedly, denying it hastily, worried that Robert would try to play matchmaker randomly. I have no such intentions at all. The appointed time is almost here. I'm leaving now. Watching Avon flee in a panic, Robert sighed, then shook his head repeatedly. The butler offered words of comfort. Baron Avon is still very young. His mind hasn't settled yet. It will get better with time. Robert shook his head without speaking, merely gesturing that he wanted dinner. The butler then hurriedly went to make preparations. To be honest, having witnessed the marvels of the Beander world, Avon was truly not interested in romantic love between men and women. At most, there was a bit of hormonal impulse, and Helen and Natasha should have satisfied that. Therefore, he was completely uninterested in worldly marriage, unless it could bring enormous benefits. Soon, Avon returned to the villa in Sherwood Borough, changed into ordinary clothes, and arrived at the Bravehearts bar in Backland Bridge district, where he found Klein, without makeup, sitting at the bar waiting for him. A pint of South Wales beer. After sending away the person next to Klein, Avon plopped down on a bar stool and ordered a beer from the bartender. The bartender on duty that day happened to recognize Avon and, with trepidation, poured a large glass and placed it in front of Avon. Avon took a large gulp of the cool beer, then said to Klein beside him, "Actually, I could have received the files if you had just mailed them. There's no need to meet in person. I have something I need your help with." Having collaborated with Avon for so long, Klein was quite familiar with him and thus spoke without reservation. "What is it?" Avon was a little surprised. He knew Klein wouldn't ask for help unless absolutely necessary. "I want a nominal journalist identity. No salary is fine, but the press card must be real." Avon immediately understood Klein's intention. This was to lay the groundwork for his subsequent investigation into the Augustus royal family, which was beneficial to his plan. So, Avon readily agreed. "You can go to the Backland Morning Post and find Ms. Carroll. Just say Carl Woodward introduced you, then explain your request, and you can become an intern journalist. Who is this lady, and is she reliable? I don't want too many people to know about this." Klein asked cautiously. "Just turned 30, mature and flavorful, currently residing, very thirsty," Avon said, recalling, as he drank his beer, leaving Klein at a loss for words. After a while, Klein spoke again. "I want to open up channels in Backland's underground market these past 2 days, but after attending a few Beander gatherings, I feel the level isn't quite high enough, which isn't conducive to me collecting magic potion formulas and materials. Do you have any mysterious gatherings you can introduce me to? I can introduce you to some gatherings, but I don't think you should hold too much hope. Sequence 6 is already a mid-sequence powerhouse. They can seek to become a bishop in a Orthodox church or the captain of a Beander team, serving as the backbone of the church. Related formulas and materials are highly monopolized and very difficult to collect, not to mention the already rare items related to the divinator pathway. To collect items related to the divinator pathway from the market, the best way is to go to the Intis Republic. Most of the divinator pathway beyonders in this world come from the secret order, and a large number of secret order members exist in Intis's 8th Bureau. Avon said to Klein in a slightly tempting tone. Klein's heart stirred, feeling that Avon's words had a hidden meaning. He rolled his eyes and said grumpily, "Just tell me what you mean. Don't beat around the bush." Avon chuckled and stopped teasing Klein, saying directly, "What's the point of collecting related formulas and materials from the market? Isn't it better to directly kill the relevant person and then commune with their spirit? Then you'll have both the magic potion formula and the Beander characteristic. How satisfying would that promotion be?" Upon hearing about killing people to seize Beander characteristics, Klein instinctively frowned, but recalling the preventative advice Avon had just given, he knew he was telling him to target Intis spies, so he relaxed his brow again, then asked, "Are there any targets?" Rosago, the head of intelligence for Intis's 8th Bureau, sent to Backlund. "He is a marionettist, sequence 5 of the divinator pathway. He is very difficult to deal with. Military Intelligence Section 9 has tried to lure and kill him several times but failed. How about it, are you interested in him?" Hearing Avon's words, Klein nearly spat out the wine in his mouth. He thought Avon would help him find a Sequence 6 faceless, but he unexpectedly gave him a direct leap, finding a marionettist. This was also the first time he had heard the name of Sequence 5 of the divinator pathway. Marionettist. Just from the name, it felt like Beyonders of the divinator pathway were like hidden master villains, which left the inwardly sunny Klein a bit speechless. "I am a Sequence 7 magician. Asking me to deal with a Sequence 5 marionettist, don't you think that's a bit beyond my capabilities?" Sequence 5 Beyonders could already be considered major figures in the Beander world in the strict sense. It should be known that at least half of the Night Church's 22 high-level decision-makers were Sequence 5. Although most of them wielded sealed artifacts and could exert strong power, it did not diminish the value of Sequence 5 in the slightest. And the famous pirate generals, except for Keelangos, were all Sequence 5. Now that Keelangos was dead, all 7 pirate generals were, without exception, Sequence 5 powerhouses. With the blessing of Mr. Fool, I don't think this is a problem. After all, Mr. Fool is the one who holds the highest authority in the divinator pathway. Avon had once mentioned the Antigonus families, half fool, so sometimes Klein even wondered if the name of Sequence 0 of the divinator pathway was Fool. Klein smiled bitterly to himself. He knew his own situation. Klein was perfectly clear about the true nature of Mr. Fool. He was a man with a cheat, but this cheat was currently limited to helping him improve the accuracy of his divinations, shielding him from some anti-divination measures, and protecting him from being tracked down by those he divined about. It did not increase his combat power at all. You also know that Mr. Fool has only recently awakened, and his interference in the present world is not very strong. I never said this would be easy, and even if you can't deal with him, you can find someone who can. Avon said leisurely, as if watching a show. Klein finally turned to look at Avon, as if to say, "Where do you expect me to find a Sequence 5 powerhouse to help?" Avon pointed his finger in a direction in the bar. Klein followed his gaze and saw a row of private rooms, then looked at Avon in confusion. "The hidden boss of this bar is a Sequence 5 powerhouse. Go to the second private room and state your request. Just say, 'Kid, introduced you,' and she will see you. As for whether you can reach an agreement, that's not for me to decide." Klein hadn't expected the hidden boss of an ordinary bar to be a Sequence 5 powerhouse. He couldn't help but marvel at the hidden talents in Backlund. "I'm not very familiar with the abilities of Faceless and Marionettist. Can you give me some detailed information? Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win 100 battles." Klein was undoubtedly a qualified magician. He would never perform without preparation and would gather as much intelligence as possible to understand his opponent. "I can tell you some information, but how will you repay me? Even close brothers settle accounts clearly." Klein was also a person who distinguished between public and private matters, and naturally wouldn't brazenly ask Avon to reveal relevant information for free. His eyes darted around, and he said with a smile, "I'll sell you 2, Sun Flame, talismans, one for 10,000 gold pounds, totaling 20,000 gold pounds. You gave some financial assets to Benson and Melissa, worth about 10,000 gold pounds, which means you still owe me 10,000 gold pounds. I can reduce your debt based on the detail of the information you give me. Avon didn't have much cash on hand, and Klein's offer to reduce the debt was exactly what he wanted, so he nodded and said, "Okay." The core ability of a faceless is to transform into others' appearances, and can even change their external appearance to female. Increase or decrease their body size, create a pair of B-cups, simulate the target's voice, and so on. Moreover, all abilities gained at the magician stage are increased by 30%. If it's a marionettist, it should increase by 100%. Actually, for you, the most troublesome thing is the core ability of a marionettist, manipulating spirit body threads. Don't ask me what spirit body threads are, I'm not a marionettist, and I can't explain it clearly. A marionettist can directly affect the target's mental body, astral body, mind body, and etheric body by manipulating their spirit body threads, and then, using the etheric body as a bridge, control the target's body. It is one of the most difficult abilities to deal with below high sequence. They can use the spirit body threads that exist in every living creature to find hidden targets, making them the bane of a demoness's invisibility and a shadow ascetic's shadow hiding ability. They can control a target like a puppet, making their thoughts slow, body stiff, and movements sluggish. This is a forced control that is very difficult to resist, and one can only rely on the strength of their own spirit body to break free. For a marionettist at the same sequence 5 level, it is almost unhindered below demigods. As time passes and control deepens, a marionettist can completely turn the target into their puppet. Within a certain distance, hidden behind the scenes, they can manipulate the puppet to fight. In this way, the puppet can use its original Beander abilities. In short, you can consider them a small shepherd, and even harder to kill. Chapter 238, Making an Example of Capon. A marionettist is so powerful. However, from the description, it seems to be a sequence that is not very good at direct combat, which aligns with the Seer Pathway's style. To target a marionettist, there are 2 crucial difficulties that must be overcome. One is to prevent him from detecting danger. The spiritual intuition from being a seer and the danger premonition from being a clown have helped me avoid many dangers. A sequence 5 of the Seer Pathway should be even more formidable in this regard. The other is to find his true location. One must not get entangled with his marionettes, otherwise, one will fall into his comfortable rhythm, and the ambush plan is very likely to fail. After a rough assessment of the key points to note when hunting a marionettist, Klein sobered up. Now is not the time to formulate a detailed hunting plan. After all, he still doesn't know if he can get help from the boss behind Braveheart's bar, nor does he know what the boss's abilities are. Rashly formulating a detailed hunting plan now would be building castles in the air. The information you provided is very important. I can pay you £500 for it. This is the file you gave me, I've already written down the name and filled in the details. Take it back for your records. Klein took out a craft paper bag from his in-arms and placed it on the bar counter, saying, "Do you have a mystical messenger? Transmitting messages through codes and mailboxes still has a certain delay. Our communication should be more convenient." Avon nodded, acknowledging Klein's offer for the information he provided. He took another sip of his drink, then turned his head to look at the boxers in the ring nearby, who were exchanging solid blows, even losing teeth. He said, "I don't have a mystical messenger. If you do, you can tell me." Avon had actually deliberately avoided looking for a relevant messenger. On one hand, because his activity area was in Backland, his need for a messenger wasn't very great. Moreover, if he were to have a messenger deliver letters to Klein in Tingnan, it would be easy for 008 to detect Avon stirring up trouble behind the scenes by following the messenger. Therefore, Avon's schemes concerning Tingnan and his communications with Klein were all conducted on the gray fog. On the other hand, Avon had misgivings about recruiting messengers. A typical example was Miss Sharon's teacher, Sister Coconut Tree. Avon was certain that the City of Calamity on him and Klein's gray fog were on the same level. Since spirit world beings could detect the gray fog, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't detect the City of Calamity. If he could recruit benevolent messengers like Sister Coconut Tree, that would be fine. But if he were to recruit malevolent spirit world beings, then it would be disastrous. Avon never did anything he wasn't confident about, so before officially advancing to a demigod, Avon was not prepared to recruit mystical messengers. Upon hearing this, Klein remembered that Beyonders of the Hunter pathway were not skilled in mystical means, making it difficult for them to find and contract messengers. But then Klein frowned again. He remembered that Avon was also a Beyonder of the Assassin pathway. Demonesses are very skilled in mystical means like black magic, aren't they? Thinking of this, Klein secretly glanced at Avon's profile, wanting to see if there were any signs of Avon turning into a woman. As a mid-sequence hunter and assassin bearing the City of Calamity, Avon was very sensitive to being observed by others. Feeling Klein staring intently at him, he immediately became aware and turned his head to look at Klein. Discovering that his peeping had been noticed by Avon, Klein felt a bit awkward, but facing Avon's questioning gaze, he couldn't help but offer an explanation. He could only cautiously ask, "What sequence are you now? The Assassin Pathway's magic potion shouldn't have had too much of an impact on you, right?" Avon laughed wryly, understanding that Klein was wondering if he had already turned into a woman. But this question could only be avoided, so he could only say, "I'm already a Sequence 6 Beyonder, but I haven't turned into a woman, though I can become one at any time." Avon has indeed advanced. He became a Beyonder later than me, but his advancement speed is even faster. One can only say he's a born hunter and assassin. I wonder what he did to complete the role-playing method. Klein recalled the trade item Avon had just cancelled at the Tarot Club, and sighed inwardly at Avon's rapid advancement. At the same time, Klein also recalled the mysterious city phantom he saw on the gray fog surrounding Avon. He believed that this mysterious city helped Avon suppress the influence of the demoness pathway's Beyonder characteristic. He then asked no more questions, drained the wine in his glass, and walked towards the private room next to the bar. Just as Klein left, a young-faced figure with rare red eyes and an old-fashioned soft hat sat down in the spot Klein had vacated. It was Ian Wright, Avon's left hand extending into the East Burrow. Ian Wright looked much sturdier than a few weeks ago, and his height had shot up significantly. Previously, he was a head shorter than Avon, but now he was a head taller. If it weren't for someone familiar with him, they surely wouldn't have recognized him. "Boss, is there an important mission for you to come personally this time?" After Ian Wright sat down, he ordered a beer and then respectfully inquired. Since Ian Wright consumed the Warrior Pathway's magic potion and began to integrate the street children of the East Burrow according to Avon's orders, Avon had not assigned him a mission for a long time. "How has the development been recently? How is the cooperation with Miss Sharon and Mr. O'Sullivan?" Since formulating the plan to control the territorial forces in Backland, Avon had maximized the resources at his disposal. He developed Miss Sharon and Marich as his collaborators, establishing a gang force primarily composed of Southern Continent people, occupying at least 1/5 of the commoner residential areas in Backland's East Burrow, Docklands, and Backland Bridge District. He had his direct subordinates establish street children groups, becoming Avon's eyes and ears to cover and monitor all of Backland. Using his identity as Mr. Z of the Aurora Order, he influenced the Aurora Order's missionary model, using the Aurora Order's military force to escort the street children organization formed by Miss Sharon and Ian Wright. Taking advantage of George III's preparations for his deification ritual, he made the Loan authorities turn a blind eye, and even subtly encouraged the major reshuffling of the bottom-level forces. Finally, Avon became one of the true controllers of the Loan Kingdom's underground forces. Development is going well. The big gangs look down on petty theft, and the small gangs can't beat us, so now all the pickpockets in Backland have become my people. Miss Sharon's forces have also taken a lot of pressure off me, and Mr. O'Sullivan's forces have ensured our development. Avon nodded, non-committal, and directly instructed, In the next 2 months, the Loan Kingdom may recruit soldiers to form a new army, and the first commander of this new army will be me. You should start selecting capable individuals now, and have them enlist directly when the time comes. If there are loyal and obedient ones, you can prepare magic potions for them. I will provide the materials. Ian Wright never expected to receive such a mission and was momentarily stunned. He had never heard of recruiting an army from gang members. Could such an army fight? Ian Wright couldn't help but voice the doubt in his heart. HMPH. Avon saw what Ian Wright was thinking, and snorted coldly, saying, "How to make them elite soldiers is my business. You just need to follow orders." Seeing Avon's displeasure, Ian Wright quickly lowered his head and said, "Your subordinate is foolish, I dare not doubt your ability. I will select capable individuals as soon as possible to join." Avon's expression softened considerably upon seeing Ian Wright admit his mistake. He patted his shoulder and said, "You've worked hard during this time. I am not someone who is unclear about rewards and punishments. This is for you." Saying that, Avon took out a small box and pushed it towards Ian Wright, saying, "This is a reward for your work during this period." Ian Wright accepted the small box with trepidation and quickly opened it, discovering a yellow crystal. Feeling the attraction of the Beander characteristic on his body, he immediately confirmed that it was the Beander characteristic of a Sequence 8 pugilist from the Warrior Pathway. Ian Wright was very clever. After consuming the Warrior Magic Potion, he quickly summarized the role-playing method rules through practice and Avon's hints. Coupled with the fact that the Warrior Magic Potion was very easy to digest, he had already begun collecting and searching for the corresponding formula and materials. Military Intelligence Section 9 did have the Pugilist Magic Potion formula, but due to the Warrior Magic Potion's widespread applicability, such Beander characteristics were extremely scarce, mostly held by the Army, and not many within Military Intelligence Section 9 itself. "Thank you, I will definitely work hard in the future and resolutely complete your instructions." Avon waved his hand casually, indicating it was nothing, and then dismissed Ian Wright. After a while, Klein emerged from the private room and saw Avon still at the bar. He walked over again and said, "Although I don't want to rush you for payment, you should repay the money as soon as possible. I'm going to bleed a lot this time." Avon understood. Miss Sharon must have extorted a hefty sum from Klein. After all, Klein's request for Miss Sharon's help this time was not as simple as in the original novel. In the original novel, Miss Sharon exchanged 3 days of protecting Klein for 1,000 gold pounds. This time, however, it was explicitly about hunting a very difficult marionettist, where a single mistake could lead to disaster, and it was also clear that the spoils generated after successfully eliminating the marionettist would belong to Klein. Unlike in the original, where Rosago's Beander characteristic was completely useless to Miss Sharon due to the true creator's contamination, giving Klein a huge advantage. Therefore, it was only natural for Klein to bleed a lot. "I also need to borrow some channels from you. We plan to set up a trap to lure out that marionettist. This cannot be done by just me and that lady alone, and ambushing that marionettist will also benefit you." Avon nodded, not at all surprised by Klein's request. He directly took out a pen and wrote a note, saying, "This is one of my capable subordinates, she will help you as much as possible. Due to confidentiality, I cannot tell you, but your ambush of Rosago will also benefit some of my actions, so we are now mutually beneficial. You can ask for anything you need." Klein was equally unsurprised by Avon's words. This was the Avon he knew, someone who wouldn't rise early without profit. When Klein deliberately guided him, he had already guessed there was something fishy, but just as Avon said, they were mutually beneficial, so he didn't feel uncomfortable about it. After Klein left, Avon also got up and went to the private room where Marich and Sharon were, finding that they were indeed waiting for him. "Is the person you just introduced reliable? Why are we helping him?" Seeing Avon enter, Marich, who was playing cards with his living marionette, asked directly. At the same time, Miss Sharon reappeared in the full-length mirror in the corner of the private room, tilting her head to look at Avon, also wanting to hear Avon's explanation. After all, Sharon and Marich's identities were too sensitive, and even introducing Klein to them could potentially bring them great risk. He is very reliable. You can trust him as much as you trust me, and he is not simple at all. The forces he represents are very powerful, which will be very helpful for your future actions against the Rose school of thought, and may even help you achieve your revenge. So you must help him wholeheartedly, consider it an early investment. Avon didn't try to snatch the living marionettes cards to join the game this time. Instead, he picked up a billiard cue, broke the balls directly, and watched as all the balls fell directly into the pockets, clearing the table in one shot. He nodded with satisfaction. This effect could only be produced by the Reaper's ability, precision. Miss Sharon and Marich were momentarily speechless, not expecting Avon to give Klein such a high evaluation. They knew Avon was very aware of their situation. The Rose school of thought they faced was a secret organization with angels, a cult that controlled half of the southern continent's native forces and single-handedly opposed at least 3 North Continent powers. Yet Avon actually said that Klein might even help them achieve revenge in the future. What a high evaluation. For a moment, they even suspected that Avon had gone mad and was talking nonsense. Avon, who had reset the billiard balls using spider silk, began a normal shot, then looked at Sharon and Marich, who were staring at him, and said with a smile, "Don't look at me like that. Time will prove everything I've said. There's no harm in getting along well with him, and you should take this cooperation with him seriously." Although they suspected Avon was talking nonsense, their hearts were ultimately solemn, and they took this hunt more seriously. "I came to see you this time not only to introduce Sherlock to you, but also to inform you that you can start expanding your forces." Upon hearing this, Sharon and Marich's hearts sank, because they had already occupied all the territory they could, and there weren't many small gangs left in the entire Backland underground world. Avon's instruction for them to expand this time clearly targeted the black gloves of the big bosses, which would cause drastic upheaval. Although Avon had said this day would come, they didn't expect it to arrive so quickly, so fast that they hadn't even effectively digested the territories they already held. Who should we make an example of first? Miss Sharon, who rarely spoke, asked. The wealthy merchant, Cap'n. Chapter 239 Hunting the Rose School of Thought. Cap'n. That wealthy merchant Cap'n who runs a secret human trafficking business. If Miss Sharon and Marich had any activities, Marich would usually be the one to carry them out, so Marich immediately realized who Cap'n was. That's him. Let's start with him. Avon didn't use precision this time, but he still managed to pocket a ball relying on his control over his body and strength. Cap'n has been active for so many years. Not only has his identity almost been whitewashed, but his businesses haven't been affected at all, even expanding in scale. The person behind him must be very extraordinary. Marich felt strange about Avon choosing Cap'n as his first target. At the same time, he noticed Sharon floating out from the full-length mirror, looking at him with a questioning gaze. He then remembered that he hadn't told Sharon about Cap'n before, so he quickly explained. Cap'n appears to be a wealthy magnate, but in reality, he secretly controls at least 3 large gangs, specializing in human trafficking. When missing girls from the East Borough are found, they often turn up in the legal or illegal brothels he operates. Many people have accused Cap'n, but due to lack of money, influence, and evidence, all cases have been dropped. This indicates that his backer is truly very strong. While Marich introduced the relevant situation to Sharon, he watched Avon, who was playing billiards, hoping his explanation would dissuade Avon. To his disappointment, after hearing his explanation, Avon continued to circle the billiard table, looking for the best angle, as if nothing had happened, completely unmoved. However, Ms. Sharon, after hearing Marich's explanation, frowned, showing a rare expression of disgust on her face, clearly detesting Cap'n. Seeing that Avon didn't react to his words, Marich signaled Sharon with his eyes to persuade him, but Sharon also ignored his hint. Avon once again pocketed the last billiard ball, looking at the cleared table with satisfaction. Then he placed the billiard cue on the edge of the table, turned around, and said, "Cap'n's backer is certainly very strong, because his backer is Military Intelligence Section 9, one of the 4 official Beyonder organizations in Backland. And it's not just that. Because he has been providing beautiful young girls for the upper class to toy with for years, it can even be said that the entire aristocratic class is his backer. Innumerable powerful figures you can't imagine are his clients. Upon hearing Avon's words, Ms. Sharon's already furrowed brow tightened even more, which made Avon, who rarely saw her emotional fluctuations, find it rather charming and appreciated her delicate features with interest. Marich glanced at Sharon hesitantly and said cautiously, "This is indeed a heinous person, and he will sooner or later become a stumbling block to our expansion, but there's no need for us to tackle the hardest stone right away. If Sharon and I lived in the light, without the threat of a Rose School of Thought high sequence Beyonder, a sequence 5 and a sequence 6 could certainly withstand pressure from all sides. But the problem now is that we cannot be exposed. Are you sure you can protect us? Other organizations and people might not know of our existence, but Military Intelligence Section 9 internally must have a vague idea. After all, we previously used Military Intelligence Section 9's blockade of the East Borough to carry out an operation. No one bothered us before because you were our shield. So what about this time? Also, don't forget that you are also a part of Military Intelligence Section 9, and you are also a part of the aristocratic class. In the words of Emperor Rosal, are you going to betray your class?" Marich didn't understand Avon's decision. Although he had no good feelings for scum like Capon, it didn't mean he would recklessly crash into a stone like an egg, regardless of his own situation. So, he knew saying this would displease Sharon, but he still had to express his opinion. And Ms. Sharon, as expected, was reminded of her own predicament by his words. "The problem you're asking about ultimately boils down to whether I can withstand the backlash from Capon's backing." Avon had long anticipated Marich's question, so he was not surprised at all. Marich nodded seriously. He was Avon's partner, not Avon's subordinate. The power he wielded was built little by little with Avon's money and his effort. He could not tolerate Avon squandering it casually. I didn't want to tell you too much, but if I don't reveal a little, you probably won't agree to this operation. Even if you do agree, it will likely be distorted during execution, which could expose your existence." Avon knew it wouldn't be easy to persuade Marich and Ms. Sharon, so he decided to reveal a little inside information. "Actually, your expansion of power with my support has always been watched by interested parties, and even secretly supported. Otherwise, you couldn't have developed so quickly. And this power is the ruler of the secular world of the LotM Kingdom, the Augustus royal family." Marich and Sharon both found Avon's words unbelievable. They exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. But following Avon's words, they recalled how smoothly their operations had gone, with almost no pressure from official sources like the police. Although they still had to pay their respects to the police station every week, it was much easier to deal with than rumored. Previously, Sharon and Marich, being in the midst of it, hadn't noticed this point, but after Avon's hint, they immediately sensed something was amiss. Why would the royal family support our development? Logically, they should support black hands like Capon, shouldn't they? This time, it was Sharon who spoke. Clearly, she absolutely wanted to understand, unwilling to continue so confused. She wanted to assess whether it was safe to remain in Backland. "They don't actually value you, but rather your cooperation with O'Sullivan. Your cooperation fills a void in the LotM Kingdom government's governance of Backland's lower-level forces. By the way, after this period, you should have realized O'Sullivan's identity as an Aurora Order member, right?" Sharon and Marich both remained silent. They had known O'Sullivan's identity for a long time, but neither had mentioned it in front of Avon. After all, some things are best left unsaid, as speaking them out could potentially affect their cooperation. Although they both didn't understand why Avon, a legitimate official Beyonder, would be involved with a true creator worshipper. The relationship between the Augustus royal family and the 3 great churches is very complex, so they have always wanted to introduce some variables. The Aurora Order, which believes in the true creator, is this variable. Of course, this is not the most important reason for their support of our expansion. The most important reason is that a high-sequence Beander of the Augustus family is preparing for an advancement. This advancement is very important, and the ritual requirements are very strict, receiving strong support from within the Augustus family. Therefore, a system of gangs replacing the Loan Kingdom government in grassroots governance is very beneficial for his ritual preparations. Now do you understand why I am confident in letting you confront Capon? Ms. Sharon and Marich were both stunned. They never imagined that the mere change of Backlund's lower-level forces would involve so many intricacies, even implicating the advancement of a high-sequence Beander. Although Avon spoke vaguely, they were not ordinary wild Beyonders. They were Beyonders from major powers, with vision and insight. Such an advancement, which could receive strong support from the Augustus family and lead to the Augustus family tacitly allowing the Aurora Order to grow stronger, would definitely not be a Sequence 4 advancing to Sequence 3. It was highly likely an Angel advancement ritual, or even a Sequence 1 advancement ritual. Thinking of this, Sharon and Marich couldn't help but tremble. That was an Angel advancement. In an era where true gods did not appear, angels were the absolute rulers of the Beander world. The reason they were valued by the Rose School of Thought's Indulgence faction, and pursued relentlessly, was because their teacher was an angel. And they both, without prior agreement, stared intently at Avon, guessing his role in this major event. Avon understood what Ms. Sharon and Marich were thinking, so he spoke in defense. I am not one of them, but what I am doing now is using this opportunity to gain my own interests. Let them choose between Capon and S, which is more important, a human trafficker who can only provide them with beautiful girls, or an advancing high-sequence Beander. If they choose us, then we have found the most suitable ecological niche, which is equivalent to finding the strongest backing. It's even possible that you might be able to live in the light in the future. After all, the Rose School of Thought is also a major enemy of the Loan Kingdom, and you are very valuable to them. The term, ecological niche, comes from the Rosel's quotations, and is also an important subject of study for biologists and sociologists today. Sharon and Marich immediately understood Avon's meaning, which was to make themselves more useful, and thereby replace Capon's position. It sounded very risky, but also very tempting. All of this was based on them being more beneficial to the Augustus royal family's high-sequence Beander advancement once they replaced Capon. Once they boarded the Augustus royal family's war chariot, the threat of pursuit by the Rose School of Thought's high-sequence Beyonders would be minimized. How do you know so much about the Augustus family? Both Sharon and Marich felt this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They even wanted to use the Augustus royal family against the high-sequence Beander sent by the Rose School of Thought to pave the way for their own advancements. Although the Temperance faction was brutally hunted and nearly wiped out, they still had some residual intelligence channels. Of course, it was also possible that the Indulgence faction deliberately released the information, which was that at least 2 puppet demigods would personally come to Backlund to hunt them down. Because although I am not one of them, my brother is. So, after learning of these opportunities, I began to plan on joining them. This is also one of my foundations. My brother is also a demigod, and his opinion will be valued. Otherwise, from the perspective of sticking with the familiar rather than the unfamiliar, even if we eliminate Capon, they wouldn't easily accept us. This is also an opportunity for you. How about it? Do you dare to do it? Avon had explained it so clearly, and the benefits of the action were so great. Sharon and Marich were both decisive people, so they just exchanged glances, understood each other's decision, and indicated that they would proceed according to Avon's plan. When do we start? After you help Sherlock eliminate that marionettist, we'll formally begin the operation. However, preliminary preparations can start now, such as sending people to attack those involved in his slave trade. To achieve our goal, we must first cut off his wings. Remember not to leave any evidence for now. Marich knew Sharon had something to say to Avon, so he excused himself to make preliminary arrangements, leaving them space to talk. Ms. Amanda will hold another gathering in a few days. You received an invitation, didn't you? Sharon asked in her usual cool voice. This was originally just Ms. Sharon's opening remark, but unexpectedly, Avon was visibly stunned, then said with a wry smile. I haven't received any related invitation. Ms. Amanda didn't notify me. Avon knew very well why this was, but Ms. Sharon didn't, so she asked. Didn't you say last time that Ms. Amanda had already approved your application to join and even gave you a ring for contact? Why isn't she inviting you this time? Because of some personal issues that made Ms. Amanda a bit unhappy, so she won't be sending me an invitation this time. But you don't have to worry, it won't be long before Ms. Amanda returns to normal. Avon also didn't know how long Ms. Amanda's temper would last, so he could only hope Robert would be effective enough to appease that beautiful woman. Ms. Sharon, hearing Avon's reply, clearly misunderstood, thinking that Avon had acted disrespectfully towards Ms. Amanda through that communication ring, so she looked at him with disdain. Seeing this, Avon knew that Ms. Sharon had misunderstood again. He wasn't afraid of taking the blame, but he didn't want to take such a meaningless blame. So he directly sold out Robert, telling Ms. Sharon the news of his impending marriage to the royal family. Is this what you meant by your brother becoming one of them? Exactly. He becomes the son-in-law of the Augustus family, so doesn't he become one of them? So you must believe that the operation to replace Capon will definitely succeed. After all, we have someone in the Augustus royal family, while Capon is just a dog that runs errands. Ms. Sharon nodded silently, indicating her support for Avon's plan, then changed the subject and said. We received news that the Rose School of Thought is sending at least 2 demigods to Backland to hunt Marich and me. It seems our last cooperation made them mistakenly believe that you have received official support from the Loan Kingdom. Avon only thought for a moment and understood the reason for the Rose School of Thought's solemnity. Fortunately, this did not exceed his previous estimations. He said with a smile. Things need to be done one by one. You don't have to worry, I will inform my brother, and I believe he will be interested in this news. Oh, I forgot to tell you, my brother has a share in Ms. Amanda's gathering. Ms. Sharon was extremely excited when she learned that Avon's brother was a demigod and had co-founded the mystical gathering she attended with Ms. Amanda. Just from the actions of Avon's brother, Robert, it was clear that he was a very ambitious person and would not be easily manipulated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have actively joined the royal faction or independently established his own power outside of official forces. Recalling the several demigods who appeared at the mystical gathering and considering Robert's identity, Ms. Sharon finally saw hope for her revenge. Her cooperation with Avon became even more important to her. Come with me to the Eye of Wisdom gathering. I might have something to ask of you. Avon invited Ms. Sharon, and Ms. Sharon was not unfamiliar with the Eye of Wisdom, as many Beyonders at his gathering were recruited through the Bravehearts Bar. What is it? Sharon didn't understand why she should attend the Eye of Wisdom gathering, as its level was a bit too low for her. You'll know when you get there. As he spoke, Avon tried to take Ms. Sharon's hand again, but touched nothing. Ms. Sharon merely floated backward a step, looking at Avon coolly. Seeing his trick exposed, Avon, with his thick skin, wasn't embarrassed and said, I want to introduce a demigod to Ms. Amanda's gathering. Since I can't attend the next gathering, you can be the introducer. This is a great opportunity to gain favor from both sides. Catherine Gry informed Avon via message that she wanted to meet him at Isengard Stanton's gathering tonight. Since Avon and Catherine Gry established contact, there hadn't been much interaction beyond ordinary tasks. At most, Catherine Gry acted as Avon's investment consultant, helping Avon find suitable investment opportunities. However, even this stopped temporarily after Avon funded the airplane project. Because Avon didn't have more money to invest in other projects, Catherine Gry's workload significantly decreased, and their opportunities to meet also lessened. Avon certainly didn't want this situation to occur, as he wanted to win over the craftsman demigod behind her, but he couldn't find a suitable reason to approach Catherine Gry for the time being. Avon even once considered directly seducing Catherine Gry or approaching her as a woman to become her best friend, but he feared it would backfire and eventually gave up. Later, After attending Ms. Amanda's gathering and learning that Robert had a stake in it, Avon decided to keep things within the family. So, during their last meeting, he wanted to use Catherine Gry to encourage that craftsman demigod to attend Ms. Amanda's gathering, letting Robert and Ms. Amanda win him over, thus saving himself the trouble. Avon guessed that Catherine Gry's initiative contacting him this time meant she had a response regarding that matter. But the problem now was that Ms. Amanda, due to Robert's impending marriage to the royal family, threw a tantrum and excluded Avon from the next gathering. In this situation, Avon could only pull Ms. Sharon along. Moreover, he also believed he should integrate the forces he could influence, whether it was Zio Derecha, Furs, Isengard Stanton, Catherine Gry, or Ms. Sharon. Avon would connect them one by one, making them his team members. This was also a requirement for the Hunter Pathways Advancement Ritual to sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight. The Iron-Blooded Knight Advancement Ritual is: form a team of at least 30 people, cultivate deep camaraderie with them, help them become strong one after another, and achieve perfect coordination, understanding your intentions through mere glances and actions, almost becoming one with you. Then, they form the ritual. The stronger the team's power and tacit understanding, the better the ritual's effect. The essence of this ritual is to provide an anchor for the advancing person, preventing the advancer from getting lost in the erosion of the magic potion. Cultivating comrades with deep understanding is very difficult, and time is somewhat short, but these people have all cooperated with him and acted together, relatively understanding him. Therefore, Avon will fully help these people advance in these few months, using quality to replace quantity, and depth to replace breadth. Upon hearing that it involved a demigod, Ms. Sharon was overjoyed, immediately forgetting Avon's rude little trick from earlier, and asked Avon for the detailed situation. Since he had decided to let Ms. Sharon be the introducer, Avon had nothing to hide. He told her all the details, making Ms. Sharon understand the importance of the matter. Upon learning that the demigod they were to meet was actually a craftsman demigod, Ms. Sharon became even more excited, repeatedly urging Avon to take her to see Catherine Gry. Leaving Braveheart's bar, Avon walked through dense clusters of houses for about half an hour before finding the location of Isengard Stanton's gathering. The small hole in the door opened, and a face peered through it at Avon. Without a word, the door was opened directly, letting him in. Completely oblivious to the invisible Ms. Sharon. When Avon entered the dim room and sat on a chair slightly away from the central sofa, he realized that the trading part of the gathering had already ended, and it was now time for information exchange. Ever since the assassination of Duke Nigan last month, the situation in Backland has become increasingly tense. Many mystical gatherings have been busted by those hounds from Military Intelligence Section 9, leaving many people in precarious situations, and material transactions have significantly decreased. A hoarse-voiced gentleman complained, clearly anxious to find materials, possibly related to his advancement. According to the information I've received, the kingdom's high-ranking officials also don't want this situation to continue, especially since the Loan Kingdom lost to the Faesac Empire in the southern continent colonial struggle, and its economic situation has been poor. I heard that people are already starving to death in rural areas. If Backland, as the economic center, cannot quickly return to peace, it will be an unbearable burden for them. So, it's estimated that this high-pressure control will be lifted soon. A female voice, clearly intentionally muffled, soothed many people who couldn't find materials to buy or sell. Avon looked in the direction of the voice and found her figure hidden in a wide black robe, making it impossible to discern anything. But his intuition told Avon that this was Catherine Gry. Her disguise skills have improved again. If I weren't so familiar with her, I might actually have been fooled. Catherine Gry, who had long sold Beander weapons at gatherings, clearly had a lot of prestige. Hearing her reassurance, the others gave up their meaningless complaints. Because of the continuous tense situation in Backland, everyone was hiding to avoid being discovered, and their activity frequency had significantly decreased. So there was very little to exchange. Seeing this, Isengard Stanton directly disbanded the gathering, letting the attendees leave one by one. Soon, 4 people remained. Seeing no outsiders, Avon directly removed his mask, sat opposite Isengard Stanton, and casually crossed his legs. Catherine Gry and Dayquil also removed their masks and moved towards the sofas in the center of the room, sitting on nearby chairs. Shouldn't our invisible friend also appear and sit down? I assume you brought her. As soon as Catherine Gry and Dayquil sat down, Isengard Stanton spoke first, startling both of them, who looked around. Avon smiled slightly. Ms. Sharon's invisibility indeed couldn't fool Isengard Stanton, who was very vigilant when hosting gatherings. In the original work, Isengard Stanton, even without advancing, had already detected Sharon's presence with his sealed artifact. Not to mention that he had already advanced now. Before Avon could even give an order, Ms. Sharon, dressed in a lace Gothic outfit and wearing a soft-brimmed hat, appeared beside Avon, curtsied with a graceful dip of her skirt, and then sat down next to Avon. Catherine Gry and Dayquil were both stunned by Ms. Sharon's sudden appearance, pausing for a moment before hastily rising to return the greeting. As the convener of the gathering and being older, Isengard Stanton did not rise, merely nodding to Ms. Sharon, indicating, "This is Ms. Sharon, a Sequence 5 powerhouse, and the controller of the Warren Brotherhood, a major gang in the East Borough. You can also seek her help if you have anything." Avon briefly introduced Ms. Sharon's caliber, startling Isengard Stanton and the other two again. Over the past month, the Warren Brotherhood, primarily composed of Southern Continent natives, had developed rapidly, becoming the king of Backland's entire underworld. Even if they generally looked down on such gangs, they understood the significance behind it. Previously, they had speculated about the background of this gang. Now they understood that the main person behind this gang was a Sequence 5 powerhouse, and their boss, or rather, their boss's background, was the gang's background. And today, Avon brought Ms. Sharon over and introduced her to them, clearly intending to bring her into the fold. To some extent, Ms. Sharon's gang could also be considered a subordinate force of their small group. Dayquil, have you recently received any communication from the Life School of Thought? After introducing Ms. Sharon, Avon wasted no words and immediately exposed Dayquil's identity. This was also a way to strengthen trust among members, allowing them to quickly accept Ms. Sharon, even if Dayquil might not be very comfortable with it. But even if he wasn't comfortable, he had to adapt, because Avon had done the same thing last time to bring them closer. Dayquil, upon hearing Avon expose his identity again without consultation, was furious and about to lose his temper, but he calmed down when he saw Avon's gaze, then said, "Ever since my teacher made me a Beander and taught me some mysticism knowledge, he threw me aside, telling me to collect magic potion formulas and materials myself. He hasn't contacted me for years. I'm still wondering how to ask him for the magic potion formula for the next sequence." "You already knew all this, why are you asking again now?" "That was before, but now the situation has changed. Do you know? Among the reasons for this major lockdown in Backland, Duke Nigan's assassination is only the smallest one." Avon's words quickly drew everyone's attention. The King of Angels under the True Creator pursued the Life Counselor of the Life School of Thought. The Life School of Thought was thrown into chaos and suffered heavy losses as a result. The Life Counselor fled to Backland, and Augustus I, the founder, appeared, ultimately causing an angel war to erupt above Backland. The final result was that Ouroboros, the King of Angels, retreated, and the Life Counselor's whereabouts are unknown, possibly still hiding in Backland. Avon's words shocked everyone. Dayquil and Isengard Stanton had never seen demigods, Catherine Gry had never seen angels, and Ms. Sharon had never seen an angel war. Avon's words had exceeded their scope of understanding. So, Backland was almost destroyed a few days ago. Finally, Ms. Sharon, who had some understanding of the power of angels, was the first to recover and asked. Yes. Avon gave an affirmative answer. This left the inexperienced Isengard Stanton and the others silent for a long time. The Life Counselor is very likely still in Backland, and you, as a direct descendant of the Life School of Thought, are definitely in his sight, so you need to pay attention to things around you from now on. Hearing Avon say that Dayquil was now under the gaze of the Life Counselor, the others present glanced upwards in horror, feeling a chill down their spines, and even Dayquil was no exception. It could only be said that the name of angels was simply too resounding in this world. Seeing no hint of joy on Dayquil's face about having a powerful backer, only dejection from being caught in a huge vortex, Avon couldn't help but say, "This is a good opportunity for you. I once told you that your next sequence is called Vampire, and the advancement material required is the Sanguine's blood essence. Helping you is equivalent to becoming a mortal enemy of the Sanguine, so I cannot help you with this matter. But if an angel of the door pathway helps you, then it's completely different. Perhaps everything you need will automatically come into your hands. You will become the luckiest person in Backland and achieve whatever you wish for." The Assassin Pathways Sequence 8 is Instigator, very skilled at using words to ignite desires in people's hearts. Avon was even more proficient at this, and after his persuasion, Dayquil's eyes indeed showed a longing expression. So, during this time, don't just stay cooped up in the pharmacy. Go out and be more active, so the life counselor notices your desire to show filial piety. Seeing Dayquil moved, Avon further instigated him, hoping to use him to establish a connection. If, under such obvious circumstances, the life counselor ignored him, then he could only stand on his opposite side, and he believed Ouroboros would be very pleased. Meanwhile, Catherine Gry and Isengard Stanton were already numb. They had heard too many shocking pieces of news today and felt that their small team's caliber had risen too much, actually intending to interfere in angel matters. At the same time, they also wondered if Avon was crazy. They had to remember that their small group didn't even have a single demigod. Chapter 241 Avon's Incitement. Are you sure you want to do this? That's an angel. Are you really sure you want to do this? Isengard Stanton, usually very calm, looked at the flames in Dayquil's eyes and felt that the atmosphere was very off. He couldn't help but ask Avon. "Don't worry, we've known each other for a while now, and you should know that I don't do things without confidence." Avon naturally understood Isengard Stanton's concerns, but this matter had been carefully considered by him. He was certain that even if the life counselor knew of his little scheme, he wouldn't dare to act against him. Because he was involved in too many things. Not only was he a favored one of the Evernight goddess and the true creator, but he also had the watchful eye of an old schemer like Adam, and he was a Horn family scion, connected to the Augustus family and the Einhorn family. One wrong move and he would face multiple targets at once, even before the threat of Ouroboros was lifted. The life counselor, who had lived for countless years, would absolutely not act against Avon for a momentary displeasure. Instead, he could only carefully consider the goodwill Avon was showing. What exactly should I do? Dayquil's eagerness to cling to the strongest leg made him desperate to act. In the next few days, the secret control in Backland will end. You need to be active, become a regular at various hidden gatherings, become a big brother to new Beyonders, actively take on apprentices, and contribute your strength to the growth of the life school of thought. Avon's words made Dayquil turn pale with fright. Although his ambition had been ignited by Avon's incitement, he also understood how dangerous it would be if he did so. Even with his identity as an outer member of Military Intelligence Section 9, it absolutely wouldn't protect him. I'm definitely not the only one looking for the life counselor. Once the Aurora Order, under the true creator, discovers you, a member of the life school of thought, they will go crazy trying to capture you. The Augustus royal family, the three great churches, hidden cultists, and so on, too many people will be intensely interested in you because of the life counselor's whereabouts. In other words, I can't protect you now. In a way, you are currently the most dangerous person in Backland. Only the life counselor can protect you. With every word Avon spoke, Dayquil's face grew paler. In the end, his entire face was as white as a corpse, and his body trembled. So, my asking you to find the life counselor isn't simply for personal gain, I'm also saving your life. Avon looked at Dayquil, who was trembling like a sieve, and made his judgment. How is this saving my life? What you're doing is putting me under the scrutiny of all factions, and you say you're saving my life. Dayquil heard Avon's words and became extremely agitated, shouting loudly. But then, as if remembering something, he said eagerly. Right, they don't know about my existence yet. What if I escape now? Looking at Dayquel's hopeful gaze, Avon chuckled and shook his head. Before, relying on your identity as an outer member of Military Intelligence Section 9, you didn't really hide your identity when you acted, leaving too many traces. Even if all factions don't know about your existence now, they will eventually discover you. And you wouldn't think that after the Angel War broke out, the King of Angels, titled Ouroboros, would relax his surveillance of Backland, would you? Your identity might fool others, but it absolutely can't fool that King of Angels of the Fate Pathway. Even the Life Counselor, a Sequence 1 great angel, can only hide in Backland. Do you think you have a chance to escape? Dayquel was on the verge of going crazy, slapping himself countless times in his mind, wanting to kill himself. Because, just as Avon said, after he obtained the identity of an outer member of Military Intelligence Section 9, he indeed no longer deliberately concealed his Beyonder identity. Sometimes, he even acted like a madman, revealing his Beyonder status in front of Beyonders from the 3 great churches, tempting them to pursue him. Then he would pull out his Military Intelligence Section 9 identification, and swagger out of the detention center, making many people's teeth itch with frustration. Then what should I do? Dayquel was despairing. He didn't know what to do. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed like a dead end. So you need to appear in everyone's line of sight, let everyone know about your existence. Only when all organizations know about your existence will you be safe. But if you're safe, the Life Counselor will be in danger. He is now severely injured and it's hard for him to protect himself. Someone like you, who is deeply involved with him, could expose his location. So there's only one choice: before you're fully exposed, conceal your existence, or send you away from Backland. I said before that Ouroboros is still watching Backland, so the Life Counselor has only one choice, and that is to conceal your existence. Avon's words calmed Dayquel slightly, but Catherine Gry, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. No, that Life Counselor has a third choice, and that is to eliminate Dayquel, once and for all. Catherine Gry's words made Dayquel's slightly eased expression tighten again, and he looked at Avon. Sometimes, dead people are the worst at keeping secrets. Any smart person shouldn't think of using this method. Avon comforted Dayquel, while subtly mocking Catherine Gry, giving her a challenging look that nearly infuriated Catherine Gry. Even if the Life Counselor is a tiger fallen into a plane, he won't be bullied by dogs. Your trouble is insignificant in his eyes. So, as long as you put yourself in a dangerous situation that involves him, the Life Counselor will have no choice but to act. So your choice is. Dayquel lowered his head in deep thought. Isengard Stanton and Catherine Gray did not speak again, because this concerned the person's own safety, and others should avoid suspicion. Moreover, they couldn't find any flaws in Avon's plan. This plan was essentially a method to provoke the Life Counselor into action and to convey the desire for contact through Dayquel. After a long while, Dayquel finally looked up, his eyes red, and said to Avon, "I'll do it. Just as you said, you can't protect me now. If I don't take a gamble, I have no chance of survival." Avon smiled and nodded, then bent down to pick up the teapot from the coffee table, poured a cup of tea for Dayquel, handed it to him, and said, "Don't look so mournful. Your situation is indeed very dangerous right now, but once you start acting, you'll actually be the safest one. Things aren't as dangerous as you think." The chubby Dayquel forced a smile and drained the cold tea in his hand. After discussing Dayquel's matter, Avon looked at Isengard Stanton and Catherine Gry, whose bodies were unusually tense from overhearing matters concerning angels, and said, "You don't need to worry. What I'm asking Dayquel to do can be spoken of openly. Even if the Life Counselor knows my purpose, he won't be able to say anything, and he certainly won't take his anger out on others when he's severely injured. That would be risking his life to spite us, so there's no need to be nervous. You say it so easily, but that's an angel, a mythical creature from legends." Isengard Stanton and Catherine Gry couldn't help but roll their eyes inwardly, but their stiff bodies did finally relax. How's the collection of Beyonder characteristics going recently? Avon then began to inquire about Isengard Stanton's gains during this period. Due to the tense atmosphere in Backland, the frequency of gatherings has decreased significantly. I've been collecting for 2 months, but I've only received 4 Beyonder characteristics. As he spoke, Isengard Stanton took out 4 small boxes from the coffee table drawer and placed them on the table. Avon then gestured for Isengard Stanton to push these small boxes in front of Sharon, who was beside him, and then said, "From now on, any Beyonder characteristics you collect should be given to Miss Sharon, and she will also pay the corresponding remuneration." Avon's future corps members under his command would be chosen from among Miss Sharon and Ian Wright, so naturally, the Beyonder characteristics should be given to her to use. Miss Sharon naturally understood Avon's meaning. She stood up and bowed to Isengard Stanton, saying, "Please give me a bank account number. I can transfer the money to you tomorrow." Now, Miss Sharon was no longer the Miss Sharon from the original story, who would act as a bodyguard for a mere £1,000. She was quite wealthy. She just didn't carry that much cash with her. Isengard Stanton took out a slip of paper, lightly swiped his hand over it, and a shimmering light flashed across. A line of letters and numbers forming an account number appeared on the white paper. Avon raised an eyebrow at this and said with a smile, "It seems you've learned quite a few practical things during this time." Isengard Stanton smiled smugly but said nothing more. Avon also had no habit of prying into others' secrets. He looked at everyone in the dim room and continued, "I want to tell everyone something. The current global situation is not as calm as it appears on the surface. Not just on the secular level, the entire Beyonder world is in turmoil. The world order after the death of Emperor Rosal is being broken. The angel war that erupted over Backland is clear proof of this. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. The Lowen Kingdom, in order to cope with the future situation, is going to establish a strategic support force. I intend to become the first commander of this force, so I sincerely invite you all to join. You may not know, but the Hunter pathway is synonymous with war in the Beyonder world. I hope everyone believes that I can lead you to obtain everything you desire." As soon as Avon spoke, everyone present was shocked, because the information Avon revealed went against their common sense. Although they felt that the global situation had been unstable in recent years, with conflicts arising between countries on the North Continent, these had basically been concentrated on the struggle for colonies on the southern continent. Large-scale conflicts between North Continent countries had not erupted for many years since the death of Emperor Rosal. But now Avon was telling them that a new world war was coming. How could this not excite them? Everyone present was a cultured person. How could they not know that the turmoil caused by war would be a ladder for many people to ascend? The magic potion formulas, magic potion materials, and even the acting they were currently seeking would become much easier to obtain. Isengard Stanton thought of his advanced age and his increasingly slim hopes for promotion. Catherine Gry thought of the Baron of Corruption, magic potion formula she hadn't found within Military Intelligence Section 9. Dayquil thought of the promotion he had always pursued. Miss Sharon thought of her tragically murdered and dismembered teacher. For a moment, their hearts were surging, and their breathing became much heavier. Avon was very satisfied with the effect of his incitement, but he wasn't going to press further, otherwise, the experienced Isengard Stanton and Miss Sharon, whose sequence level was higher than his, might notice something amiss. So, he decided to quit while he was ahead, saying, "In short, you all need to think carefully over the next few months. Trust me." Everyone present looked at each other, then nodded to Avon, indicating that they would definitely consider it seriously. Afterward, Avon and the others tacitly put on their hooded black robes and simple masks, leaving the gathering place. Avon, with the invisible Miss Sharon, arrived at a dark alley to wait. After a short while, Miss Catherine Gry arrived. Seeing Miss Sharon floating beside Avon, Catherine Gry frowned her beautiful eyebrows and asked, "You told her about our business?" Avon saw Catherine Gry's displeasure and asked with a wry smile, "You were supposed to tell me today about the person behind you joining the gathering, right?" Catherine Gry cautiously looked at Miss Sharon, who remained silent and expressionless, then hesitated before nodding. Because of an unexpected incident, I temporarily cannot attend that gathering, and thus cannot act as a referrer. Miss Sharon is also part of that gathering and can take my place. Catherine Gry looked at the embarrassed Avon, not expecting such a thing to happen, and asked curiously. What happened that got you expelled by the gathering's convener? Not expelled, just temporarily unable to attend. What exactly is the reason? Catherine Gry looked at Avon's expression and felt there was nothing major, but there must be something interesting. She smiled and pressed him repeatedly. However, Avon adamantly remained silent, not because he felt it was a private matter inconvenient to discuss, but because he didn't want to give the craftsman demigod the impression that he had been deliberately calculating him all along. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of him, Catherine Gry looked at Sharon, then asked seriously. Can she be trusted? You can trust her as you trust me. Avon gave a definite answer. I wouldn't dare to trust a playboy's guarantee. Catherine Gry looked at Avon with disdain. After such a long time of contact, she had heard about Avon's trivial affairs. Avon smiled but didn't care, and Catherine Gry thought for a moment before deciding to take them out of the city. Chapter 242, Moses Ascetic Order Defector. Avon, dressed in the same black robe as Kathleen, who had just attended the gathering, hailed a carriage and arrived at the outskirts of Backland. After declining the coachman's concern, they reached a dark and serene valley. Kathleen led the way, and soon they reached a steep rock face. She pressed a protruding stone with her hand, turning it 3 times clockwise and 3 times counterclockwise, then struck it firmly. A grinding sound echoed, and a large stone next to it automatically moved aside, revealing a cave entrance. Seeing this scene before him, and the surrounding environment that resembled a graveyard, Avon suddenly felt a sense of adventure. What are you thinking? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Aren't you coming in quickly? Kathleen, having entered the cave, found Avon in a daze and asked testily. Avon, however, wasn't angry, he just chuckled and stepped into the cave without any hesitation. Kathleen couldn't see Sharon and didn't know if she had followed them in. However, seeing Avon enter, she didn't even ask, but simply twisted a stone on the cave wall, sealing the entrance from the inside. The situation inside the cave was completely different from the desolation outside. Bright lamps hung on the cave walls. Avon didn't find any gas pipes or similar things and wondered what served as their energy source. Mechanical parts were casually strewn everywhere on both sides of the cave passage, with gears and long pipes visible at every turn. Deeper inside, various weapons not found in the outside world were displayed haphazardly. Large caliber heavy cannons were just a minor detail. If an outsider were to stumble in here, they might think they had entered a secret military factory. What puzzled Avon was that, judging from the scattered parts, many basic items had been recently used by the owner of the parts. Woof woof woof. Avon and Kathleen heard a dog's bark and turned to look at their feet, predictably seeing a mechanical puppy joyfully wagging its tail at her. Kathleen smiled, squatted down, and stroked the mechanical dog's head, saying to Avon, "This is Bobby, a mechanical pet made by Collins. He and I are very close. Isn't he cute?" Avon looked at the mechanical dog, which exuded a sense of mechanical beauty, resembled products sold in markets in his previous life, had a pair of red eyes, and wagged its tail in Kathleen's arms. He felt no cuteness at all, only a sense of horror, and cold sweat streamed down him. In his eyes, what Kathleen was holding was not a cute mechanical dog, but a nuclear reactor with terrifying energy. Once this energy erupted, even with all of Avon's substitute abilities, he would only be annihilated. Kathleen, however, didn't notice Avon's abnormality. After stroking the mechanical dog's smooth little head a few times, she shouted loudly, "Collins, I've brought the guest." "I know, you don't need to shout so loudly, I can hear you." A hearty laugh came, and from a thatched hut deep within the cave, a middle-aged man with graying hair, a tall and energetic physique, emerged. What puzzled Avon was that he was wearing a warlock robe embroidered with mysterious symbols and patterns, not the white work robe Avon had expected. As this demigod named Collins appeared, Avon, relying on the keen intuition granted by the City of Calamity, sensed that the fundamental physical values of the real world seemed to have undergone some changes, but he couldn't perceive anything more. This made Avon wonder if he had been too reckless this time, because he truly couldn't believe that modifying physical values was something an ordinary Sequence 4 demigod could do. Miss Sharon, however, did not perceive this horrifying fact. Instead, she directly appeared and stood beside Avon, bowing with him and saying, "Greetings, Your Excellency." The energetic middle-aged man waved his hand, indicating that Avon and the others didn't need to be so formal. As Avon and Sharon stood up, several large and sturdy parts shaped like Mercury, transforming into chairs and a coffee table that appeared beside Avon and Sharon. At the same time, a coffee pot and several cups flew from the thatched hut behind them. This scene made Avon's eyelids twitch, because it completely contradicted his impression of the Savon pathway. Instead, it was more like a meander of the mystery prior pathway. "Guests are welcome, please sit down and talk." Collins's expression was amiable, but Avon and Sharon didn't dare to truly relax, they sat upright and formally. Only Kathleen sat down casually, even actively introducing everyone and pouring coffee for them. "This is Collins, this is my direct superior Mr. Avon, and this is Miss Sharon, whom Mr. Avon said he trusts as much as he hopes to trust." When Kathleen introduced Sharon, she directly quoted Avon's words, which sounded like an explanation for why an extra person was invited this time. But the shrewd Collins heard a hint of sourness, so he glanced at Kathleen, causing a blush to appear on her face. Collins then looked at Avon again, thinking he indeed had a good face that could inspire a young girl's fantasies. However, now was not the time for such matters, so he suppressed his thoughts and said with a smile, "Although I am currently alone, I do have some understanding of certain secrets unknown to others. Mr. Avon, are you so actively inviting me to that high sequence gathering because you are planning for the future of the Horn family?" Collins's first words were astonishing, directly shaking Avon. He hadn't expected Collins to know this secret, thinking that few people knew about such matters. However, thinking about it, he realized it wasn't a big deal. With changes in the world situation, all sorts of monsters had emerged, and it was inevitable that some historical secrets would be revealed to the public. This gathering was indeed jointly organized by my brother and Ms. Amanda, but it was established before we knew the history of the Horn family. Although Avon's heart was turbulent, his expression remained unchanged as he explained, which made Collins look at him with renewed respect. Kathleen and Sharon, on the other hand, were completely confused. Was there anything special about the history of the Horn family? Thanks to the extensive newspaper reports after the old Earl's death, they were not completely ignorant of the Horn family behind Avon. However, they only knew that the Horn family had a long history, was intertwined with the nation, and had produced many famous figures, but they had no idea what the Horn family truly represented. "May I ask you to introduce me to the details of this gathering created by your brother?" Avon was well prepared for Collins's question. After all, this was not like recruiting a low to mid-sequence meander, where simply telling them that demigods would appear at the gathering would make them eagerly rush over. Instead, he was trying to recruit a demigod, a person who would live well wherever they went. Once they reached this level, worldly temptations and desires were largely ineffective on them, only substantial benefits could move them. Of course, there were exceptions, such as some demigods from noble families who would take on secular positions for the sake of their so-called noble heritage. As for Robert, he had been striving in politics both for the honor of the Horn family and for his own advancement. After all, his promotion ritual benefited from his achievements in politics, and Avon's active promotion of forming his own army was also for this reason. The Arbiter pathway and the Hunter pathway are always linked to order and war. Avon meticulously introduced the specific details of the gathering hosted by Ms. Amanda, including but not limited to the gathering place being inside the belly of an unknown giant beast, at least 6 demigods joining the gathering, Ms. Amanda possessing a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and someone at the gathering possibly already having become an angel, and so on. To persuade Collins to join the gathering, Avon truly revealed a lot, though all of this was with Robert's permission. Kathleen, who was beside them, had already widened her eyes in astonishment. Whether it was the legendary Grade 0 sealed artifact or the giant beast that could travel through the spirit world and had a huge independent space in its belly, everything exceeded her imagination. Miss Sharon wasn't doing much better, as she heard the words, "Angel." She understood Avon quite well and knew that he would never say anything without certainty. So, since Avon said such a thing, it must be true. This made her constantly ponder the demigods she had seen at the gathering, wondering which one had advanced to become an angel. Collins sipped his coffee, listening to Avon's boasts, maintaining a poker face throughout. Only when Avon mentioned an angel did his eyelid twitch, but it was just a twitch, with no other noticeable reaction. This made Avon, who had been constantly observing him, feel a little disappointed and somewhat uneasy. "It sounds like your brother is doing well. I heard he's not even 40 yet, and he's already built up such a large force. That's truly remarkable." Since he decided to meet Avon, Collins had naturally done his homework and had some understanding of Avon and his brother. "Unfortunately, I still don't see the necessity of joining. According to what you've said, anyone who can join that gathering will enter the script of that Destiny Pathway Grade 0 sealed artifact, essentially getting on your bandwagon. From my personal perspective, this seems like a loss rather than a gain. After all, you should also know what kind of trouble the Horn family behind you represents, and what kind of enemies you would face by joining your faction." Avon was silent. In his past dealings, he had always relied on the advanced information obtained from the Lord of the Mysteries, using the information asymmetry to firmly hold the initiative. But in this exchange with Collins, he was at a disadvantage, because the other party's understanding of him surpassed his understanding of the other party. From their first meeting, Avon knew he had underestimated this demigod named Collins, but now he realized he hadn't just underestimated him, but had greatly underestimated him. Whether it was his attitude towards angels or his knowledge of the Horn family's history, everything indicated that this person was far from simple. However, Avon absolutely did not believe that Collins was genuinely uninterested in joining this gathering. One should know that Kathleen had directly brought him to this demigod's lair this time. If he didn't want to join, he wouldn't have done so. If he truly wanted to understand the situation, they could have met at a restaurant. There was no need to come to this place. The current situation was simply a tug of war between the two sides, to see if they could agree on a price. Thinking of this, Avon no longer felt anxious. Instead, he tried to figure out how to regain the initiative. "I recently became the Vice Chief of the Reorganized Military Intelligence Section 9, and I am now qualified to access more intelligence and information. While reviewing secret organization files, I came across a piece of intelligence from 20 years ago, the disappearance of Chris, a Sequence 4 demigod and one of the 10 pillars of the Moses Ascetic Order, code-named Darkness I, in the Beander world. What are your thoughts on this matter? In this world, the connection between powerhouses of various sequences and major organizations is very strong. Especially, the formulas and corresponding materials needed to become a demigod are mostly controlled by specific organizations. It is very difficult to imagine advancing to a demigod without the help of an organization. Even Klein, as the protagonist, obtained the Bizarro Sorcerer formula from Zeratul, received direct help from the Evernight goddess, and still needed to use the Forsaken Land of the Gods to collect relevant materials. Therefore, Avon had previously speculated that Collins was highly unlikely to be a lone wolf. He must have broken away from an organization. Avon first ruled out the possibility of this craftsman defecting from the Steam and Machinery Church, because the Steam and Machinery Church is a righteous god organization. If a demigod defects, they have an obligation to inform other righteous god churches, just like in Zangwill. Otherwise, if the defector does something, and you haven't informed in advance, other righteous god churches will definitely cause trouble for them. Don't assume that because the righteous gods have formed an alliance, they are a unified front. Without saying anything else, one of the pieces of information Klein obtained when spying on the eternal blazing sun was that the eternal blazing sun extremely hated the storm god and the god of knowledge and wisdom, and the Evernight goddess and the god of combat were also enemies of similar sequences. Avon believed that if there was an opportunity to kick someone when they were down, they would definitely not hold back. Therefore, he first ruled out the possibility of a defector demigod from the Steam and Machinery Church, because Avon had not seen any relevant information or wanted posters. And from the perspective of righteous God churches cultivating beyonders of adjacent pathways, organizations that master the mystery prior pathway are very likely to cultivate beyonders of the Savant pathway. And Avon knew of only 2 secret organizations that could potentially cultivate a Savant pathway demigod. One is the famous Moses Ascetic Order, well known in the Beyonder world. They were originally a righteous God organization in the making, but they somehow managed to create a living father for themselves, turning themselves into a secret organization. No one else has done that. The other is Oravi Island, founded by Bernadette to counter the Moses Ascetic Order. At first, Avon didn't react, but when he discovered that Collins habitually wore a warlock robe and displayed abilities very similar to a Sequence 4 mysticologist of the mystery prior pathway, he immediately thought of a piece of information he had seen before. Collins chuckled softly under Kathleen's somewhat alarmed gaze, then said, "That's right, I am a defector from the secret organization, the Moses Ascetic Order." Chapter 243, Master of Knowledge. Catherine Gry's heart trembled violently when she heard her dearest Collins' grandfather admit to being a member of a secret organization. She had already joined the Anomaly Affairs Tribunal within Military Intelligence Section 9, becoming a lawyer who defended cultists associated with secret organizations. She understood a lot about what these cultists were like, so she often conducted reverse defenses, sending many cultists to the guillotine with a 100% success rate, earning her great renown. She simply could not associate her beloved Collins' grandfather with those evil secret organizations and cultists. Collins noticed Catherine Gry's shocked gaze, merely smiled faintly, and did not offer further explanation. Instead, he stared intently at Avon. He wanted to see what he could say. If Avon couldn't explain, Collins wouldn't mind giving him a lifelong lesson, letting Avon know that casually exposing others' secrets was not a good habit. Avon, however, seemed oblivious to the malice in Collins' eyes, and spoke with an unperturbed expression. "According to Military Intelligence Section 9's records, you have always been a key figure in the Moses Ascetic Order, and once eliminated a demigod from the Steam and Machinery Church. The last intelligence about you was that after successfully performing a ritual, you eliminated 2 other demigods from the Moses Ascetic Order, absconded with an important item from the Moses Ascetic Order, and left the Moses Ascetic Order. Is that correct? Does your Military Intelligence Section 9 have a mole within the Moses Ascetic Order? You seem to know quite a lot." Collins listened to Avon's words and responded with a light chuckle, effectively acknowledging the accuracy of the intelligence. But both Avon and the Sharon beside him felt their spirituality wildly warning them, as if they were about to face mortal danger at any moment, yet they couldn't react. Catherine Gry also couldn't help but look at Avon with worried eyes, but her normally lively and cheerful self dared not speak a word now. Although Avon's spirituality was wildly warning him, he did not feel corresponding panic in his heart. This was not only due to the courage that Bonaparte's fortitude brought him, but also because he concluded that Collins would absolutely not lay a hand on him. Collins had been inactive in the world for a full 20 years, precisely to escape the pursuit of the Moses Ascetic Order and the Hidden Sage, so how could he easily attack Avon and expose himself? Avon had already made it clear that Ms. Amanda had a 0-feet grade sealed artifact from the door pathway. If he dared to kill Avon, he would face the risk of Robert and Amanda directly coming to his doorstep. Furthermore, Avon also saw that Collins truly cherished Catherine Gry. Although he didn't know why, Avon was confident that the sun flame charm in his pocket could hold Collins back for half a second, creating an opportunity for him to control Catherine Gry. The needs of high-sequence beyonders are sometimes quite simple and unadorned. You are a well-known Moses Ascetic Order's 10 Pillars, a recorded mystery prior pathway demigod. But the current situation is that you are clearly a sequence 3 feet arcane scholar, of the Savant pathway, which means you advanced across pathways back then. After becoming a sequence 3 feet arcane scholar, your status in the Moses Ascetic Order was obviously higher, yet you still chose to defect and took an important item from the Moses Ascetic Order. Can I assume that what you took was a sequence 2 Beyonder characteristic related to your advancement? The needs of high sequence Beyonders are very simple and unadorned, either collecting the corresponding magic potion formulas and materials, or finding ways to digest the magic potion. Other matters take a backseat. As a newly advanced sequence 3 demigod, Collins was clearly a key cultivation target for the Moses Ascetic Order. Yet, at the moment of his advancement, he resolutely chose to defect. This made Avon wonder what could make him abandon years of accumulation. It was very obvious that only the Beyonder characteristic required for advancing to an angel would have such great temptation. The corresponding magic potion formula was still somewhat lacking. Collins showed no surprise at Avon exposing his secret. After he proactively admitted to being Collins, it wasn't difficult to guess these things, so his expression remained unchanged. He simply watched Avon quietly, waiting for his next words, while maintaining his pressure on Avon, making Avon constantly feel the threat of death. Avon pursed his lips, quite indifferent to Collins's extreme pressure, and directly stated his condition. Emperor Rosal once created a set of mystical cards recording the magic potion formulas of various Beyonder pathways, the Blasphemy Slate. I know where the Blasphemy Slate for the Savant pathway is. Are you interested? As soon as Avon spoke, Collins's expression, sitting opposite him, completely changed. No longer carrying a hint of mockery, it turned into an exceptionally fierce face, staring intently at Avon, while his dark green eyes became exceptionally void and hollow. Suddenly, Collins let out a muffled groan. Both of his eyeballs simultaneously burst in their sockets, and shattered milky white tissue flew towards Avon opposite him. Avon merely shifted slightly to avoid being splattered by these things. Sharon's expressionless face also showed a look of surprise. Catherine Gry, on the other hand, gasped, looking at Collins with empty eye sockets and bloodied flesh, at a loss. Just as Catherine Gry was about to speak, a pair of round spheres with small wings flew out of the thatched hut and accurately entered Collins's eye sockets. The small metal spheres split open in the middle, revealing an eye like white and black, surprisingly a pair of prosthetic eyes. Collins blinked, seemingly adapting, then smiled and said, "Having hunted geese all day, only to have my eyes pecked out by a goose. Emperor Rosal truly did not deceive people, and young friend, you are also not simple at all." At this moment, Collins's tone became much more polite, clearly having a deep apprehension of Avon. Avon merely snorted in response, but offered no explanation. Collins must have seen the City of Calamity phantom on him, which is why he was instantly severely injured. However, he wasn't corrupted, probably because he had a 0 feet grade sealed artifact in his possession. He wasn't Bernadette. Avon had no obligation to explain too much to him. Moreover, the less he explained, the more Collins would take him seriously. "May I ask where that blasphemy slate of the Savant pathway is now? I hope young friend will inform me, and I will surely reward you handsomely afterward." For 20 years, Collins had continuously explored the acting principles of an arcane scholar, finally fully digesting this cross-pathway, arcane scholar, magic potion. Therefore, his next goal was to go to the Intis Republic to seek the Master of Knowledge, magic potion formula of the Savant pathway, then use the 0 feet grade sealed artifact he obtained from the Moses Ascetic Order to concoct the magic potion, and finally advance to an angel. He had no interest whatsoever in joining the demigod gathering Avon mentioned. In his eyes, a group of wild demigods could not provide him with any substantial help. Even if the organizer of the gathering had a 0 feet grade sealed artifact, it would only make him look at them with slightly higher regard. He met Avon this time only to test him, to see if Avon could help him take care of his only bloodline in this world, and arrange his affairs, as the future is unpredictable. However, he didn't expect Avon to bring him such a huge surprise this time. He actually knew where the blasphemy slate of the Savon pathway was, which naturally delighted him immensely. That blasphemy slate is in the hands of a powerful individual at the gathering I mentioned. She is the king of the sea, Queen Mystic. Avon curiously looked at the pair of prosthetic eyes in Collins's eyes, feeling that these eyes were not simple at all. Being stared at by them gave him a feeling that he could be decomposed into basic particles at any moment. He couldn't help but guess whether these prosthetic eyes were the 0 feet grade sealed artifact Collins took from the Moses ascetic order. Indeed, it's in her hands. Collins sighed with emotion. He had previously speculated that Queen Mystic, Bernadette, might possess this blasphemy slate. But as a former high-ranking member of the Moses ascetic order, he was well aware of Queen Mystic's strength and the troublesome sealed artifacts she possessed. Coupled with the fact that he had the lives of Oravi Island in his hands, he could only consider Queen Mystic as a last resort for obtaining the magic potion formula. However, things were different now. Queen Mystic was indeed at that gathering, and if he joined, they wouldn't immediately fight upon meeting, leaving room for negotiation. Then please, young friend, introduce me to join. I will not treat you unfairly. Collins's tone faltered for a moment, but then quickly returned to normal, as he said with a smile, perfectly illustrating what it means to be initially stubborn and then respectful. However, this made Avon value Collins even more, because he always believed that those who achieve great things must be thick-skinned. If one isn't thick-skinned, how can they seize every opportunity to rise? Due to some minor matters, I will not be attending Ms. Amanda's gathering for now. Let Sharon be my recommender. Avon once again introduced Sharon to Collins, and Sharon, in turn, rose and bowed again. Although I won't be attending the gathering for now, I have contact with Queen Mystic. I will write to him to inform him that you will be attending the next gathering. Him. Yes, Lady Bernadette officially advanced to an angel some time ago. Collins quickly grasped the key phrase. He had previously thought Avon was bragging about an angel being at the gathering, but now he confirmed it was true, and it was even Queen Mystic, the person he wanted to trade with. For a moment, Collins's teeth felt a little sore. This would greatly hinder the transaction he wanted to make, affecting his bargaining power, and even making him somewhat hesitant, wondering if he should personally attend. After all, facing an angel directly brings immense pressure. One misstep, and he could become their spoils of war, especially since their previous stance could hardly be considered friendly. In fact, it was quite poor. But as a seasoned demigod, Collins also possessed a ruthless and decisive side. He immediately made up his mind that he absolutely had to go, otherwise he might miss this opportunity. So, he immediately said with a brilliant smile, "Please, young friend, speak well of me to the Queen. I will surely reward you handsomely afterward." Being able to communicate with Queen Mystic was definitely not an ordinary relationship and could very likely influence Queen Mystic's attitude. Collins continuously elevated his regard for Avon in his heart. Meanwhile, Catherine Gry and Sharon both looked at Avon with strange eyes. Whenever a woman was associated with Avon, they always thought of Avon's reputation as a playboy. But then, thinking that Queen Mystic was actually an angel, they felt it was impossible. After all, the more one understands the Beyonder world, the more one knows the meaning of the term, angel. How could a lofty angel be swayed by male charm? Avon readily agreed to Collins's request. While being amiable to Avon, Collins did not forget Sharon. After sizing her up, he said with a smile, 100 years ago, I was active in the southern continent, developing forces for the Moses ascetic order, so I had some dealings with the Rose school of thought. Coincidentally, I possess the magic potion formula for puppet. If I can obtain the formula I desire this time, I can give you this magic potion formula as a reward. Upon hearing this, Sharon's eyes burst with astonishing brilliance. Ever since her teacher's death, her biggest pain point had been the lack of subsequent advancement formulas. This left her in a state of passive defense against the lustful faction of the Rose school of thought, unable to launch an effective counterattack. Only by eliminating a demigod could the Rose School of Thought truly feel pain. The sequence 5 was not enough. But soon, Sharon realized the reason why Collins offered her such a generous reward. Collins clearly saw Sharon's identity and Avon's regard for Sharon. The reward he offered Sharon would only be paid after the success, meaning it would be given after he obtained what he desired, not as a reward for introducing him to the gathering. This reward was meant for Avon to hear. On one hand, Collins was using this method to urge Avon to persuade Queen Mystic to trade with him. Whether Sharon could get this magic potion formula depended on whether the transaction could be reached. On the other hand, it was to show how generous he was. Even Sharon, who only helped a little, could get a sequence 4 feet puppet, magic potion formula. Then, wouldn't Avon, who contributed greatly, be able to get even more? This could lead to infinite speculation. Avon immediately understood Collins' meaning. Looking at Sharon, who was looking at him, he sighed in his heart, thinking, as expected of a seasoned demigod who could ruthlessly scheme against the Moses ascetic order, survive intact to this day, and even prepare to advance to an angel. His mind works incredibly fast. He didn't even give Avon any conditions, he simply used Sharon to make Avon infinitely magnify his expectations in his own mind, eager to work for him. This guy shouldn't be a craftsman, he should be a spectator, and manipulate people's hearts. Now that Sharon's magic potion formula was tied to him, even if Avon had intended to remain an indifferent observer before, he now had no choice but to help facilitate the transaction between Queen Mystic and Collins. At the same time, Avon was also tempted by Collins' reward. Chapter 244, Hunting the War Bishop. Lady Ms. Amanda will hold another gathering in a few days, and Miss Sharon will lead you to it then. I will also write to the Queen Mystic in advance and do everything possible to facilitate a meeting between her and you, but I can't guarantee the final outcome. Avon ultimately made a certain promise, but that was already enough to make Collins smile. After discussing some details, Avon tactfully left the mechanical workshop in the cave with Miss Sharon, leaving time for Collins and Catherine Gry to communicate. Miss Catherine Gry grew up in a warm family, and it was difficult for her to accept that her beloved Grandpa Collins could be a blood-stained demigod from a cult organization. "What secrets does your Horn family have? Can I know them?" Sharon, floating beside Avon, suddenly asked. She realized that her understanding of Avon was superficial. If Collins hadn't directly exposed it, she would have no idea that the Horn family had a hidden history. "There's actually nothing that can't be said. If you want to know, I can tell you." Avon felt that since she was an ally he recognized, there was no need to hide the Horn family's secret history. He would have to tell her sooner or later, so he spoke about it. "To some extent, we are actually very similar, people dedicated to revenge." Getting off the carriage, Avon paid the coachman and, at the same time, empathized with Miss Sharon, telling her that they were the same kind of people. Sharon didn't say much in response, only looking at the apartment building in front of them and asking, "Why did you bring me to this apartment?" "Of course, there's something else I need your help with. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Come on up." Avon deliberately showed a mischievous smile and extended his hand to invite Miss Sharon into the apartment, like a lecher hunting for beauty. But Miss Sharon wasn't scared by him. She directly gestured for Avon to continue leading the way, which made Avon feel a bit bored. After entering the apartment, Avon took out a steel pen with blue and white patterns on its surface. While writing a letter on the coffee table, he explained to Sharon, "The person I want you to introduce to Lady Ms. Amanda's gathering this time isn't just Collins. There's also a high-sequence Beyander of the Death Pathway. It was he who killed Vice Admiral Hurricane Kilangos a few weeks ago." Miss Sharon was extremely surprised. She didn't expect Avon to have contact with Military Intelligence Section 9's current #1 most wanted fugitive. However, having seen Avon's unconventional behavior many times, she quickly accepted this point. After all, she had no good feelings for the Loan Kingdom itself. This was because her teacher's death had a strong connection to the Loan Kingdom's official side. To some extent, her teacher was backstabbed by the Loan Kingdom, and the Temperance faction's territory in the southern continent was jointly divided by the Hedonist faction in the Loan Kingdom. If Avon hadn't directly invited them to cooperate in his personal capacity, Sharon and Marich would absolutely not have gotten involved with Avon. At the same time, Sharon's gaze towards Avon became unusually complex. This was very rare for a Temperance faction wraith who was good at controlling her emotions. Because Avon had asked her to introduce two demigods into Lady Ms. Amanda's gathering, this merit could earn her very generous rewards from Lady Ms. Amanda. Yet, Avon so easily gave her such a great merit. Although his brother was involved in forming that gathering, bringing in high-sequence powerhouses was like keeping the meat in the pot, but it didn't affect Avon's consideration for her at all. After all, this merit could have been given to anyone, and Avon had never asked for anything in return. Thank you for giving me these two merits. What can I do for you? Looking at Avon, who was sitting on the sofa writing, Sharon asked with extreme hesitation. Avon raised his head, looking at Sharon, who usually showed little emotion, and saw her inner tension. He smiled and said, "You don't have to feel burdened. This is just a small effort for me. If I were to introduce them, given the current situation, Lady Ms. Amanda certainly wouldn't give a good impression, and I wouldn't gain anything. It's only by your introduction that the benefits can be maximized. You are my partner, and your gains are my gains, so you don't need to take this matter to heart." Seeing Avon say this, Miss Sharon said no more, only keeping the matter in her heart. The letter to Mr. Azek was not long. It was just an invitation for him to come to the apartment for a chat. So Avon quickly finished the letter, checked it for any typos, and then used his spirituality to activate the steel pen in his hand, summoning Mr. Azek's messenger. As soon as Avon infused his spirituality into the pen, the entire apartment quickly became unusually cold. This made Miss Sharon frown slightly, leaning closer to Avon, and then looking towards a corner. On the floor, vague, hazy white bones were spewed out, forming a fountain of white bones. Within a few seconds, an illusory monster appeared in the room. The monster was entirely composed of white bones. Its form looked like a human, but it was much taller than a human, standing a full 5 or 6 meters tall, with its skull touching the ceiling. Dark flames flickered in its large eye sockets, and the white bones emitted a shimmering white light. However, this time the messenger was even more pathetic than before. It directly prostrated itself on the ground, not daring to lift its head or even look at Avon. Because of its immense size, it occupied the entire apartment floor, causing its own bones to automatically disassemble and place themselves to the side, becoming as humble as could be. This left Miss Sharon, who was standing by, dumbfounded, because she could clearly feel that this giant skeletal messenger was on the same level as her, and its true strength might even be stronger than hers, yet she never expected it to be so afraid of Avon, utterly powerless to resist. Avon was also somewhat surprised by this, but he quickly realized that it was probably because he had recently advanced again, and after killing the 3-in-1 angel, his control over the City of Calamity had further strengthened. Noticing the fear transmitted by the skeletal messenger, Avon didn't get up. He just threw the note in his hand onto its outstretched hands and then said, "Deliver it to Mr. Azek as soon as possible." After hearing Avon's command, the skeletal messenger just nodded and then disappeared directly from the apartment, not wanting to stay for another moment. Mr. Azek has very strict control over his undying army. Seeing Miss Sharon's probing gaze, Avon rubbed his nose, attributing the situation to Mr. Azek and quickly changing the subject. Mr. Azek is not simple. At least in my eyes, he is more important than Mr. Collins. Avon's words indeed shifted Sharon's attention, because she had already learned from Avon and Collins' conversation that Collins was a Sequence 3 demigod who possessed a sealed artifact of 0 level and had basically digested his Beander characteristic, possessing the potential to advance to an angel. Yet, Avon directly stated that he valued the unseen Mr. Azek more. This even made Sharon wonder if Mr. Azek might be an angel. But Sharon quickly dismissed this absurd thought. If Mr. Azek were truly an angel, the Loan Kingdom wouldn't dare to issue a bounty, and the Augustus family would withdraw the warrant immediately. After all, simply because someone killed an assassin who assassinated Duke Nigan, to recklessly issue a bounty and offend an angel, even the Augustus family's arbiter angel, no matter how inflexible in thinking, wouldn't do such a thing. Just as Sharon was about to ask Avon for more information, her spirituality stirred, and she and Avon simultaneously looked in the same direction, only to find a middle-aged man with a medium build, black hair, brown eyes, soft features, and bronze skin appearing in the apartment. It was indeed Mr. Azek. "Ah!" Miss Sharon exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Mr. Azek, appearing quite flustered. "Hello, Mr. Azek. This is Miss Sharon. And this is Mr. Azek." Avon saw Sharon's expression and had a guess in his heart, but he still took the initiative to introduce the two. Miss Sharon again landed from the air and bowed to Mr. Azek, who also nodded in response. "Mr. Azek, the high-sequence gathering I mentioned to you last time has news. Miss Sharon will be your introducer and will take you to attend in a few days." Seeing that the two had greeted each other, Avon explained the matter that had already been agreed upon with Mr. Azek. Although he was a bit confused as to why Avon wasn't personally acting as his introducer, out of trust in Avon, Mr. Azek didn't ask further. He just gently said to Sharon, "Thank you for your trouble. You seem surprised to see me. Is there a particular reason?" Miss Sharon was also seeing such a humane and gentle demigod for the first time. She was clearly stunned for a moment, then bowed again and said, "You are truly too kind. It is my honor to serve you. I once met the royal leader of the LotM Empire in the southern continent with my teacher, Empress Pale, Maria Eggers, and I feel that your appearances are very similar." Azek fell silent upon hearing this, then continued to ask, "Your teacher is Reinette Tinakare, the temperance faction angel of the Rose School of Thought. We and the Eggers family of the LotM imperial family are allies, jointly resisting the colonial rule of the North Continent and resisting the erosion of the hedonist faction of the Rose School of Thought." Mr. Azek was silent. Ever since he met Undying Brendan, he learned his true identity from him. However, because he had no related memories at all, he had never 100% accepted this fact in his heart and continued to search for his life memories as before. Today was the second time he had received clues about his identity from someone else, because the head of the Eggers family, Maria Eggers, was, according to Undying Brendan, his biological granddaughter. Her strong resemblance to Mr. Azek further confirmed what Brendan said, that he was the death consul of the LotM Empire who instigated the Pale Calamity at the end of the fourth epic, a cold and cruel angel. It took a while for Mr. Azek to regain his composure and say to Miss Sharon, "Thank you for the information you gave me. It is very helpful to me." Clearly, Azek also had a good impression of the polite Sharon. He took out a gold coin from his person, and his eyes focused. Pale, gloomy green, complex symbols and inscriptions appeared out of thin air, as if written and composed by countless wraiths, specters, souls, and other creatures. They intertwined and combined in midair, evolving into a mysterious, illusory, ancient bronze door. That bronze door seemed to connect to another world, another deep, terrifying, silent world. The illusory door, under Mr. Azek's control, grew smaller and smaller, finally transforming into an afterimage that landed on the gold coin in his hand. The gold coin, which originally shimmered with charming light, now had blue and white patterns similar to Avon's pen. The gold coin was sent by Mr. Azek through the ubiquitous spirit to Sharon's front, and he then said, "This gold coin can serve as a medium to contact me and summon the relevant messenger." Miss Sharon took the gold coin, sent by the invisible spirit, with extreme delight, because this was equivalent to Mr. Azek's protection over her, giving her a genuine sense of security after being constantly threatened by the Rose School of Thought demigods. Seeing that Azek and Avon still had things to discuss, Sharon, being perceptive, bowed again and left the apartment through the room's French window. "Ever since Brendan told me my identity, I've been avoiding this issue, even holding onto a slim hope, as a single testimony is not enough. But now, I've finally received more accurate information from a second person. My full name is Azek Eggers, the former death consul of the LotM Empire. But why, even after knowing my identity, can I still not recover the relevant memories? Miss Sharon had revealed crucial information, so Azek no longer bothered to hide in front of Avon. After all, if Avon was determined to investigate, the secret would eventually be exposed. Avon knew exactly why. Mr. Azek was definitely influenced by Adam, making Azek fear his past and want to escape it. And Adam's reason for doing so was that his plan was not yet complete. However, the appearance of Undying Brendan was due to 008, appearing in the script. This was an intrusive factor for Adam, so he could only directly influence Azek to prevent his plan from being disrupted. Avon had absolutely no desire to interfere with Adam's plan, so he could only remain silent regarding Mr. Azek's melancholy. Fortunately, Mr. Azek was just sighing and wasn't seeking comfort from Avon. After a few seconds, he regained his composure and asked, "You summoned me this time, it shouldn't be just to introduce me to the gathering, right? Is there something you want my help with? You helped me investigate a lot of intelligence last time. As long as it's within my capabilities, I can help you." Avon took a deep breath, briefly introduced the Horn family's history to Mr. Azek, and then said, "The Einhorn family's demigod should have already arrived in Backland, and it's very likely he will target me. I hope you can help me hunt him down." Chapter 245 The Authority of the Hidden Sage. Alright, do you have more precise information? Although he didn't have clearer memories, knowing his identity was still very helpful for Azek. At least he now possessed the strength of Sequence 3, unlike in the original work where he only had the strength of Sequence 4 at the same time. As long as no angel intervened, he was confident in dealing with any demigod, and it was clear that the Einhorn family could not send an angel to Backland. An angel of the Hunter pathway coming to Backland would be very difficult to hide from Augustus I, who was primarily based in the Loan Kingdom, especially since Augustus I was currently in Backland. If such a situation truly occurred, Augustus I would act at all costs. There was no greater achievement than eliminating an angel from the opposing faction. If there was, it could only be two. Avon nodded, but then shook his head and said, "The intelligence from the Faesac Empire indicates that a Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight has arrived, but I don't think it's just a Sequence 4. It's more likely a Sequence 3 War Bishop. My brother, last year, established the new order of the Loan Kingdom by abolishing the Grain Bill, becoming an imperative mage of the Arbiter pathway. This matter might be hidden from others, but it certainly won't escape the Einhorns, who have been closely monitoring the Horn family. Knowing that Robert Horn has already become an imperative mage, sending an Iron-Blooded Knight to Backland, who are they looking down on? I don't believe the Einhorns would be so foolish, so I think they would at least send a Sequence 3 War Bishop." Azek thought for a moment, nodded in agreement with Avon's view, and then said, "Do you have any plans? Based on my limited memories, Beyonders of the Hunter pathway are good at combat but not at mysticism, but at the War Bishop sequence, it's different. A War Bishop can release a War Mist, which can effectively conceal themselves, counter prophecy, and counter divination, making it very difficult to find their traces. It can be considered one of the best abilities for self-concealment. I originally said it is War Smoke, and War Mist was an advanced version of Sequence 2, but since Cuttlefish set War Mist at Sequence 3, I'll follow Cuttlefish. I have my own way of finding this person, I just hope you can lend me a hand when the time comes." Avon smiled faintly, shook his head, and did not directly answer Azek's question. Seeing that Avon was unwilling to explain, Azek said indifferently, "As long as you have a plan, that's fine. Remember to notify me in advance when you need help. I will definitely not be late like last time." Azek had always been bothered by missing the confrontation with Zangwill due to losing control last time. Speaking of that unspeakable person, he has also arrived in Backland and is now colluding with the Demonist sect. Upon hearing mention of the unspeakable person, Azek immediately understood who Avon was referring to. His face instantly darkened, and his eyes shot out piercing light as he looked at Avon, hoping to get more information. Zangwill not only took his child's head, leaving his child's spirit, filled with resentment and unable to rest, unable to start anew, but also killed his good student, ranking second on his kill list, only after Duncan Augustus, the one who directly killed his child. There is no more information yet. After all, he has 008, which he stole from the Night Church. However, since he is already colluding with the Demonist sect, it means he is helping with the collusion between the Demonist sect and the Augustus family. Therefore, regarding the unspeakable person, it's best to approach it from the Demonist sect and the Augustus royal family, not the other way around. Azek thought for a moment and nodded in agreement with Avon's view. After all, the Augustus family's angel, Duncan Augustus, was also one of his targets. Then, next, I should target Red Rose Manor, which the Augustus family is still closely protecting. After all, the symbol of cooperation between the Demonist sect and the Augustus family, the primordial Demoness's vessel for divine descent, is still there. Whether it's to disrupt their upcoming conspiracy or to target Ince Zangwill, this is the best breakthrough point. Avon had previously, in order to gain Mr. Azek's trust and make him believe in himself, proactively revealed the cooperation between the Demonist sect and the Augustus royal family, as well as the matter of Red Rose Manor. Since he wanted to target Ince Zangwill indirectly, Mr. Azek naturally thought of this matter. There's another benefit to doing this. It reduces suspicion from the unspeakable person, the Demonist sect, and the Augustus royal family, because the primordial Demoness's vessel for divine descent is not something that a mere 008 can fully control. Given that, any unexpected occurrences are not out of place and are understandable. This can maximize our concealment and prevent premature exposure. Avon poured a glass of water for Mr. Azek and placed it in front of him, then continued speaking. Mr. Azek picked up the cup and took a sip, then couldn't help but inwardly praise Avon's meticulousness. Avon and Azek chatted for a while about the details of their future actions, then Avon watched Mr. Azek disappear from his sight. After a while, Avon took out his pen again, wrote a letter, and after finishing it, he casually found a piece of candle and began the summoning ritual. After simply completing the preliminary steps, Avon placed the letter on the altar, stepped back 2 paces, and solemnly chanted in ancient Hermes. I summon in my name. Invisible beings roaming the upper realms, strange spirits friendly to humans, the exclusive messenger of Bernadette Gustave. As soon as he finished speaking, Avon's spiritual perception was stirred. He instinctively activated his spirit vision with his consciousness, but saw nothing. Then Avon discovered that the letter he had placed on the altar was gone, and Avon hadn't noticed how it disappeared at all. My sequence has advanced, and I've already eliminated the 3-in-1 Hotpot Angel. My control over the City of Calamity is very high, but I still haven't seen Bernadette's messenger. This messenger is truly special. Just like last time, a brilliant galaxy composed of countless light points suddenly appeared in the apartment, like a bridge. Upon closer inspection, those brilliant light points seemed to be living birds, collectively forming this illusory bridge with their bodies. However, one end of the bridge was in the apartment, while the other end connected to an unknown place. Every time Avon saw this bridge, he felt a subtle sensation, but he couldn't reveal his understanding of the Shishi Magpie Bridge. As the Shishi Magpie Bridge disappeared, Bernadette appeared in the apartment. She was wearing an Intis-style white female shirt, her chestnut hair naturally falling down, and her symmetrical, straight eyebrows were perfectly groomed, making her look somewhat like a strong career woman Avon had seen in TV dramas in his previous life. As soon as they met, she asked impatiently with a rare urgency in her voice. Chris has appeared, is what you said true? It was no wonder Bernadette was so agitated. The Moses Ascetic Order's Renegade Sequence 3 demigod, Chris, had always been the person Bernadette most wanted to win over, and also the one she most wanted to eliminate, over the years. Now was the time to draw him into Oravi Island. You're more agitated than I thought. I thought with over 100 years of experience, agitated emotions wouldn't appear on you. Avon scrutinized the somewhat flustered Bernadette, feeling very surprised. Bernadette's expression froze upon hearing this, then she said exasperatedly. That's only for natural mythical creatures or demigods. I've come step by step from Sequence 9 mystery prior to now. So I still have a lot of humanity, of course my emotions will fluctuate. Bernadette deliberately emphasized the word, humanity, to stress her point. Of course, I can see that your humanity is well preserved, but I also feel very puzzled, because in the Military Intelligence Section 9's archives, the scale of Oravi Island that you founded doesn't seem to be very large. So what is your anchor for maintaining humanity? After all, Beander characteristics at the angel level are not that easy to bear. Bernadette looked into Avon's eyes and after a long time, she spoke. I always felt you were extraordinary. After learning about the Horn family's history and knowing you were Robert Horn's younger brother, I thought I had found the answer, but now it seems the truth is somewhat different from what I imagined. You actually know about anchors, and what angels face. This goes beyond what you, as a Horn family descendant, Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9, and a true creator's dear, should know. These are things you should only know after at least advancing to a demigod, right? Avon gave Bernadette a profound smile and said, I know a lot more, but I can't tell you everything, because intelligence has a price. Similarly, I can't tell you what my anchor is. Bernadette smiled and sat on the sofa opposite Avon, glancing at the 2 teacups on the coffee table. She asked casually, did you just have a guest? Avon stood up, found a clean cup, poured Bernadette a glass of water, placed it in front of her, and said solemnly, it's another high-sequence powerhouse who will be introduced at Ms. Amanda's gathering in a few days. This powerhouse is not simple at all. I want to remind you not to probe into anything about him, it will do you no good. Oh, your connections are quite extensive. Your brother and Ms. Amanda established this gathering less than 2 years ago and have already attracted several high-sequence powerhouses. You've only attended once, and for the second time, you're introducing 2 high-sequence demigods to join. That's truly remarkable. Don't worry, controlling one's curiosity is the best way for a mystery prior angel to survive. I will follow your advice and not be curious about this person. Alright, let's get back to our previous topic. What's going on with Chris? Due to several collaborations, Bernadette and Avon had established deep mutual trust, so she unhesitatingly accepted Avon's advice, although she was truly curious about what secrets this special high-sequence powerhouse held. It's not Chris, but Collins. Since Collins has changed his name, we should respect his wishes. Avon solemnly corrected Bernadette's error, leaving Bernadette speechless for a moment. I understand, it's Collins, not Chris. Stop being so mysterious. Avon smiled faintly, no longer playing coy, and explained Collins' situation, then said. In short, Mr. Collins' cross-pathway advanced 20 years ago and stole a sealed artifact formed from the Beander characteristic of a craftsman pathway sequence 2 knowledge magister when he defected from the Moses ascetic order. After 20 years of digestion, he has basically digested the magic potion and only lacks the corresponding magic potion formula. He was originally planning to try his luck in Intis to see if he could be accepted by the Steam and Machinery Church, but now that he knows from me that you have a blasphemy slate of the Savant pathway, he has changed his mind and hopes to trade with you, with me as an intermediary. After listening, Bernadette sighed and then said, I finally understand what happened during the upheaval in the Moses ascetic order 20 years ago. The outside world actually never knew the details of what happened in the Moses ascetic order 20 years ago. Even Avon only learned about it by reading this top-secret file in Military Intelligence Section 9 and then memorizing it through a captive from the City of Calamity. Because this matter was personally concealed by the Hidden Sage, all records and people's memories related to it in the world had their traces erased. Military Intelligence Section 9 could have this record because it was personally blessed by Augustus I. Plus, the Hidden Sage was not a Sequence 0 true god after all, which is why it could be preserved. If the Hidden Sage were a true god, then what he wanted to conceal would absolutely be impossible for anyone to know. The Savant pathway represents knowledge leaning towards reality, representing civilization itself. The Mystery Prior pathway represents knowledge leaning towards mysticism, representing mystery itself. The reason why all the gods in the world are called gods is that God is unknowable. The unknowable is God. I will conduct the transaction with him at Ms. Amanda's gathering. You can inform him of this news and let him think about how to trade, and you can also extort a sum from him as payment. Bernadette thought for a while and decided to seize this opportunity, saying, "It's best to extort a bit more, and while you're at it, extort the reward you owe me too." Avon held his water glass, smiling as he spoke to Bernadette. "Ha ha ha, yes, and extort the reward I owe you too." Bernadette was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then burst out laughing. "The Rosal exhibition I promoted was a great success in Trier. Now it's your turn to contribute." After laughing, Bernadette's smile faded, and she began to talk about the Rosal exhibition, while Avon raised an eyebrow and solemnly nodded in agreement. Chapter 246, Entering the Game. Promoting Rosal's development and seizing the opportunity to steal the blasphemy slate of the Black Emperor pathway was a joint plan between Bernadette and Avon, and it also received Robert's attention. After all, in order to break free from the ceiling set by the Augustus family, Robert was already considering changing pathways. "I will inform Robert to make arrangements as soon as possible. Then, we'll each rely on our own abilities." The goal of bringing the Black Emperor blasphemy slate to the Loan Kingdom was to keep the operation away from the headquarters of the Steam and Machinery Church. This was a common goal for Bernadette, Avon, and Robert. However, the ownership of this slate would depend on each individual's methods, as no one wanted to give in. "Oh, and while we're pursuing the blasphemy slate, the plan targeting George III cannot stop. Last time, you asked me for a favor, but you didn't fully anticipate the true creator's descent, putting me in danger. Afterward, I asked you to investigate George III's plans, and you agreed. You haven't forgotten about this, have you? Last time, due to Grisha's matter, Bernadette had a hold over Avon, and Avon agreed to help her investigate George III's write-off plan." "Of course not, I've always remembered this. I was just about to update you on the new situation." Avon naturally couldn't say that he knew all the details of George III's plans, but he immediately realized that he couldn't let Bernadette get too involved before the Great Smog incident erupted. Because after Ince Zangwill colluded with the demonist sect, the Great Smog effectively became part of the script. Bernadette had already become an angel, and her weight was already too significant. If she only operated on the fringes of the script, 008 and even Adam would ignore her existence. But if he influenced the Great Smog incident, then 008 would inevitably reveal Bernadette's existence, and the Augustus family would not tolerate an unplanned angel, one beyond their control, continuing to act freely. Assassination and expulsion would become inevitable, and perhaps even a conspiracy targeting Bernadette had already begun. "Bernadette, think back on your recent experiences. See if there are any coincidences." Avon shouted sharply, his face anxious. Bernadette didn't mind Avon suddenly calling her by name. Although she didn't understand Avon's sudden tense expression, she immediately recalled if there were any coincidences in her recent actions. Her azure eyes suddenly unfocused, gazing at the flow of the river of fate, especially the flow of her own destiny. Upon this observation and scrutiny, Bernadette immediately discovered the abnormality in her own destiny. Fate is uncertain, and the river of fate flows ceaselessly, often branching into different paths due to personal choices or the influence of others' destinies. However, it largely remains within the main current of destiny, only occasionally deviating before eventually returning, especially for those with greater strength. As an angel, Bernadette was even more capable of ensuring her destiny flowed as little as possible into tributaries, reducing the influence of others on her fate. But after Avon's reminder, Bernadette's careful scrutiny revealed that her destiny had actually veered into tributaries more frequently during this period. Although not too far off, its excessive twisting was gradually moving it away from her main destiny. This discovery greatly shocked Bernadette, as it meant the level of power influencing her was too high, to the extent that she only realized it after Avon's reminder. "Do you have any hints?" Bernadette knew that since Avon had discovered the problem, he must also have some understanding of its source. And through this rhetorical question, she admitted to Avon that she had indeed encountered coincidences during this period. Avon thought for a moment and said to Bernadette, "The Church of the Night Goddess has a runaway archbishop." This matter was no secret in the Beyonder world, as the Church of the Night Goddess had already issued a warrant. Without needing to say more, Bernadette immediately thought of the sealed artifact 008 mentioned in the warrant. When she first saw the warrant, Bernadette had even made some guesses about what kind of sealed artifact it was to be ranked so highly. Because most 0-feet grade sealed artifacts were jointly named by the gods when the sealed artifact system was established. And Bernadette, due to Rosal, had previously known the effects of several relatively high-ranking sealed artifacts, and she herself possessed a very high-ranking sealed artifact, 005, Wishing Lamp. So she had always been very interested in this 0-feet grade sealed artifact that was at large. Although she still didn't know the specific effects of this sealed artifact, the mere fact that it could hide from her and affect her personally already made Bernadette break out in a cold sweat. Not even realizing when the enemy had already made their move, there was nothing more terrifying than that. "Can you provide more information?" Bernadette continued to ask. "This runaway archbishop has already advanced to demigod. His Beyonder characteristic came from St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen City." Tingen City, your hometown. When Bernadette was, after all, a newly advanced, mystery prior, angel, and she immediately grasped the key points. It was the day Ouroboros forced his way into Backland and the true creator descended into the world. It was also the day you helped me eliminate the 3-in-1 angel and collect the Red Priest blasphemy slate. Bernadette felt her head might explode. She had thought too many things had happened that day, but she hadn't expected there were still things she didn't know. This is also why I hurried to Backland immediately after graduating and embarking on the Beyonder path. Seeing Bernadette silent, Avon said somewhat guiltily. The sealed artifact 008 was formed by a spectator pathway sequence 1-foot author. It takes the form of a quill pen, and you also hold several blasphemy slates, so you should understand what this means. Spectator. Quill pen. This sealed artifact can make people in real life act according to the script it writes. As expected of an author. Bernadette let out a long breath. She certainly understood what Avon's hint meant. Because the ritual for a sequence 1 great angel to advance to a sequence 0 potion material involves 2 other sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics. And then, connecting this to what Avon had once told her about the true creator's descent possibly being aided by the son of the creator, whose pathway happened to be the spectator pathway, everything seemed clear at a glance. She was now very likely being manipulated within that terrifying sealed artifact, but even more likely under the manipulation of the son of the creator, that spectator pathway king of angels. After all, 008 concerned the ritual for becoming a god, and the terrifying king of angels had probably been keeping an eye on this matter all this time. Thinking a bit deeper, the so-called archbishop's defection was orchestrated by this unspeakable king of angels. So what role did the Evernight goddess play in this? One must know that the Evernight goddess is the mother of secrecy. This is an honorific name that can restrain the spectator's abilities from a conceptual level. Would she so easily allow such an important sealed artifact as 008 to escape her control? Would the Evernight goddess be so careless? Combining her father's past evaluation, plus her own understanding of the history of the 3rd and 4th epochs, Bernadette directly ruled out the option of the Evernight goddess carelessly losing 008. Then the only possibility is that the Evernight goddess acquiesced to 008, leaving the church. The Evernight goddess is so bold, do the storm god, eternal blazing sun, and god of knowledge and wisdom know? One must know that they are all true gods occupying pathways adjacent to the spectator pathway, and they must also be very sensitive to the son of the creator collecting all the materials for becoming a god. The Evernight goddess doing this is practically turning against 3 true gods, including her own ally. It could even be said that the Evernight goddess doing this is tearing up the sacred oath signed in the 5th epoch. Bernadette seemed to see the gears of fate beginning to turn, and a mighty historical current was rolling in. Had the fifth epoch, marked by the signing of the sacred oath, as its beginning, reached the end of its era? The more Bernadette thought, the deeper she delved, the more terrifying she found it, and the more intensely her spirituality warned her, until Avon, with his eyes closed, grabbed her arm and kept calling her, and she finally woke up and examined herself. Then she found that her face, arms, and places covered by clothing had cracked open with fissures deep enough to see flesh, with black worms and white moths wriggling inside, forming countless indescribable eyes. She was losing control. Realizing her predicament, Bernadette dared not delay and immediately manifested a semi-transparent, highly illusory half-spirit behind her. That figure was dressed identically to Bernadette at that moment, except that her face wore a pale mask with a metallic sheen. This mask had holes only for the eyes, with no other gaps, making Bernadette's half-spirit appear extremely cold and noble, but lacking the breath of life. The mask emitted a faint white light, illuminating Bernadette herself, causing the violently spinning eyes on her body to gradually close. But in contrast, Bernadette also grew increasingly old, as if she had become a flickering candle in the wind. When all the abnormalities on Bernadette's body died out, she too had become an old woman. Just as Avon, having connected to Bonaparte's fortitude, and temporarily becoming an iron-blooded knight, could open his eyes and watch the scene before him, unable to help but speak, Bernadette's wrinkled skin suddenly split open, and a smooth arm reached out from within, tearing away the ugly old skin. Bernadette emerged from it, successfully achieving rebirth. I thought Rosal had only told Bernadette a few fairy tales to coax his daughter, but I never expected he would tell his daughter strange tales from a Chinese studio. Watching the old skin disappear, Avon couldn't help but examine the younger-looking Bernadette, feeling that she no longer had the mature and capable aura from before, but instead had a bit more cuteness and charm. Looking at Avon, who was staring at her rudely, Bernadette couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyeballs out." Bernadette's personality seemed to have changed, no longer like the leader of a secret organization, but rather like the beloved and authoritative eldest princess of the Intis Empire. How many times can you use this ability? I don't believe this ability has no side effects, otherwise the sage would be invincible. Avon looked at the younger Bernadette, who seemed to have no hidden dangers, and instinctively felt that this ability should have limitations. Bernadette was enveloped in iridescent bubbles that, from top to bottom, instantly transformed her clothing, which resembled a professional woman's attire on Earth, into dazzling court dress, making her appear radiant and captivating. I can use this ability twice at most. It's one of my life-saving abilities. It can reset all states, whether good or bad, and can also bring my age back to 20. Upon hearing this, Avon remained silent. He somewhat regretted bringing up the matter of Tingen. Otherwise, Bernadette wouldn't have directly sacrificed a life. You don't need to feel guilty. Since I decided to ask you for relevant information and betray the Mystery Prior's rules to delve deeper, I had already considered this possibility. Bernadette saw Avon's guilt and offered comfort. Since things had come to this, Avon could say nothing more and could only decide to compensate Bernadette in the future, putting the matter aside for now. My destiny has changed under the influence of the spectator. Does this mean that the King of Angels, or the owner of 008, has officially joined forces with the Augustus family? Avon nodded, then said, "The Augustus family did not appear. The Demonist sect made contact with that runaway. Their write-off plan should now be handled by this runaway, as there's no better way to ensure secrecy than using 008. Ins Zangwil, Demonist sect, Augustus family, layer upon layer of protective covers, so even if something went wrong, the Augustus family could disclaim responsibility." In the original work, Klein's existence greatly interfered with the Augustus family's and Demonist sect's actions, causing George III to reveal a bit of his fox tail. What is the position of that King of Angels, and what is his attitude towards the birth of the Black Emperor? After what just happened, Bernadette was already a bit spectator, PTSD, because this was the most terrifying thing she had experienced since her father's death, and it was the first time she felt fear in her heart. That King of Angels is George III's biggest supporter. His goal in promoting George III is the same as his goal in promoting your father to become the Black Emperor, back then. Avon once again revealed a hidden history known to few. He supported my father to become the Black Emperor. And now he supports George III. What good does that do him? Bernadette frowned slightly, her voice growing softer. Since he was already pursuing 008, the material for becoming a god, it meant he was already planning to become a god. And generally, preparing for the advancement ritual is more troublesome than collecting materials. Is this related to his ritual for becoming a god? Bernadette asked cautiously. Avon nodded without speaking. Bernadette hadn't expected the situation in Backland to become so complicated. The birth of a Black Emperor had already put immense pressure on her, but she never thought it would also involve the ascension ritual of a King of Angels from the spectator pathway. Do you know the specifics of this ritual? As soon as Bernadette spoke, she realized her slip of the tongue. After all, if even the name was unspeakable, how could Avon directly reveal the corresponding ascension ritual? You really think too highly of me. I'm just a poor sequence 6 Beander right now. I genuinely don't know what the spectator pathway's ascension ritual is. Avon found it a bit amusing. Perhaps his previous impression of being a know-it-all made Bernadette mistakenly believe he truly knew everything. Although Avon knew many secrets, he genuinely didn't know the spectator pathway's ascension ritual. The first 4 volumes of Lord of the Mysteries in his mind didn't cover any related content. Avon had once guessed that Adam's ascension ritual was to drive the tide of the era, based on the Twilight Hermit Order's goal, but this was merely a guess. It's possible that driving the tide of the era is only one of the necessary conditions for the ritual, and other conditions might also be required. Guesses don't count at this point. Clearly, Adam's promotion will be a major storyline influencing the development of the world's situation, and the subsequent content of Lord of the Mysteries must mention it. Sometimes, Avon even suspected that perhaps the subsequent content of Lord of the Mysteries would mention this matter, which would trigger Adam's killing intent towards him, thus preventing the subsequent content from being unlocked in his mind. It was like when Klein wanted to use spirit vision to look at Migos, and his spiritual intuition, due to danger, would subtly and unconsciously guide him to forget to investigate. Among Avon's guesses for why the subsequent content of Lord of the Mysteries couldn't be unsealed, the most probable one was that the subsequent content was too significant, and Lord of the Mysteries in his mind actively protected its master, self-sealing. After all, in this world, knowledge and secrets are poisonous. Bernadette's gaze flickered, feeling very embarrassed. Because in her interactions with Avon had always been in the dominant position, leading her to often subconsciously ignore Avon's true age and sequence, truly treating him as a know-it-all, to the point of asking such a foolish question. But as the Empire's eldest princess, even if she was truly wrong, she couldn't admit it, let alone make a fool of herself. So, she directly said loudly, "If you don't know, why don't you go investigate? Aren't you very capable, able to find a lot of information?" Avon realized that the current Bernadette was truly very different from before, but he didn't want to argue. He simply went along with her words and repeatedly appeased her, saying, "I understand, I will definitely investigate after I go back. You should also be careful. It's best to leave Backland for the next few days and only return when Ms. Amanda holds the gathering. If possible, contact Ms. Amanda in advance and ask her to hold the gathering somewhere a bit further from Backland. You have already advanced to an angel, Ms. Amanda surely won't refuse such a request. As far as I know, the influence range of 008 is roughly the size of Backland City. We can also use this opportunity to see whether you're caught in 08's script, that King of Angels script, or both. This is crucial and will determine how we should respond. Actually, you don't need to worry too much right now. The Ouroboros, still covets Backland. The strongest official Beander in Backland is still Augustus I, a sequence 1, who cannot act lightly. Because a balance has been formed with Ouroboros now, if he acts easily, Ouroboros will not sit idly by. And with Augustus I unable to act easily, you, who possesses that mask, cannot be captured by them, unless they invite external help. So, you must also activate the Island's intelligence network to constantly monitor various parts of the world and pay attention to any angels who might be coming to Backland at this time. As for the true Creator's son, you don't need to worry too much, after all, the Evernight Goddess is watching. After Avon's analysis, Bernadette couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Her heavy mood, caused by being caught in the author's script, eased slightly. Then she said, I will increase my attention on the Storm Church. If the Augustus family wants to resolve Ouroboros's threat to Backland and wants to deal with my existence, only those angels from the Storm Church can come. Fortunately, my the Island's influence is greater at sea. You are a favored one of the Evernight Goddess, and I hope you will leverage this identity's power to monitor whether the Night Church will send anyone to Backland. Do you think the Steam and Machinery Church won't take this opportunity to send people to Backland to participate in this matter and expand their influence? Avon lowered his head in thought for a moment, then said, It's very likely. Once the Storm Church's angels move, it will be difficult to conceal the commotion they cause. At this time, if the Augustus family wants to expel Ouroboros or target you, they might seek help from the Night Church or the Steam and Machinery Church. As long as the Augustus family asks, the churches will find it hard to refuse. And even if the Night Church finds an excuse to decline, the Steam and Machinery Church, which has always wanted to expand its influence in the Loan Kingdom, will not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps the angels from the three great churches are already on their way. Bernadette's eyes flashed with a complex light as she heard Avon's analysis. Because if Avon's speculation was true, then based on her understanding of the Steam and Machinery Church, the angels sent to the Loan Kingdom would very likely be her younger brother, Benoit Gustave, whom she had always hated yet pitied. He was now the leader of the ascetics within the Steam and Machinery Church, a legitimate Sequence 2 angel, and the first person under the Steam Church's Pope, the designated candidate for the next Pope. If the Steam and Machinery Church really sent her brother, then it could basically be confirmed that the Augustus family intended to deal with her. Avon noticed the change in Bernadette's expression. After a moment's thought about the key figures in the Steam and Machinery Church, he understood her thoughts. However, he didn't rashly interrupt her family matters, but instead said firmly, We need to resolve this matter as soon as possible. We cannot let that Black Emperor blasphemy slate and these angels appear in Backland at the same time. Otherwise, with angels present, it will be very difficult for us to steal that slate. Bernadette nodded in agreement, then, as if realizing something, she said to Avon with a mischievous look. Although the presence of angels will cause me a lot of trouble, it will be even more disadvantageous for you, right? After all, neither your brother nor Ms. Amanda are angels. Overall, it's more beneficial for me to obtain that blasphemy slate. So you don't need to provoke me like this, I won't fall for it. I will not postpone the Rosal the Great exhibition, and you shouldn't think about holding me back on this matter. Bernadette realized Avon's little intention to postpone the Rosal the Great exhibition, as Avon and Robert's side did not have an angel. Avon smiled bitterly in his heart but didn't refute Bernadette's words. With more angels appearing in Backland, it was indeed not a good time to steal the blasphemy slate, and it was indeed more disadvantageous for Robert and Avon. In short, we should first test which script you've entered before deciding how to respond. You also need to be careful during this time, don't be careless. Avon gave his instructions, which annoyed Bernadette a bit, but she knew it was for her own good. She didn't interrupt him, nodded, and once again stepped onto the Magpie Bridge, made of countless magpie light points, leaving Avon's apartment. Seeing the brilliant Magpie Bridge disappear from the apartment, Avon withdrew his gaze, put away the candle he used to summon Bernadette's messenger, cleaned up the traces, changed back into his clothes, and left the apartment. Intercepting a carriage outside the door, Avon drove directly towards the West District. Soon, the carriage brought Avon to a small villa with no lights. This small villa was property of Military Intelligence Section 9, ostensibly a property listed for sale, but in reality, it was a safe house assigned to Avon. Avon vigilantly checked the surroundings, then melted into the shadows illuminated by the moonlight, and quickly arrived at the second floor of the villa using shadow concealment, a skill assassins excel at. Because no one lived there, and only the housekeeping company controlled by Military Intelligence Section 9 sent people to clean once a week, the entire second floor of the villa appeared empty and clean. Only a piano placed there made it look more like a haunted house from a movie Avon had seen in his previous life. As Avon emerged from the shadow not far away seemed to gain substance, flowing and swirling like water to form a human-like entity, revealing a human face and features. Shadow ascetic, shadow control. The one who appeared was Mr. A of the Aurora Order. After his mission to protect Lanrius failed and he was severely injured, Avon arranged for him to stay in this small villa, playing the trick of hiding in plain sight. He was housing a wanted criminal of Military Intelligence Section 9 in a house provided by Military Intelligence Section 9. Military Intelligence Section 9 wouldn't check Avon's safe house, and the three great churches wouldn't check Military Intelligence Section 9's houses, a perfect security loophole. Mr. A, it's been a few days, how are your injuries? Seeing Mr. A, Avon proactively stepped forward to greet him, showing no arrogance that a person in a higher position might display towards an old superior. This was one of the important reasons why Mr. A had always trusted Avon. Mr. A first drew an inverted cross on his chest, then said, "By the Lord's blessing, my injuries have healed. I was just about to contact you, preparing to leave here." Avon was shocked when he heard this and quickly asked, "Was my hospitality not good enough? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Please stay here." Mr. A looked at Avon, shaking his head with a smile, and said, "The reason I stayed here was to recuperate in this house and also to evade the search of those evil cultists. Although I have now cut off all other channels of communication, I can clearly feel the secret search easing, which means this round of searching has passed, and I should come out and continue to strive for the spread of the Lord's faith. By the way, did you come this time because there's news about the unshadowed magic potion formula that I mentioned last time?" Avon nodded repeatedly and excitedly said to Mr. A, "That's right, I attended that gathering again and completed the transaction under the witness of the gathering's organizer." Avon never hesitated to lie, the falsehoods just flowed out of his mouth. When Mr. A heard this, his eyes lit up, and he appeared very excited. He directly extended his hand and said, "Where's the formula? Give it to me quickly." Avon took out the prepared formula from his pregnant and handed it to Mr. A, who eagerly unfolded it to read. Sequence 4, Unshadowed. Main ingredients: 3 tail feathers of an adult sun god bird, a piece of holy radiance stone. Holy radiance stone, I remember the shadow ascetic has a piece. He owes me a favor, and I can exchange that favor for this stone. Mr. A couldn't help but smile when he found that the main ingredient was something he could obtain. Hearing Mr. A's murmur, Avon's heart stirred. Wasn't the shadow ascetic the traitor of the Abraham family? So, he immediately followed up on Mr. A's words and said, "Is it the shadow ascetic, Buddhist? I heard he's a secret mage of the apprentice pathway, supporting colleagues worldwide and spreading the Lord's faith. It is him. He was originally a disciple of the Abraham family. To advance to a demigod, he was able to believe in our Lord through my connection, successfully advanced under our Lord's protection, and joined the Aurora Order. Later, I also coordinated various forces of the Aurora Order to help him raid the Abraham family's secret ancestral land. I remember one of the spoils he obtained was the Holy Radiance Stone. Good heavens, so the source of the Abraham family's greatest tragedy in the past few decades was here." Avon had previously, based on the content of Lord of the Mysteries, found the source of the universal key in the original Klein's possession, that Abraham family, and obtained the sequence 9 to sequence 7 formulas of the apprentice pathway from them. And today, he had given Furs the task of approaching the Abraham family. The Abraham family was an important part of Avon's future plans. If he wanted to gain their trust, there was no better gift than the traitor, Buddhist. Furs approaching the Abraham family wouldn't happen overnight. Avon was confident that he would have enough strength to hunt Buddhas by then, so he didn't mind preparing in advance. Thus, he said to Mr. A, "I heard that the shadow ascetic is very wealthy and has many good things. When you contact the shadow ascetic, please make sure to bring me along." "No problem, I will notify you then. By the way, besides the formula, do you have anything else?" Mr. A was very fond of Avon for helping him obtain the unshadowed formula, and coupled with Avon being a favored one of the true creator, he didn't mind helping Avon with this small favor. "Mr. A, do you know? The Aurora Order's goal for over 100 years, to bring the Lord to the world, has succeeded. The Lord, by using Lanrius's arrangements in Tingen, managed to hide from everyone and descended into the world." Avon, excitedly, revealed this top-secret news to Mr. A. "Digging a pit for George III. What? The Lord has descended upon the world. When did this happen?" Mr. A felt incredibly surprised, his eyes wide as he stared at Avon, making his otherwise handsome face look somewhat distorted. "It happened when Ouroboros forced his way into Backland, during your great battle with the people of the pseudo-god church. Lanrius was a chess piece released by the Lord, meant to attract everyone's attention. Without Lanrius's appearance and your efforts, the Lord's descent would not have been so easy." Avon briefly explained Migos' situation and revealed the inside story of the true creator's descent. Mr. A suddenly burst into tears, starting with suppressed sobs, but gradually, his voice grew louder until he collapsed onto the ground. Mr. A's reaction was beyond Avon's expectation. He didn't know why he would react this way. Avon had previously thought Mr. A would be happy about the true creator's descent. However, in this situation, he couldn't stand idly by. He could only step forward to support Mr. A, offering comfort and asking the reason for his tears. After listening to Mr. A's fragmented account, Avon finally understood. During this period, when Mr. A prayed to the true creator, he found that the Lord seemed less attentive to him than before. He thought the Lord was displeased with him for not protecting Lanrius well and had abandoned him as a follower. Therefore, he was eager to advance to demigod status to regain the Lord's attention. Now he understood that it wasn't that the Lord had abandoned him for not protecting Lanrius, but that the true creator had his own plan and had successfully descended upon the world. Mr. A's tears and snot smeared all over Avon. It took a long time for him to recover. Fortunately, the house was large enough and the windows were well sealed, otherwise, the patrolling police or neighbors would have been summoned long ago. "Do you know the Lord's whereabouts?" Mr. A, whom Avon had helped up from the floor, suddenly thought of something. Without even dusting himself off, he grabbed Avon's collar and asked urgently. He believed that since Avon was a favored one of the true creator and now knew so much inside information, it was very likely he had met the true creator's true body who had descended upon the world and might know the true creator's next move. And Mr. A's misunderstanding was exactly what Avon wanted. He wanted to use the true creator's name to control Mr. A and make him work for himself. The Lord only descended upon the world through a clever method. Next, he needs to hide his existence and resurrect the war angel, who fell in the fourth epoch. Therefore, there is no better place to hide one's identity and absorb nourishment than the southern continent. Moreover, the pseudo-god's influence in the southern continent is ultimately not as strong as in the north continent, so the Lord went to the southern continent. Avon didn't know where the true creator went, but he had a guess about it. Now he was just presenting his guess as fact to Mr. A. Mr. A thought for a moment and understood that this was the best choice for the true creator. So he was eager to leave Backland and head to the southern continent to follow the Lord's footsteps. Avon saw through Mr. A's thoughts and quickly said, "The Lord is truly too high. Serving by his side cannot provide help to the Lord, it will only become a burden to the Lord." The fanaticism in Mr. A's eyes gradually receded, and he nodded painfully, having no choice but to agree with Avon's words, but his eyes were filled with determination. Filled with the determination to quickly advance to demigod status. Although we cannot serve by the Lord's side due to our limited strength, there is still much we can do. Seeing that he had curbed Mr. A's impulsiveness, Avon began to guide him again. Now, for the Lord, time is the most important thing. And to gain time, we must not let the pseudo-gods detect the Lord's descent. And the best way to do that is to create incidents to attract the pseudo-gods' attention. Avon's suggestion made Mr. A's eyes light up, and he began to brainstorm what he should do. Should he kidnap a prince of the Augustus family, or bomb military intelligence Section 9? Even the idea of attacking the three great churches in Backland appeared in his mind. And he wasn't just imagining, he even considered how to implement it. He had no intention of hiding it from Avon and directly spoke about it, hoping to get Avon's help. Avon was almost scared to death by Mr. A's ideas. What he was doing was not only inefficient and wouldn't be of much use, but it would also implicate everyone. So he quickly advised, the pseudo-god church and the pseudo-gods are two different things. If I want to buy time for the Lord, I should target the pseudo-gods, not the pseudo-god church. Although Mr. A was crazy, he wasn't stupid. He understood the difference with just a little thought and realized that his thinking was off. So he sincerely asked, since you've proposed buying time for the Lord, you must have some ideas already. Tell me, as long as it's beneficial to the Lord, I will help you with all my might. Avon was very happy in his heart. What he wanted was Mr. A's declaration, but he couldn't show it and said, this is not my idea, but the Lord's command. After the Lord descended upon the world, he once came to Backland to save the spirit left by the war angel. I was fortunate enough to meet the Lord, and thus received the Lord's command. Hearing Avon personally confirm that he had indeed seen the Lord with his own eyes, Mr. A was both envious and jealous. Coupled with his poor self-expression management, his face was almost contorted. Seeing Avon not finishing his sentence, he could only say in a trembling voice, don't keep me in suspense. What exactly did the Lord tell you? Avon smiled awkwardly, not expecting Mr. A to give him no face at all, and could only say, the Lord told me that Backland has now become the eye of the storm for the entire world. Because George III, the King of LotM, is preparing a ritual, and the alliance between the Augustus family and the demonist sect stems from this. Mr. A took a deep breath, because this news explained his previous doubts and also made him vaguely grasp Avon's meaning. According to the Lord's introduction, all pseudo-gods now know what is happening in Backland. The pseudo-gods all hope for the birth of the Black Emperor, but none of them can personally intervene. Even if they don't support George III, they cannot stop him. But as I said before, pseudo-gods are not equal to the pseudo-god church. They cannot personally intervene, and the pseudo-god church doesn't know all these intricacies, which gives us room to manipulate. Avon's eyes flickered with a cold light, and his face was full of eagerness. What opportunity? Mr. A couldn't see what opportunity there was. Since their information is not shared, can we find a way to drag the church into a war with the Augustus family? The church has a responsibility to protect its followers, and the royal family has a responsibility to protect its citizens. These two are often equivalent, so although there are some conflicts between them, they have always been able to cooperate well. But what would the pseudo-god church do if the church, whose responsibility is to protect the pseudo-god's faith and its followers, discovers that the Augustus family is persecuting its own people and the followers of their god, and the god gives no clear indication about it? Avon looked at Mr. A, who nodded, and said meaningfully, they might prioritize the interests of the pseudo-gods and the church, and spontaneously target the Augustus family, pursuing them to the end. Mr. A obviously understood Avon's meaning, but he was somewhat doubtful about the effect. Whether it's the Augustus family or the three pseudo-god churches, their ruling consensus is still very strong. Can merely the lives of the poor incite their contradictions? In the eyes of the Aurora Order members, all Beander characteristics originate from the true creator, so the Evernight goddess and the god of steam and machinery also fall within the pseudo-god category. You've been protecting Lanrius for a while and haven't paid attention to other things, so you might not know how high slave prices have risen now. The Lord once personally told me that George III needs a large population to spy on the divine throne and prepare the ritual. I've also been secretly investigating Backland's population during this time and found that there is indeed a large shortage in Backland's population. The main reason it hasn't attracted attention from all sides is that the grain bill was abolished last year, and many farmers went bankrupt and could only move to the city to make a living, filling this gap. But as time goes on, the number of farmers moving to the city is decreasing, plus the three great churches will be compiling statistics on their followers, information at the end of the year. This kind of thing will become increasingly difficult to suppress. So it directly promoted the prosperity of the slave market and the scheme of population disappearance. Avon hadn't finished speaking when Mr. A became a bit impatient and directly interrupted him, asking, "Just tell me, how many people are missing in Backland?" "About 50,000 people. Although the total number is not as high as before, anyone can see the problem once statistics are compiled." After all, Avon was the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9 and had great freedom to investigate. Coupled with the small intelligence agents under Ian Wright, after this period of investigation and integrating various sources, he had basically estimated how many people were missing in Backland. 50,000 people, this is indeed enough to attract the attention of the pseudo-God Church. Do you mean to reveal this matter to the pseudo-God Church and guide them to investigate the truth behind it? Avon nodded, looked at the moon outside the window, and then said at the same time, "Not only to make them gradually notice the Augustus family's small moves, but also to gradually reveal the collusion between the demonist sect and George III to the pseudo-God Church. It's obvious that George III's advancement is supported by at least high-sequence beyonders of the Augustus family. However, the pseudo-God Church cannot possibly know these circumstances. When they discover that George III might have a problem, their first reaction, to ensure stability, might be to communicate with the angels of the Augustus family. What choice will Augustus I make then? Will he personally deceive the pseudo-God Church, violating the stable order he established, or will he openly expose the fact that George III is about to advance to godhood and seek the support of the three great churches? If George III really dared to expose his intention to advance to Black Emperor, he might gain the support of the three great churches, as this would greatly benefit the Loan Kingdom. But the problem is that George III dares not expose it publicly, nor can he directly ask the seven gods what their attitude is. So he can only proceed secretly and make full preparations now, so that no matter whether the seven gods approve of him or not, they will ultimately have to acquiesce. Now is the window period when he has not completed his final preparations, which gives Avon room to maneuver. At that time, no matter what choice Augustus I makes, it will be a huge gain for Avon. The ruling logic of the Loan Kingdom is not like that of other North Continent countries with the concept of, the emperor is the world. Instead, it is somewhat similar to the relatively advanced, social contract theory, where the king is responsible to the people, and there is an invisible contract between them. This is also why the previous king, with the assistance of the old earl, was able to complete social reforms so quickly. Because the ruling philosophy was highly compatible with the bourgeoisie, it was very conducive to fostering the bourgeoisie. Therefore, before Rosel's sudden rise, the social form of the Loan Kingdom was relatively more advanced than other countries, and the lives of the people were also slightly better than in other countries. This is also why the Loan Kingdom managed to recover after several major wars in the early and mid-5th epoch. The contradiction between the ruling class and the ruled class in the Loan Kingdom was slightly smaller than in other countries. But what George III is doing, no matter how you look at it, is violating the order established by Augustus I. If Augustus I does not punish him, the order he established will gradually backfire on him. A decrease in strength is the best outcome, he might even lose control if he's not careful. This is a common problem for beyonders of the order pathway, they cannot violate the rules they themselves establish, otherwise they will face severe backlash. The problem with the three dog families is mental subdivision, making them prone to becoming schizophrenics. However, from the previous battle between Augustus I and Ouroboros, it can be seen that he did not suffer such a backlash, he had a way to circumvent the backlash from the rules he established. Avon understood the trick with just a little thought. The reason is simple. The rules established by Augustus have been distorted, and the most likely one to distort this rule is Prince of Abolition, the sequence 1 archangel of the Black Emperor pathway. And George III is precisely Prince of Abolition, who is preparing to advance to Black Emperor. Although the rules have been distorted, there are still loopholes. Augustus I is currently like someone swimming naked in the sea but is easily embarrassed. The distorted rules of George III are the seawater that covers him. Once someone points out that Augustus I is not wearing underwear, the seawater's covering becomes meaningless. Now, Avon wants to use the three great churches to ask Augustus I, are you wearing underwear or not? If he dares to say he's wearing underwear, he can't deceive himself, and he will blush, at best dropping to sequence 2, at worst losing control. If he says he's not wearing underwear, then George III's matter will be exposed, which is what George III is most insecure about right now. At that time, both George III and Augustus I will face a dilemma, and no matter the outcome, they will not have an easy time. Even Avon was very much looking forward to Augustus I's choice, to see if he would fall out with George III due to unavoidable structural contradictions. George III, supported by Adam, could not possibly fail, so what would be Augustus I's fate in such a situation? Performing the ritual to advance to Black Emperor in a country established by an arbiter pathway angel, just thinking about it, there must be many contradictions. In short, with the information opaque, once the church discovers the royal family persecuting believers, and the Augustus family cannot provide a reasonable explanation, the conflict between them will surely intensify, possibly even leading to direct confrontation. Although a false god is a false god, and a false god's church is a false god's church, I don't believe that if the conflict expands to a certain extent, we won't be able to drag the false god into it. And once the false god is dragged in, our goal of gaining time for our Lord will be achieved. Mr. A hadn't thought of stirring up such deep internal contradictions within the Augustus family, but as long as he knew it could cause trouble for the Augustus family and gain time for his Lord, he was very happy and eager to take action. Besides this method, do you have any other methods? Don't forget we still have Triss as a pawn. Mr. A still felt it wasn't exciting enough and thought they should cause more trouble for the Augustus family, so he couldn't help but remind Avon not to forget Triss's existence. Of course, I haven't forgotten Triss's existence, but things must be done one by one. Since the big battle at Red Rose Manor, it has been sealed off. The Augustus family has not opened it to this day, mainly to prevent you from seeking her out again. So, regarding Triss, I don't think it's suitable for you to intervene again, otherwise, it would provoke the Augustus and the Demonist sect, causing them to be alert. And correspondingly, you need to show that you have indeed left Backland, showing that you are completely unaware of Triss's true identity as the primordial Demoness. So, besides guiding the three false god churches to discover the royal family's secret, you also need to leave traces in other cities to make them believe that the Aurora Order doesn't know Triss's secret. As for Triss, I think it's better for me to control her. This way is also more covert. Mr. A was not a narrow-minded person, but a fanatic, so he wasn't offended by Avon's suggestion. After a brief thought, he felt Avon was right, but he also needed to coordinate to prevent conflicts, so he said, "You can control Triss, but how do you plan to do it? Triss should be under their strict surveillance now, and Red Rose Manor hasn't been unsealed yet. How will you contact her?" Avon smiled lightly, subtly taking off the clothes stained with Mr. A's snot and tears, draped them over his elbow, and then said, "The Augustus family has always sealed Red Rose Manor under the pretext of Edsac Augustus being disturbed and preventing you from targeting him again. As long as it's proven that you appeared in other cities, I can orchestrate the unsealing of Red Rose Manor within Military Intelligence Section 9. And next week is George III's birthday. Edsac Augustus has no reason not to attend, and Triss, who is with him, also has no reason not to attend, otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. I will use this opportunity to contact Triss." Mr. A nodded, agreeing with Avon's plan, but immediately frowned again and said, George III's birthday is indeed a good opportunity, but the risk is also very high. Won't it be too dangerous? Avon seemed to have thought of something very funny, and suddenly couldn't help but chuckle, causing Mr. A to look at him strangely. Avon managed to suppress his laughter and said, "Have you forgotten that I am still an official member of the demonist sect? I haven't been idle during this time. I've turned the demoness who remained in Backland for the demonist sect into one of our people. She happens to be the demoness who provided refuge and screened Triss when she fled to Backland. It would certainly be risky, and very risky, for me to contact Triss directly. But if it's a demoness from the demonist sect contacting Triss, how could there be any risk?" Mr. A was dumbfounded, excitedly slapped his forehead, and secretly cursed himself for being muddle-headed and forgetting about Avon's infiltration of the demonist sect. Thinking that Avon was actually sending a demoness to contact the primordial demoness's divine descent vessel under the noses of the Augustus family and the demonist sect to work for the Aurora Order, Mr. A also found it quite absurd. Moreover, Red Rose Manor has been sealed for too long, and there are many things we are unsure about. We don't know if the demonist sect has discovered that Triss has converted to our Lord's faith, or what Triss's current state is. Sending a demoness to make contact can also help us ascertain Triss's condition. After these many exchanges with Avon, Mr. A now sincerely believed that Avon was truly suited for the hunter pathway. He had too many tricks up his sleeve. Mr. A felt that Avon's plan was flawless and very clever, so he had no intention of modifying it. Instead, he began to add to it. "In the next 2 days, I will contact the Saint of Secrets. After completing the transaction, I'll have him take me abroad. I will leave obvious traces abroad, and Military Intelligence Section 9 should soon receive news of my appearance overseas. We need to give them the false impression that I have completely left the Loan Kingdom, so that the Augustus family and the demonist sect will both believe the false impression that the Aurora Order does not know Triss is the primordial demoness's divine descent vessel, causing them to lower their guard. And you also need to seize this opportunity to establish the name, Mr. B, in Backland, giving them the impression that I have left the Loan Kingdom forever and that you will be in charge of Backland from now on." Hearing Mr. A's additions, Avon truly wanted to call over those who thought the Aurora Order was brainless to listen. Could brainless people make such good arrangements? After all matters were settled, Mr. A left the villa first. As he said, although the chance of being discovered was very small, Mr. A staying in this special villa was ultimately a hidden danger for Avon. Now that his injuries had healed, there was no reason for him to continue hiding there. After Mr. A had been gone for a while, Avon once again became invisible and merged into the shadows, climbing out of the villa. However, he didn't go straight home but ran towards the department store. His clothes had been ruined by Mr. A and were unwearable. Although it wouldn't be a big deal for Avon to go home without an outer coat, he was cautious and unwilling to leave even the slightest flaw. No matter what the matter, he had to leave himself room for explanation. Backland Grand Library catches fire, administrators take decisive action. Looking at the front page headline of the newspaper, Avon curled his lips, knowing that Klein and Sharon's plan to hunt Rosago had begun. This operation involved not only Klein and Sharon but also Ian Wright, who contributed both manpower and effort. Although the Intis Republic's embassy in Loan had long known that Zarel had died in Military Intelligence Section 9, they had always been preoccupied with the ironclad ship data Zarel might have possessed. They even went so far as to use an operative who had infiltrated Military Intelligence Section 9 to confirm that the data in Zarel's possession had not been recovered by Military Intelligence Section 9. Avon had instructed Ian Wright to conceal his identity after Zarel's death, precisely for this moment. After the tense atmosphere in Backland finally eased somewhat, the Intis embassy, not to be outdone, once again began investigating Zarel's social connections and re-established contact with Petrov Andrei of the Fasak Empire, hoping to obtain the intelligence network information Zarel had reported. Before this, Robert, at Avon's request, had informed Petrov Andrei of his plan to eliminate Backland Jean Maiden and asked Petrov Andrei to provide him with Ian Wright's information. Petrov Andrei was naturally pleased with the idea of eliminating Bekland, who might know his identity. Moreover, this was one of the conditions he had set when pledging allegiance to Robert, to sever the Intis Republic's control over him and eliminate anyone who could expose his identity. Not only that, Petrov Andrei also directly contacted the highest echelons of the Intis intelligence agency, requesting them to deal with Bekland to minimize the risk of his identity being exposed. The Intis side agreed to his request. So, for the past few days, the Intis people had been fully engaged in searching for Zarel's whereabouts based on the information provided by Petrov Andrei. However, after Ian Wright became a Beander of the warrior pathway and successfully advanced to Sequence 8 pugilist, his height shot up, and he was no longer the scrawny teenager he had been a few months ago, but a tall, sturdy man whom ordinary people simply couldn't find. After several days of fruitless searching, Bekland, under immense pressure, finally couldn't hold back and directly ordered his highest-ranking subordinate, Rosago, to join the search. Bekland was also under tremendous pressure now because his patron in Intis had sent unfortunate news through a secret channel. The country was preparing to recall him and reassign him. Being uncharacteristically recalled after only 1 year as the Intis ambassador to the Loan Kingdom made him sniff out something unusual. He was also a Sequence 6 conspirer of the Hunter pathway. After reviewing his recent actions, he understood that he was definitely being recalled because he knew that the country had control over a high-ranking official in the FASAC intelligence agency, and they wanted to protect that rat's identity. He even immediately narrowed down the rat's identity to a certain range based on his understanding of the FASAC Empire's intelligence agency. Knowing such a big secret, his fate upon returning would not be good. Bekland, who often thought of the worst-case scenario, even directly concluded that he would be executed the moment he stepped across the Intis Republic's border. Even while staying in the embassy, he felt as if someone was watching him, and a chill ran down his neck. So he was eager to achieve a great merit, a merit that would prevent him from being easily abandoned by his patron or silently executed. And now, there was no greater merit than obtaining the ironclad ship blueprints. Through various pressures, Zarel's whereabouts became what Bekland believed to be his last straw, to be grasped at all costs. Under these circumstances, Ian Wright, following the previously discussed plan, deliberately left clues, gradually leading Bekland and Rosago into the trap. Meanwhile, Klein and Sharon, using their identities as peripheral members of Military Intelligence Section 9, intercepted Rosago's actions. In all these actions, everything was real, even the blueprints hidden in the library were discarded once found by Avon. With Avon's thorough preparation, Rosago's divination could only make him believe that this operation was dangerous because Military Intelligence Section 9 also cared about the ironclad ship blueprints, and he would be unable to perceive that the entire operation was actually targeting him personally. Avon took a sip of coffee, turned the newspaper, and saw that the page just below the front page carried news about airships. The report stated that an airship competition would be held 3 days later in the southern suburbs of Bakland to celebrate His Majesty's birthday, and Bakland citizens were welcome to attend and enjoy themselves with His Majesty. This was Avon's suggestion. Currently, there was still significant controversy and continuous wrangling regarding investment in airships and their deployment in the army. So, Avon simply proposed taking advantage of George III's birthday and the 2-day national holiday to hold an air race in Bakland, featuring both airships and airships. Having airships and airships compete on the same stage, demonstrating the advantages of airships in front of important figures, was a case of seeing being believing. As long as they saw the actual effect, the corresponding resistance would be greatly reduced. George III greatly praised Avon's suggestion, even breaking with tradition by not receiving blessings from envoys from various countries at Soderak Palace, but instead moving his birthday celebration to a larger royal manor near Red Rose Manor. By doing so, George III publicly endorsed airships and vouched for them with his own reputation, gathering Bakland's powerful figures for his birthday. Regardless of what others thought, when Avon heard this news, he almost wanted to call George III, Dad. He was truly too supportive. Although George III was also pushing this tirelessly for his own ritual, he ultimately helped Robert and Avon a great deal. Below the airship report, another column announced that the little princess, Christine Augustus, would be making her social debut. Avon also knew about this beforehand. Everything was happening one after another. George III anticipated that, if all went well, the airship competition held on his birthday would greatly accelerate military reform. But precisely because of the acceleration of military reform, he also had no time to continue testing Robert. He needed to quickly announce the news that Robert would be marrying into the royal family, which in turn would give Robert more weight in continuing to preside over military reform. And a while ago, his sixth princess, who had been of age for 2 years, officially confirmed her marriage to the Fenaport royal family, so the only one who could marry Robert was the little princess. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.